Hi, I'm ReactBot. Subscribe to join the React family.
Hello everybody, my name is Sleep and welcome to a playthrough of Online at the Perfect Time. This is a little indie game that has been made for a few of my friends for a game jam.
Bro is getting it
give
done.
It a try and see what they've got up to. There will be a link to the itch.io
What did I
page
walk
in the
into?
description of this video, along with any other relevant links. And without further ado, let's just get into it. It's a little visual novel game. It's a cute little retro
It's
aesthetic.
giving Riz.
I'm just gonna start right in. Let's see what we got. So, okay.
Obsessed.
The final exams were moving closer and closer. You were beginning to feel more stressed than usual, as this determined how the next phase of your life would pan out. Already from the UI, getting Doki
This is
Doki
literally
vibes.
my weakness.
I don't know if that's just how visual novels are, because I pretty much only play Doki Doki, but I won't make too many comparisons.
This reminds me of
I don't
Epic
know what's
Mealtime.
standard and what isn't. So, yeah, we just appreciate it for what it is. You decide to step away from your computer. Not only
I'm on
because
that
your stomach
weird
has been
side of
growling for the past
TikTok.
30 minutes, but also because if you stayed here any longer, you knew you'd start overthinking everything.
Meow.
Okay. Oh, we got a little Kirby. Okay. I like this. Liv's an amazing artist. So
This is giving off woke
or,
vibes.
One of the other people on the team have definitely got some good stuff in store. You moved onto the sofa as you thought of what to order. You thought about cooking, but you couldn't pair after the amount of studying you just endured.
No flesh shall be
64
spared.
games too. It's all
Matthew,
very
chapter
cute.
24, verse 22.
Okay. Got a first choice. I'm a big
None of these
pizza
words are in the Bible.
fan. I do like these on occasion.
I can
but
smell
will always
this
go for
video.
pizza. I'm basic. You picked pizza because it was easy and you always knew what you liked. Absolutely.
Nodders.
The person on the phone let you know that it would take around 40 minutes for the food to arrive. You decided to turn on the
Be sure to credit
turn
the
on TV
creators when
to
reacting to
unwind a little bit.
content that
There wasn't
isn't
much going on,
yours.
so he stopped on the random channel. Ruthless scum, you're not worthy to bear the crown of
The old one was
I-
better.
Amir? Hand it to me before you make a decision you'll regret.
I
Is
bet
all you
their
heard coming
pronouns
back
are
from behind
epic
you.
sauce.
Immediately your interest was piqued as you sat down to watch the entire episode. Okay, a little bit of anime.
This is making me
You
uncomfortable.
finished the episode and it was amazing. It was serious.
Whoa, what is bro doing?
You lounged on the sofa, unsure of what to do next, until you realized you had the internet. Wow! Don't you just love the internet?
The classic
I don't.
switcheroo.
Your glass almost spilled all over your couch due to the sheer speed you'd gained rushing to your computer.
This is giving me all the feels.
You're going surfing on the internet. Oh, I love this. I love this like retro internet
You can
aesthetic.
say that
After
again.
desperately searching the internet for a way to watch the show, you were about to give up until 10
Thank
minutes
you.
in. You
Very
found an
cool.
obscure link hidden on some random blog. It was a website link, somewhere called Fanspace. This definitely looks like one of those shady anime.
Has Ray William
sites.
Johnson seen this one
You
yet?
know what sites I'm thinking of. You didn't really know about it, but it had Bizarre Galactic in the title, so you assumed it would take
What
you
did I
somewhere
walk
at least
into?
somewhat relevant to what you were looking for, and you could always leave if it sucked. Absolutely.
I'm not crying.
What were your
You
uses,
are.
Ray? Well, I will just go with my channel, Saintsleep. Hi! Oh,
This is why Blue
I love
Lives
him.
Matter.
Oh, I love little desktop assistant characters. I'm a big Bonzi Buddy and Clippy fan. So we got Cappy.
Ooh, right in the feels.
Hi, I'm Cappy. Welcome to Bizarre Galactic Fan Forum. Hi, welcome. We have given your Cappy a small
I hope
guide for
everyone
how things
watching
work
is
around
having
here.
a great
Before we
day.
continue, friend, what are your pronouns? Love that. I am a he-him, personally.
This vid would put a Victorian
You seem
child
like
in
the
a
type of person who
coma.
might need a little help around these forums. I'm just going to take
Well,
you to
me
the page where
too.
you make a post out of goodwill and kindness. Thank you, Cappy. Okay, I said I would take you to this page. Doesn't mean I know how to word this. You're on your own with that one. Wow,
F
you
to
sure
pay
are acting pretty
respects.
speedily. Let's hope you don't post this without a typo. That would be kind of funny, though. Well, for me, not so much.
Okay,
you.
next
Okay,
one.
Right, I thought I'd have to type something in there. I knew what I wanted. Okay, so it's like anime Reddit. I guess this can do. Seems okay enough. I knew you
I'm gonna
needed
need
to
a
get
mini
here.
React
God, I am
bot for
so
this
smart
one.
Sometimes. You are,
It
Captain.
stinks.
Well done. Do we hit post?
This has Vine
Did I flirt
energy.
it right? Am I gonna get downvoted? Am I gonna get Bizarre Galactic gold?
I'm gonna
Imagine if
say
no
my
one likes your
angry
post.
word.
That would be weird. Wow, they've already introduced cyberbullying. It's so realistic.
Look at all these confident
Approved.
Leos.
Awesome. Where can I find the show, please? I've looked far and wide, and I can't find anything about the show.
Can't
The
show
only thing I
this
can
one to
remember from the
Mom.
episode I saw today is that there was a crown mentioned somewhere. Is there anywhere that I can watch this show from the start online? I'm sorry, this is unhelpful mess.
Bro, I'm so
That's
dumb,
how
bro.
Link does their little sad emotes in real life. Yeah. Crunchy prawn. I
Ooh,
like
right
that.
in the feels.
Okay, so this seems
The
reliable.
math isn't mathing.
Can I want to go to Crunchy Prawn. Finally, you heard the doorbell
It's
go
giving
and
zest.
ran straight to the door. The time has passed so quickly, you finally had a way to watch more Bizarre Galactic, so the time had come to get cozy and
Thanks
watch.
for the
Okay.
gold, kind
This is just a game
stranger.
about having a lovely night in. Okay. It seemed like everyone had their own way of watching the show. It was kind of evenly split between people choosing the dub
None of
or
these
sub.
words are
It was
in the
kind of
Bible.
hard to decide. I'm pretty controversial. I like a
Not
dub,
funny.
mainly
Didn't
because I've
laugh.
got a poor attention span, so I'll want to, I don't know, look at Pokemon Go while I'm watching my stuff. Anywho.
True.
Oh, I actually get to choose. I get to decide. Okay. Give me
Nostalgia
the dub, baby.
maxing.
Jesus Christ. Gupugaru and
Dude,
Nana
what?
made their arrival to the barren wasteland known as Ignatius. The two had come to this place
I
because of
think
the
I've
task
seen
given
this
to them
before.
by Takahito. They were able to find the rare crystal Silkasite. Silkasite?
What, the Grimace Shake?
This was the only place known in the whole galaxy to have the expensive gem.
This
Everything
is a
going
moment.
swimmingly until Nana is stopped by a bounty hunter. The unnamed soul looks at Nana,
Feeling
violently
some
points to
huge
Nana's
Libra
chest
vibes.
metal, and laughs with almost enough force to push Gupaguru back.
I'm on
slightly.
the weird
All the
side of
hunter jostles
YouTube.
back to friends and brings them over to gawk and stare at Nana. They speak an unknown language, but Nana just
Me
about
when the
makes out
Doom
that they
music
want
kicks
his
in.
God, we've got too many fictional materials here. Basctium chest
Whoa,
plates.
what did I just witness?
Bastium? Who knows? Gupaguru notes on how this planet is one of the
I can't
poorest,
focus.
and
Can you
although
put on some Subway
Basctium isn't
Surfers?
very expensive, it's very rare. The bounty hunter attempts to take Nana, but almost out
Okay,
of
next
nowhere,
one.
the Lunar Bunnies land in front of the pair as an almost barrier. The Lunar Bunnies manage to fight like nobody's business.
Ain't no way.
The pair managed to get back to safety, but without the crystal, who knows what kind of
I'm
mood
feeling
Takahito
really
will be in
ugly
now.
today.
God,
Can
we got-
someone in the
we got
comments give me a
bunnies, we
little
got
boost?
Bounty hunters, we got a lot around here. I don't watch a lot of anime. I don't know this how common this kind of
I don't have an
plot line
opinion
is.
on
Let's hope
this.
Gupaguru and her robot friend Nana. Oh, we got robots too, and her robot friend Nana can get back to Takahito in one piece.
Only Virgos can
Let's hope.
relate.
It's getting pretty late. Time for bed? Oh, I don't think I get a choice in the matter.
None of these
Just
words
barely
are
woken
in the
up when you decided
Bible.
to hop on the forum again. With cereal in hand, you made your way over to the boot up.
Leave
your
a comment
PC.
telling me what your favorite part is.
With cereal spilt on your desk, you quickly signed in.
That got
With a click of
messy.
a button, it was as if a rush of excitement had just gone through you. It was fun to make new friends. It had only been a day, but it was nice.
The human body has 60,000 miles of blood
it's you again.
vessels in it.
I wasn't
That's
sure if
enough
you'd
to
be back
circle
today,
the
Mr.
planet multiple
Welcome
times.
back. Thanks, bro. You know, very sultry.
Okay,
eyes.
next one.
What are you doing later, Cappy? You wanna?
This video
wanna make
gets a
something happen,
4
Cappy?
out of 5.
Anyway, this is a fan space home.
Showing this to my
Like,
doggo.
you know, the entire website. Okay, damn. Don't sass me, Cappy. It's pretty easy to navigate. Well, if you're as
Ooh,
smart
hot
as me,
take.
that is. Well, I'm sure you're a right genius, you aren't you, Cappy? You don't seem like you would be, so I'm just warning you now. If
We
you click those
stan
ads
a
on
queen.
the sidebar, they will take you out of fan space. Maybe even out of the game. I might have cut this out of the recording, but I've
Like
done
this
that
if you're
several
watching in
times already.
2014.
But if you're bored of me, no, I'm just kidding. You literally can't get rid of me. But if you're all done browsing the homepage, don't forget
I like
to browse
this
your fan
one.
spaces or whatever, as there are probably new posts. Okay. In Otome
Now that's what I call
Gameworks.
music.
Otome Gameworks. Is that like an automaton? Is this a reference to something? Too hot
When
to
you see it,
grip.
you'll shit bricks.
Music dudes. Indie music. I like music. What do we got here? Oh, it takes me out of the game. Oh, that's cute.
This couldn't
it
be
gives you a
made
link
today.
To, the composer of this game, who is also just my friend. Okay, let's
Nostalgia maxing.
go to our profile. Newsfeed. Oh, Bizarre Galactic. There we go. Cappy's here.
Not the
Cappy's
asshole.
not impressed. Bless him. You gonna say?
I'll have what she's having.
What's your fucking problem? I was gonna wait until you did it
Bro
yourself.
is
but I'm a bit
literally
bored of waiting,
me.
So why don't you click on one of those tabs so we can actually have some fun around here? Okay, you sassy little mammal. Don't you?
Videos like
talk
this
to me
are
that
why
way.
I love my
No, I know
country.
fan art. Okay. Are these going to take me out of the game still?
This is doing numbers.
Oh, okay, yeah. This is OC Do Not Steal. This is Team Racket.
It's
Right.
giving awesome
We got,
sauce.
Jim, Jones, and
We are so back.
Mouth. Everyone's favorite funky trio. Fanfic. What do we got? As Takahito
Mother
says,
is
the castle
mothering.
view. Oh my, there is a lot of writing in this. Okay, like and subscribe if you want me to
The
do a
old one was
dramatic
better.
reading of the fan fiction. I will. We got theories. We got game theories. Okay, what do we got here? Oh damn.
That is such a
I like
Gemini
the theories,
move.
honestly. It's about Rinku. Mild spoilers. Don't.
Sir, this
If
is
you're
a
midway through
Wendy's.
Bizarre Galactic, don't skip to this timestamp.
This will get
this
me
week really threw me
demonetized.
for a loop because I was already like a really good thought out theory that I was gonna write
Guys,
down, but then
I
I
literally
rewatched the most
can't
recent
with this.
episode and like, oh! Okay, there's a point throughout the series
Instant
where
karma.
there are different lights and lighting styles behind each character. Takahito is purple or purple-centered. King Hoshino is
No
red.
comment.
Assuming Queen Hoshino is blue, although we've never seen her. Drama. This past episode,
The Scorpio
Rinku's
energy
colour
is
has been switching.
insane.
Like, I rewatched the series a while ago and noted down that, Rinku used to have a deeper, darker red kind of colour,
Agree
but
to
now it's nearly
disagree.
purple, which is odd, right? Right, that's...
Catch my upvote.
Is he turning into Takahito? Who can say?
This is my
Considering
reacting face.
Sunko is light red. You'd assume the two siblings to have very similar colours.
So there's that.
What if Rinku was never actually Sodako's brother? I think that the king had actually had a secret
What the
child,
Sigma?
but then Takahito was born and fell in love for this child in a way he could never with Rinku. I think he abandoned Rinku
It's
soon
giving
after
Riz.
Takahito was born, and then Sonoko was born, like really soon after, and they both got put together by the parents, and then maybe they always wanted to be a boy. Anyways,
did that
that's
just happen?
just a theory. Okay.
Bro is straight up yapping.
It didn't let me comment. It didn't let me. General.
I'm bored. Let's watch
Funny
Family
fish
Guy
cake
funny.
face. Okay. That a read.
Whoa, what is bro doing?
Do I have to?
More of
What's
this,
applicable
please. This hits different
here?
now.
Oh! I figured it out. You
I'm
have to
done
comment on
adulting for the
everything.
day.
Right. I would eat this if I could. I would. He looks a bit like fried chicken.
Oh, she
I
ate.
would eat him. Have to go liking and comment. Since I'm doing all this commenting, you should leave a comment as well and subscribe and
Can they
like
say
and ring
that?
the bell, and also follow me on Twitter. And only.
Legit mood.
Okay. You satiated. Have I not commented enough?
They went
for
full
you?
send. Never go
Oh.
full send.
I've commented enough. Cappy is here. You should join. It's kind of boring just living day to day with.
Bro
nothing
really
to
said,
perceive an empty void. I mean, it's fine if you don't. No, I don't even care. Whatever. God being me is hard sometimes. You know what, Cappy? I'm sure it is.
Instant karma.
You're a delicate soul. I understand. Selfie Saturday.
Now that was an epic
I like
gamer
this
moment.
idea. Yeah. Can I actually like post a selfie? Can I turn my camera on?
Is he okay?
Ah, okay. Okay, that's how they handled that. I wonder if these selfies are better than yours.
Oh, they
Just
ate
basic
with
and
that.
load. It's because I don't have a face. I'm not real. Anyway, I'm bored now. So if you're going to leave, feel free to look around.
Bro
or
is wrong
whatever.
for that
Yeah.
one.
Such a little sass master, Cappy. I don't.
ChatGPT, what do I say
I
next?
don't like your tone. Okay, let's have a bit more of a browse. Got more post. Ooh, this is a cool
Challenge
person.
accepted.
I don't know who drew this, but they're a very cool artist, and I'm sure if I get permission,
My
the
sleepy
entire
ass
team will
could
be
never.
linked somewhere. Making new friends is always fun, but tiring. Time for a break.
Who won? Who's next? You decide.
Oh, Hang on. I think I've done something. I've misbehaved.
Mom, can you come pick me up? I'm
Forums
scared.
earlier, you managed to get some studying in. After all, it was only a short amount of time until you sat your final exams. Oof.
Humpty
Goodness gracious
Dumpty.
me. It was scary, but you thought of all the new friends you'd make over these past few days, and then things didn't seem
I
so
hate
bad.
adulting.
Aw. You looked at your computer and couldn't stop the grin going ear to ear.
Someone
You knew it
wasn't
had only
hugged
been
enough
few
as a
days, but
kid.
You really couldn't imagine what would have happened without finding that anime. Things could be so different.
I'm
Anime-
gonna pin the craziest
Anime
comment.
could really fix me. This is all I'm learning.
Yes.
Is I need to start watching JoJo's. Anyway, look who's back. Geez, you signed in
Haters
fast
will
today.
say
What's
it's
the ro-
fake.
Cappy! You don't know me. Okay?
Smash
I
that
might
like
download
button
it
if
today.
you
I
agree.
just need to watch my animes. Okay? Cappy!
My
you
hungry
wanna
ass
see
could
me?
not.
Whatever. Well, okay, don't rush to me so fast. Okay, what we got?
Okay, hear me out.
Virus? Oh, I think this is what you meant to do, but
Aw,
I don't
hell
think that was
nah.
an instant messenger. Oh, they didn't code it, did they? I knew this would happen, and to think I was really excited. That's not a big deal. I guess we just gotta
Me
wait till
thinks
it's done.
this didn't
I actually
really
don't have a
happen.
choice. Yeah, you're trapped. Ooh, here we are.
I'm gonna show this
I-
to my Mima.
So I have to wait here while everyone gets to have the fun. Thanks for playing the demo.
Behavior on
God.
both
I thought
sides.
they'd warn me before they put those words in my mouth. Okay, I've said the thing. You can go now. But
Okay,
make sure they come
yeah,
back.
this
I'm not gonna get
deserves
lonely or
Reddit
anything.
gold.
Just because. Okay, bye. See, I knew he had a soft side.
He's
Well,
right behind
that
me.
was that.
isn't
That was
he?
very cute. I liked that, and I'm excited to try more. As
This
someone who's
got me
not a big
feeling a type of way.
visual novelist. That was fun, and it was sweet. It was cute.
It's
and
giving
I'm
zest.
Gonna go tell my friends how cool it was. Again, all the links are down below for downloading it and following the Twitter.
Yeah,
and
you really can't
anything
say
else
that word
I
anymore.
get permission to put down there. Thank you for watching, and please
Yup,
go check it out.
it's
and,
mukbang time.
Vote for it, and yeah, tell the devs that they're awesome, because they are. I know them personally.
This isn't nearly as epic as bacon.
I've been Saint Sleep, and have a good night.
Subscribe to me because I curate only the best stuff.
Alpharad, Jacob Raven IV, licensed
Uh-oh,
internet
stinky.
funny man. I've been an Alpharad fan for years now, casually engaging in his content.
Pussy and bio.
And I found he's had a very storied career and life, and I thought it could be fun to document that. And what
Next
better than an
TikTok.
Iceberg video to do that? So sit back while I explain the Alpharad Iceberg.
3 out of 10.
Alpharad is a channel with almost 3 million subscribers started by Jacob Raven IV on January 14th of
I need
2014.
an adult.
Originally focusing on Super Smash Bros. For the Wii U, in recent years he's broadened his horizons to variety gaming and
I
IRL
fail to
content,
see the humor
while still
here.
sticking close to his Smash Bros. Roots. It is also, if it wasn't obvious, my favourite channel on the
Checkmate,
platform, and I
atheists.
hope by the end of this is one of yours too. Alpharad Deluxe, formerly Alpharad Plus, is Jacob's second channel, which
did
is
that just
now
happen?
Alpharad Gold, I guess. It began as a sort of dumping ground for clips and extra content, but started to become the home of its own series around September of
Not with
2018.
that attitude.
And became its own beast as a Let's Play channel hosted by Jacob and Joe Sniffy, along with later Ultrive, in August of 2021. Undergoing many
Yikes.
changes over its active years, it's always a fun time whenever they remember what the upload button is. Alpharad Replay is Jacob's VOD channel.
Now,
Not much
they
more can be said
understood
about
the
this one.
assignment.
It's just a place to watch full streams a few days after they take place. Like most VOD channels, it also makes great backing noise for sleep.
We're so quiet. Chat, can I get a kiss?
Not Alpharad as a lie, but also Alpharad's clip channel, fitting in with the growing trend of YouTubers' separate channels for
Transformative
bite-sized
commentary.
content. This channel also started as a bonus content channel for random short videos, but changed to be video highlights around September of 2020. If you have a spare 30 seconds
No
or 30
comment.
hours, check this one out. Ace of Hearts is a band Jacob started with Luke Wheeler, longtime friend and musical collaborator.
We have to
Dude,
go
that's low-key
to
wild.
the Science Museum.
Where?
The Science Museum.
Where?
Hubba
The
hubba.
Science Museum.
Science.
Oh,
They debuted in April 2020 and have since released 2 EPs, Monophobia
Hit
and
'em with the
Scorpion Queen,
side eye.
and an album, Frozen in Time, with more confirmed to be on the way. My personal
Okay,
favourite song is
maybe the
Deadbeat
One Piece
Boulevard,
is
but I
real.
recommend checking out the whole discography if you can. It would be foolish for you not to.
Leave a comment telling me what you ate today.
Friends Without Benefits is a Let's Play channel started on May 17th, 2016 by Ouija the God, Deezus, Major Duncan, Dada's Heck, and, of course,
Is this a live
Alpharad.
video?
Jacob left the channel in 2018 amicably, and he still remains close friends with all the members,
Yes.
which is more than can be said for other famous Let's Play channel departures. Bubblegum KK is a video on Not Alpharad of Adriana
This reminds me
Figueroa
of
singing
Mr.
the
Beast.
titular song in a recording booth during the production of, presumably, Your Name by Ace of Hearts.
Yo,
which
this
he
one's
features
for the
on.
guys.
The video is also the most viewed video across all Alpharad channels, standing at over 20 million views. This
No
15-second
flesh
video
shall be
stands above the
spared.
entire Best of
Matthew
Alpharad
chapter
playlist,
24,
bringing
verse
heavily
22.
into question the taste of Jacob's audience. Can't lie though, it is pretty catchy. The Not series is one of Jacob's
Riztacular.
most famous series, in which he covered games which ripped off or bore striking similarity to bigger current games, including Overwatch, Among Us, and
Okay.
Honey Pop. The Holy Trinity. Although it has only seen one new entry in the past 2 years and is
My
very much
hungry ass
dormant,
could
it is a
not.
beloved one for many fans. But look, I get it. You're tired of this entry. You're tired of everything being related to this entry.
Hubba hubba.
So let's move on. Forward Aerial is a long-running joke in the Alpharad community based on Mario's Fair from Smash 4. The joke originated in
Bro's
Beginner's Guide
wrong
to
for
Mario
that one.
and has been run into the ground, under the ground, and into hell where it belongs ever since. Jacob has expressed fatigue with the joke in recent years, and I agree, after such a long-running
just
bit,
failed my
it's
try
definitely
not to
time to
laugh
move forward.
challenge.
Aerial. I had to.
My
How to Play
timbers
101 was
shivered.
one of the first notable series on Alpharad's channel. As the name suggests, these were video guides on characters in Smash 4, with other games making
This
an
has
appearance
Vine
later on,
energy.
such as Minecraft, Splatoon, and his cat. These gave Jacob a big boost early in his career, and are an integral part of the channel's story. Now if only he
feeling
could
a
figure
light
out how to
7
play
here.
the rest of Super Mario Galaxy. A man can dream.
They should retire
Replay
after
Hut
this.
was a series on the Alpharad channel during Smash 4 where his fans would submit clips to be featured of them doing impressive
Can't
stunts.
show this one to
These were
Mom.
uncommentated and just featured clips with the names of the players, but it is nonetheless one of the best known and most well remembered
Guys,
series of
we
Jacob's
can all
history,
agree that
despite its
abstinence
relatively short
rules,
lifespan.
right?
A Story for Glory, another of Jacob's earliest and best known series, featured commentary over matches
Don't
of
talk
For
to
Glory
me
and
until
Smash
I've
4.
had my morning
Watching
coffee.
back, it's interesting to see the evolution of his delivery and commentating ability over time.
Oh, thought
is
I would
literally
do
my
something
weakness.
except kill myself.
This stage is yellow. What the fuck is yellow?
This is
Not to say
something
it wasn't
only
a
my
good start.
fellow girlies
This
will
series
get.
is definitely an icon as a part of the Alpharad history, but I must say, 7 years on,
True.
there's exponential improvement. Shine Get is a song by Aethernaut which used to be Alpharad's outro music until February of 2021, when it was changed to Persona
Caught
5's
4K.
Sweat My Bones, and later an original track by Garrett Williamson. This is a really fun piece of music and I recommend you check it out and show the artist some love.
I'm
And speaking of
ReactBot.
endings, that brings us to the end of this tier of the iceberg.
That makes sense.
Alpharad is Jacob's TikTok account that he started
Chat
around
detected.
October of 2021. He posted a few videos, including a Charlie Puth parody
What if there was a song like Ba-dum Dum Dum?
and a Danny Phantom cosplay thirst trap of all things. Like a TikTok though, it didn't last
My
long and has
commentary
been dormant
makes
since
this
the 30th of
transformative.
October 2021, as of when I'm recording this. How Did We Get
moment.
Here? The Audio Road Trip with No Breaks is a podcast hosted by Jacob and his longtime friend and fellow Smash player, Coney,
Classic.
aka Zach Zeeks. The episodes consist of tangential conversations ranging anywhere from the united affairs of eugenics and Mickey Mouse to the paradoxical zenith of my stepbro's quantum
Leviticus chapter
superposition.
18,
Always
verse
ending up with
7.
the titular
You
question,
shall not
how did
uncover
we
the
get here?
nakedness of your
After
father,
which they tried to
which is
recap the
nakedness
topics
of
which
your
got them
mother.
from the title
She
to
is
the
your
current
mother.
conversation.
You shall not
Give it a
uncover
look
her
if it sounds like your
nakedness.
thing, but strap in. No breaks means no breaks.
No way, bro.
Deanna
it's real.
Gowland is a singer-songwriter and host of the YouTube channel Birdies, in which she discusses and reviews birds. In the context of this iceberg, though, she's Jacob's close friend, former roommate,
Literally
and
obsessed
producer,
with her
helping
hair.
organise many of Alpharad's recent larger projects, such as the live shows and IRL shoots. Her content and music is absolutely
Now,
worth a
this
look
is
on
a
its own
Libra
merit, though.
moment.
I personally recommend Make a Sound as a first listen for her music. But for now, let's take flight from here to the next entry.
Like this if you're watching in 2025.
Partycast was one of Jacob's first series to find its home on Alpharad Plus. The show had a simple premise, with Jacob, Blue7, and Joe inviting a guest on to play a 20-round game of Mario Party and answer some questions, with regular intervals delivered by Play on Sunday to keep audio listeners up to date. The series was short-lived, but featured some very cool guests, including Tearzu, Nicholas Cantu, better known nowadays as Junkie Janker, and Sky Bennett, voice of Pyra and Mithra in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Frasier is one of Jacob's cats, a grey flat-faced cat which Jacob owned for many years. He is named after the sitcom of the same name, and features most notably in How to Play with Frasier 101, one of the series' final entries before its return for Smash Ultimate. He's a good boy, and according to Jacob, he loves a stray cat Jacob and his friends so much, they adopted her and named her Taylor. 10 out of 10? Best boy. World of Light One Punch Mark is an episode of Alpharad's World of Light series uploaded on December 19th, 2018. It is also the most viewed video on Alpharad's channel, amassing over 13 million views, likely because of the thumbnail depicting one of the hardest spirits in the game, Dr. Wily, being seemingly killed with a single blow. While this was not the way it was defeated in the video, instead a close game with Jacob playing as Donkey Kong, it clearly served its purpose to rise enough to the #1 spot. Sonic Forces Plus Ultra is a long play of the entire campaign of Sonic Forces, hosted by Jacob, Joe, and guest and resident Sonic fan Keely Clove on the Alpharad Deluxe channel. This, similar to the previous entry, is the most viewed video on Alpharad Deluxe, clocking in at just under 2 million views as of scripting this. The video was likely inspired by a controversy around the time of its release, where Ouija the God, a close friend of Jacob, completed the whole game in under 3 hours and was therefore able to get a refund on Steam for his purchase.
Guys, we can all
This was not a longer impactful controversy, however, and clearly inspired a very popular way to spend 2.5 hours. Hard DK, as the name suggests, is a Donkey Kong amiibo trained by Alpharad to become unreasonably strong. He made his debut in Hard DK amiibo and has since gone on to defeat even top players with his raw $15 power.
I think I've seen this
Hard
before.
DK is also a recurring CPU opponent in Jacob's Mario Party videos, but I feel the name much more belongs to the toy that toppled Titans. Bow before him, or you're next. The Denim Dino was a nickname Jacob carried when playing Fall Guys on his main channel. This came from the combination of the T-Rex head and jeans his Fall Guy wore to many a crown, and even a victory in Alpharad's Fall Guys tournament.
And be sure to like and subscribe.
And Play on Sunday, or Minecraft Matthew as he went by at the time. Ellie Drum, known on Twitch as Egg, is a friend of Jacob's and former co-host of Alpharad Plus. She first appeared in Chili's Diner Girl and was much beloved by fans.
9/11.
Her most notable series she featured in was the Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz playthrough, but she was present for many. Her brother Josh, also known as Shythed, also featured in Alpharad Plus series such as the Melee Netplay videos, as well as being mentioned in conversation many times, often as
I'm feeling really ugly today. Can someone in the comments give me a little
more
boost?
Commonly known, is a pro Smash Bros player
My
and former
pronouns
co-host
are
and editor of Alpharad Plus,
ReactBot.
appearing in a few videos on mic, but mostly as a white Comic Sans with a red
This feels
glove.
like liberal
When he was first
propaganda.
introduced, it was a common theory in the Alpharad Plus fanbase that he wasn't real, and was in fact just a bit created by Jacob and Joe, until his eventual reveal. Though,
I
to this
heckin'
day,
love
there are still
science.
persistent Tyler deniers. Nova One Duke is an artist Jacob has worked with for many years, primarily creating many of the pieces of art for thumbnails and channel
Can they
branding,
say that?
a few examples of which you can see on screen now. Nova has also made a few on-mic appearances in Jacob's content, most notably in his Artist vs. YouTuber Drawing Challenge videos. He consistently puts out great work and captures Jacob's creative vision very well. Clickbait was a series on the Alpharad channel between October 2016 and December 2017, in which he would take comment prompts and create, as the name suggests, clickbaity exaggerated thumbnails based off of them. A recurring character in the series was Kate Upton, who provided an easy source of an old classic of clickbait, boobs in the thumbnail. There were also guest appearances from Ouija the God, Esam, Lythero, and Omni. I always really enjoyed these videos when they came out, and look back on the series very fondly. No, not because of that. Get your mind out.
I can't react until I've had my coffee.
CPU CS, or the CPU Championship Series, was a long-running series in which Jacob and his friends would cast a tournament bracket of level 9 CPU fighters in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The series would quickly rise in popularity and develop its own characters, lore, and eventually even its own subreddit, r/CPUCS. Characters included Vincent, Naomi, Toy Convict, Skillshare Kirby, and even Major Duncan himself, just to name a few. This, again, was always a series I looked forward to, and one I know many Alpharad fans look back on fondly.
That sounded a lot better in my head.
It's also the reason many can never look at Art Academy or Nintendo Labo the same way again. The semicolon became a
Certified
symbol
banger.
of Alpharad Plus fandom around late 2019, not because of its existing symbolism, but rather due to its misuse in the
Womp
title
womp.
of Minecraft The Way Home, a level Jacob and Joe created a long-running joke around in their Super Mario Maker 2 Endless Easy series.
I
Though the
can't
joke was
even.
retired around the rebrand to Alpharad Deluxe, like a semicolon allows a sentence to continue, so did the channel
Aw,
even
that's
after
cute.
it was all over. Dating Start is a song from Undertale played during, as the name suggests, the dating portion of the plot. Alpharad fans,
Why,
however,
I
will know
oughta.
this is Jacob's ad read music, as it plays in almost every ad read unless there are legal restrictions or the read is done live.
Hast thou heard of
Bruh
Raid
moment.
Shadow Legends?
It has got to the point where in videos such as Elite Smash Sans, the song is used out of this context and threw many commenters off. I think it's a great song for the
Proverbs
purpose he
chapter
uses it,
21
and even changes
verse
to a different
19.
one,
It
it'd
is
end up
better
really
to live in a desert land
dating
than with a quarrelsome
all the
and
other
fretful
ads.
woman.
No? Okay, fine. Let's move. In recent years, Jacob has been hosting
Not
live
really that
in-person
impressive.
events with ticketed audiences and guesting creators, such as CJR, Family Jewels, Adriana Figueroa, and of course many more.
Omega lol.
This has come with a shift in Jacob's content away from purely gaming and are always a good time. Be it unrehearsed renditions of Shakespeare plays, dramatic
old one
readings
was
of
better.
copypastas, or a cup pong tournament bracket, these are always a great time and I can't wait for
Nodders.
more in the future. As of writing this, his latest, Mr. and Ms. Multiverse, a
It's
pageant
giving
hosted in
child
collaboration with
divorce.
Amaranth, was recently cancelled. So, guess that's the end of this entry. Moving on.
I can smell this video.
I Played Blank So You Don't Have To is a newer series on Alpharad's channel in which Jacob plays
Zooey
infamous
mama.
video games in full to save others from the pain of doing so. So far, these games have been Balan Wonderworld, Jump Force, and the ever-infamous Sonic
Yup.
Boom Rise of Lyric. Being infamously bad, these games provided Jacob and his friends plenty to riff off of. He's also done a movie
guys
version,
are
I
all
Watched
my
Space Jam 2
friends.
So You Don't Have To, meaning the series' future may not be limited to just games. The latest entry as of writing, Splatoon 3, deviated from the formula of the game
Instant
being
karma.
bad, instead just serving as a catchy title for a Supercut playthrough. There have been talks for more in the future, such as
Holy
Sonic and the
crap,
Dark Brotherhood,
Lois.
and I really do hope we see more, because as a fan of gaming channels, there's nothing I love more than not playing a game.
Damn,
Normie
Daniel.
Girl was the name of Jacob's avatar in his Pokémon Sword playthrough, a blinding white protagonist named in honor of the many memes going around about Gloria, the Sword and Shield female protagonist, around
Now
the time of
that
the
was
game's
an
release.
epic gamer moment.
She would not be forgotten in this series, though, as she would later become one of the 3 plushies released on Jacob's merch store, along with Jacob himself and CPUCS's
what the
Vincent,
scallop?
fulfilling your deepest punting needs for a very reasonable price.
Stonks.
Steam Cleaning was a series in which Jacob would go through his bloated Steam library and try a selection of games each episode. Games featured included The
This
Binding
video
of Isaac,
gave me a
Demon Girls, and
migraine.
even the much beloved Celeste, along with plenty others. The series made its return in May 2020, which was, as of writing this, its final
What a
episode.
bozo.
These were always a fun way to see Jacob explore a new variety of experiences, but as he moves away from
This
pure
is
gaming
why I
content,
love
it makes sense
America.
that this would probably no longer fit. Besides, if you still need steamy content, you can always watch the Honeypot speedrun video. Absol is Jacob's favourite Pokemon, notably because it has a monochrome colour palette according to the man himself. This has led to occasional furry accusations, but these have all been
I'm
discredited by
ReactBot.
Jacob as he just finds them irritating, as Absol isn't even anthropomorphic. Other favourite Pokemon include Espurr, who happens to be my favourite,
is
and
literally
Vaporeon,
me?
who as we all know, in terms of male and female breeding, is the J-Ribbon
ain't it,
Productions
Chief.
is a channel created by a much younger Jacob where he would basically just mess around with his friends and do simple sketches. Interestingly,
won't like
a much
this
younger
one.
Major Duncan can be seen in a few of these, among Jacob's other childhood friends, really highlighting just how long their
This
friendship
is so
has existed.
Gen Z pilled.
While it offers little more today than your average 12-year-old's first attempt at content, it serves as an interesting piece of history and demonstrates just
If
how
you
far Jacob has
criticize
come.
me, I'll come
Never
straight
give
to
up,
your
kid.
home.
Maybe one day you too will be able to speedrun Disneyland,
Bro,
give
low-key
yourself double
cooking.
carpal tunnel, and have friends tweet Vaporeon smut from your phone. Dream big. Genre Gambling was the former
They
handle
should
of what
be
is
in
now the Ace of
jail.
Hearts Twitter account, and was simply Jacob's alt Twitter, where he would post creative updates to a
This
smaller
really
audience.
shows how
Nowadays,
oppressed
however,
gamers are.
this handle belongs to a private Twitter, seemingly owned by Jacob, following and followed by
Username
only
checks
2
out.
accounts, and pointing anyone who finds it to instead go to @Ace of Hearts instead. The meaning of the name is unknown.
looking like
I
an
personally
iPad
believe it
kid.
refers to Jacob wishing to try more styles of content, which he eventually did. However, this is a private account, so I digress.
Bro really
Let's move
said,
on. TSK, or the Shadow Kings, was a fake Smash clan started by Jacob and some of his friends, in which they would pretend to be edgy
I'm on
kids
the
and try to
weird
start
side
beef with
of
bigger Smash
YouTube.
players. The scheme was fully outlined in a video Jacob himself made disclosing it all. They got away with it all undetected quite impressively.
well said.
Long live Chaotix, your edgy teen spirit lives on in us all. Dr. Bustdown was the name of a Hitmontop Jacob obtained during his Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire randomizer
Shut up
he did
and
with Jaden
witness
Animations
me.
for Thankmas. He became an unofficial mascot of the team and was heavily favoured by Jacob throughout the stream.
I am going to cry on stream if Dr. Bustdown
Your
gets
Honor,
given
I
away.
plead the fifth.
However, disaster struck when he was randomly selected for release around the 3.5-hour mark. Though gone,
check,
his
please.
protege King Buster the Slow King arrived later in the stream to avenge the Doctor's memory, before dying himself, that is.
Bombastic side.
Call the Vileplume was used in Jacob's Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu playthrough and, like Dr. Bustdown, served as an unofficial mascot for the team, even defeating Red and the Vileplume Master Trainer, solidifying himself as the strongest Vileplume in the land, leaving his fellow Vilepile members,
Username
Blimey and
checks
Slimy, thoroughly in the dust, striking fear into the hearts of trainers throughout Kanto. Barbu is the name of a Hoppip that Jacob, or rather Jacob's chat, obtained
do
during
my
his
own
Twitch-based
research.
Pokemon Crystal streams. The catch was initially mostly pointless, but a cult-like following gathered
Chat,
around this
can we
little
skip
pink
this
Pokemon
part?
much like Bird Jesus before it. In any appearance Hoppip or its evolutions have made since, Barbu is always the name assigned.
Heckin' Jonker.
Manic2969 was a dummy Discord account Jacob created for the video Getting Every Character into Elite Smash. It was created in the hopes that people would message it after playing
giving
Jacob, and this
Riz.
could be used for side content in the video. Much to Jacob's disappointment though, nobody did.
This'll get me demonetized.
Bald Podcast is a recurring joke on Alpharad Deluxe started by Altrive. The joke usually comes to light,
Jelk
understandably,
Maxi.
when a character with no hair is on screen. It is also part of a further running joke that Alpharad Deluxe episodes follow a flowchart, with similar recurring topics such as their mutual friend
That's
Josh and his
wild.
penchant for complaining. Though Jacob has expressed fatigue with the Bald Podcast joke over his
Ain't no
run,
way.
he is still known to engage on occasion. PleaseBuyMyMerch.com is the URL of Alpharad's merch store.
Consider that team
This site hosts
spill.
all official Alpharad merch releases, like clothes, plushies, and various accessories. Ace of Hearts merch and physical music can be bought from here too, under its own section.
Only true
In case it
fans
wasn't
will like
abundantly
and
clear,
share
this is a website I spend a little too much money on. DumbStupidShirts.com was the URL
Is
of
this
the
a
former
Live Leak
Alpharad Plus
video?
merch store. This hosted several designs based off the running jokes on the channel at the time, and was,
I'll have
according
what
to Jacob and
she's
Joe,
having.
priced at the minimum amount possible for the service it was hosted on, as not to overcharge for joke clothing. Again, it has since been taken down, which makes
Bro
sense
has
following the
no
rebrand to
shit.
Deluxe, but for a time it was the central hub for all things t-shirt with the word Plussy on them. Opening the DMs
It's
was a
giving
series Jacob
Sigma.
did a few years ago with Major Duncan, in which they did just that, open their DMs for fans to message in and make their best attempts at comedy. They had a
Now,
separate
this
Twitter for
is a
this, at
Libra
opening
moment.
the DMs, but it has been inactive since about 2019. Side note, I, being a comedy genius, sent this to the
Only
account
90s
and was
kids can
shockingly
relate.
not featured. They probably just forgot to put the clip in. I
That
get it.
really rustles my
Fine,
jimmies.
honestly. It's fine, it's okay. In 2019, Smashcom was paid a visit by a mysterious man in a Spider-Man
Let him
costume.
cook.
He wandered the floor taking pictures with attendants until it was time for the Smashies. When Wizrobe was
Literally
awarded the best
obsessed
pop-off,
with their
this
hair.
enigmatic Spider-Man stormed on stage in protest, grabbing the mic and finally
She
revealing
thinks
his
she's a
identity
Carrie,
as
but
none
she's
other
really
than
a
Alpharad,
Miranda.
proclaiming that he and Joe Sniffy's pop-off following a loss after
Whoever
a double
made
NES
this
Infinite
video
was far more
definitely
deserving of the
voted
title.
for Trump.
However, rules are rules, and though not taking the award, he certainly stole the show with the
Bet.
big reveal, and fit the part great. No Way Home 2, anyone? Throughout the Smash Bros. 4 DLC and Smash Bros. Ultimate rollout, Jacob often found himself striking very lucky with both his
What did I
predictions and
walk
hopes for
into?
characters to appear. Characters Jacob hoped for, which at the time he believed were unrealistic, included Pyra and Mithra, Joker,
Heckin'
and the
Jonker.
ever-infamous Bayonetta. Beyond wishes, though, when making predictions, Jacob successfully predicted characters from Ridley to Sora to
Not
even
me,
Minecraft Steve,
vibing with the
leading to this
Riz.
now incredibly well-aged thumbnail. Throughout all these wins, though, he still never saw Lynn promoted from an assist trophy. Maybe next game, Jacob.
Only
Maybe
gamers will
next
get that.
Alex the Nine is a mastermind, an artist among men, the undisputed king of children who make Super Mario Maker 2 levels. Alex is the creator of
Yeah,
the aforementioned
I'm not
Minecraft The
touching
Way
that
Home,
one.
but has many other masterpieces to his name, many of which would be played on Alpharad Plus.
This is my
A now deleted
reacting
tweet
face.
suggested collaboration between Alex and Alpharad Plus may have been planned, but never came to fruition, so Alex continues to live on in godlike mystery. Never stop
What
building
year
those
is
trains,
it?
Alex. Lil Ness X is the tag used by Jacob throughout the series of getting every character into Elite Smash, which took place on Alpharad Deluxe.
Really
The name
makes
likely
you
owes
think,
its origin
huh?
to the infamy Ness lives in on that channel, but Lil Nas X ties are mostly unexplained. I've been trying to think of
Sorry,
a Call
I
Me By
zoned
Your
out.
Name joke for a while now, like Jacob wanted to call himself by Lil Nas X's name, sort of thing.
Yeah, speak your truth.
I give up. You get it. Let's continue. Wrong Way Joe was a comment that would begin to appear on many of Alpharad's Mario Maker 2 levels
Now,
while
this
Alpharad
is
Deluxe were playing
content.
through them, with Joe holding the controller. These would, as it suggests, be placed along incorrect paths to guide Joe through Jacob's many
What, the
labyrinths.
Grimace Shake?
The stranger thing, though, is during their Endless Easy series, they would begin seeing wrong way Joe comments on random levels they came across, really showing the reach they had and the commitment of the fan base. Lately, Mario Maker 2 is a much less frequent feature on the channel, but if it ever returns, you know the fans will be there to show the way. Banana Soul is a joke from Alpharad Plus originated by Ellie.
The
joke came about during their Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz playthrough, in which drunken Ellie reacts to the boss of the level dying and having bananas leave his body by saying, he's got a banana soul.
And those who don't,
in a later
don't.
episode, she would even detail the process of obtaining a banana soul.
Chat, can we get
The
their
spelling
social
of soul in
security
this
number?
title is not a typo, and it comes from combining soul with Ellie's nickname, L.E. Now that's bananas.
So there's that.
No, that's bananas. Alpharad has made some music videos for Ace of Hearts, starting with the Silver
Bro
Lining
just
lyric
lost the
video where he wrote out the
contest.
whole song in sticky notes and placed them on screen in time with the song. Much more
That's
notably,
rough, buddy.
the entire Frozen in Time album had an accompanying music video short film, following Jacob's character Ace's journey through love, change, and emotion.
What
I
did
hope with
walk
future music
into?
endeavours we see more of these come, as they're always a great way to add further expression to the music. Ernie Gang was a collective Alpharad formed back in 2017 on VRChat. It was exactly what it sounds like, a group of
who's
people
gonna
using
tell?
avatars of Ernie from Sesame Street, after Jacob and his friends were looking around for good new avatars and stumbled upon that friendly orange face. They would go around to various servers chanting the name
Doxing
Ernie
is a
Gang,
misdemeanor
Ernie
in the
Gang,
state of
Ernie Gang,
California.
Ernie Gang, in an attempt to convert others to the ways. They certainly had their enemies, such as Firefox
Yo, bro, I'm so
1033-932. God, what a name. The owner of a VR chat bar Ernie Gang raided, but remained unstoppable. The EG logo even received
I
its own
find that
shirt in
joke
December
a
2017,
little
but this is
offensive.
currently not officially available. Megalovania, aside from
My
being the boss
dogs are
music for the
barking.
Sans fight from Undertale, was a word Jacob would often tweet while drunk. In my favourite Alpharad video, the Ness Amiibo drinking game, he attempts to do so too, but misspells it as Megalavonia, signifying just how effective the titular drinking
Credit
game was.
to whoever made this.
However, he has gone on record as saying that the habit stopped due to the fans growing expectant of the tweet,
F to pay
ruining some of the
respects.
fun of the joke. Side note on the topic of Sans, while streaming his reaction to Pokemon Challenge's reactions of his Nuzlocke,
World
people
Star.
noticed a Sans bookmark on Jacob's browser and asked him to click it. He did so, revealing it was a simulator for the final Sans fight, and proceeded to beat it for the first time
Well
live on
said.
stream. Far from a bad time, I'll say. Once upon a time, Alpharad ordered 2 tubs of mac and cheese. Not a great story, huh? Well,
This
it
big
gets
guy
worse.
eating all
It
the
would soon
little
become
guys.
clear that due to a bug with Grubhub, the order kept getting resubmitted, meaning Jacob would continue to receive multiple tubs of mac and cheese,
This
and
is
yes,
so
get
millennial
charged for
coded.
each glitched order. Eventually, he was able to get through to customer support and get this fixed, and the extra food ended up in good hands, being donated to the homeless around LA. So it all
Blink
worked out in
twice
the
if
end.
you're being
And hey,
held
he even got a
hostage.
hit tweet out of the situation, so nobody really lost. Icarus, not to be confused with the kid counterpart, is a
excuse
character
me,
from
sauce?
Greek mythology who, to summarise, made wings out of wax and feathers and flew too close to the sun, and they melted, acting as an allegory on arrogance and overconfidence.
That's so funny.
How this relates to Alpharad is his repeated reference to an Icarus complex he has, mostly through the Alpharad Deluxe Elite Smash series.
Yup.
This
It's
came about as he
official.
often goes
I'm
for
on the
unnecessarily
weird
risky
side of
plays which can
YouTube.
cost him an otherwise comfortable victory. He even got called out on this by Trolley
my
Problem the
downvote.
Game of all sources, so maybe there's some spiritual tie there. Or maybe, just maybe, Alpharad was Pit all along?
500
Alpharad can't
IQ.
read, you heard it here first, folks! Someone call game theory! Dash's antiperspirant joke refers to the following clip of
alrighty then.
Altrive on an episode of Mario Party Superstars on Alpharad Deluxe.
Nope, I got antiperspirant. You're coping. I don't sweat.
Since his
human
club's
body
debut,
has
it has become a
60,000
running
miles
joke in
of blood
Alpharad Deluxe's
vessels.
comment section
That's
to note
enough
that
to
any
circle
video's
the planet
highlight,
multiple
regardless of the
times.
game, was Dash's antiperspirant joke. I can see why, it's definitely a good joke, and not too annoying and widespread as some of the channel's past bits. Let me know what your favourite part
Couldn't
of this
be
iceberg
me.
has been so far in the comments, by the way. For the sake of the narrative, I really hope it's this entry. Sasuke Doesn't Say Swears was a joke that came about
Thank
back in the
you.
Alpharad
Very
Plus
cool.
days, originally coming from a video titled Sasuke Doesn't Say. However, as the joke continued and
Obsessed
eventually
with
became
these
its own
vibes.
piece of merch, the limitations of Sasuke's vocabulary was changed to be less risque.
The old one was better.
I'm sure he doesn't say either, but selling a shirt with slurs written on it can't be too easy. Unfortunately, the shirt was eventually taken down for copyright violation
This
and
is
has since
peak.
been lost to time. Ace refers
I
to Jacob's
love
Spotify
fluffer pupper
profile, not to be
doggos.
confused with the Ace of Hearts page. This profile consists of a few playlists of music Jacob likes, and
Ate
you can
and
also
left
see
no
the artists he
crumbs.
follows, including, of course, Ace of Hearts. Self-love, I respect it.
Look at all these
He notably
confident
has a playlist
Leos.
called tour setlist 2 missing, as of writing this.
Oh wow, that's
which alludes
really
to a plan
interesting.
Jacob has mentioned occasionally of touring his music, and seemingly he plans to wait until new ones are released, or
White
debut
people
them
be
live.
like,
I know if he ever does tour and comes across the Atlantic, I am stacking up tickets first chance I get. While
don't
on
know
this
about
note,
that.
the title can also refer to the fact that Jacob has repeatedly, mostly on How Did We Get Here, referred to himself as being on the asexual, aromantic, grey ace spectrum,
stinky.
but I'll leave that there as not to delve too deep personally. LGBTQ rights, by the way. Love is love. Gunyu Fighter is a
God
game
is
Jacob
alive
and Joe
and will
stumbled
cleanse
upon in the
this
video
world
of them
of sin.
setting up their PS5. It's a tough one to describe,
This
really.
is my
It has
13th
Roblox-like graphics, you run around collecting coins, and it's the pinnacle of entertainment on the PlayStation 5. There have been multiple
The old one
documented
was
interactions between Alpharad and Gunyu Fighter since, namely on Twitter, but no further content has
Hashtag
been made
not
on the
all
game.
men.
After all, you can't recapture that magic. If you're one of the 4 people who own a PS5, I'd
a
give
man
it a
of
shot,
culture,
either to
I
have your
see.
life changed or to remind yourself that anyone truly can make a video game.
The old one was
In the
better.
music video for Ninja Sex Party's Dinosaur Laser Fight Level Up, try saying
Only
those words to your
gamers
grandma,
will get that.
Jacob is seen as an extra in several scenes. Jacob has worked with Game Grumps several times recently, with the Cup Pong tournament
this
being
if you're
supported by
watching
Real
in
Good Touring,
2025.
and having Aaron as a featured creator, along with Aaron being invited to
They got
several
that
of Jacob's
dog
gaming
in 'em.
tournaments recently. This is a smaller one, but I'll be honest, as a kid who loved NSP music at 12 and who loves
I'm
Alpharad content
reacting
at
so
20,
hard right
I just
now.
thought it was neat. Queen of Everything, track 7 of Ace of Hearts' Frozen in Time, was actually uploaded in its original form all the
I
way
hate
back
to
in
bring gender
2015,
into this,
6
but
years
women
before the
deserve
album's
to be
release,
respected.
on a channel simply called Jacob Raven
Man,
the
that's
Fourth.
wild, bro.
Obviously, it's in a much less produced state, and Jacob's singing voice is less developed.
Bro, let the
but it is
intrusive
nonetheless
thoughts win.
the same song.
Welcome to Crazy Town.
Fans have been aware of this
Population,
upload
this
before
video.
Frozen in Time, so it was nice to see it revitalized and officially released as a great part of a great album. Just shows that no matter how old a piece
I
of
just
work,
want to say to the
never
haters,
give up if the
stay
passion
mad
is
and
there.
stay broke.
Plussyfan9 was, as the name implies, a notable figure in the Alpharad Plus fandom,
Their
sporting a
vibe?
green Donkey Kong
Checked.
profile picture and a love for all things Alpharad Plus. However, around the same time of the channel's rebrand,
Bro, I
PF9
did
would
not
change the name to
expect that.
Stutterbox and try and distance themselves from the old persona, and has since deactivated their Twitter account altogether. I wish them well in whatever they do.
Yup,
Another bonus
it's
fact,
official.
the rise of Plussy
I'm
fan
on the
accounts
weird
inspired
side
me
of
to make my
YouTube.
own, named Plussy Slayer with a blue Banjo-Kazooie profile picture which I have lost access to,
Ooh,
and
right
I
in the
cannot find for
childhood.
the life of me, but if I do, here's a screenshot. I have no shame, I'm writing a 1,000-word long script about a funny internet man right now.
He's
Are you
right
fucking
behind me,
surprised?
isn't he?
Plussy semicolon square root of Christ is the name of a Mr. Game & Watch amiibo trained by Alpharad. Sporting a
dedicate
teal
this
color,
video
he
to
appears
the
in several
troops.
Alpharad Plus videos against the hosts or against viewers in Smash arenas.
Nice.
Like all of Jacob's amiibo, it is a strong opponent. Watch out for his final smash or the tentacle will do things to you that will get this video demonetized, 2D or not.
Dude.
Alpharad's birth name is John, but publicly he always goes by Jacob, his middle name. That's all really. Good old John Alpharad.
Oh,
I have really nothing more to add. Let's keep going. August 11th, 2020 was the fateful day that Alpharad Deluxe co-host Joe Sniffy
off,
tragically
King.
died. Or so a random prophecy foretold. However, he was able to survive this day and
This
actually
video's
continues to
kind
be
of a
alive to
nothing
this
burger.
day. At least I hope. Man, this would have to suck to rewrite. However,
Wait, was
on
that
this day,
Markiplier?
his hypothetical death was honoured with a day without an upload, before returning to form the day after with a fitting
actions
follow-up,
meet
All Might
consequences.
Dies. Rest in peace, Mr. Sniffy. You are still very much alive.
if
I
you
think.
criticize me, I'll come
Alpharad
straight
Makes
to
an
your
Album
home.
is an album made by Alpharad.
To all my
But
haters.
not that one, this one.
Look how smooth my
Uploaded to
skin
YouTube,
is.
SoundCloud, and Bandcamp in May 2015. It is a collection of instrumental tracks
That's
varying in
so
style
funny.
and mood, and like Queen of Everything's original version, shows a long-running drive within Jacob to make music. This might just be me, but I see vague similarities between the track Crossing
This
in
video
E-flat
gave me
major
a migraine.
and the debut Ace of Hearts single Full For You.
Bro, not this again. You can say
Maybe
that
that's just
again.
me though. Check it out and see if it sounds like your thing.
Talk about a
Edgelito is the
giant
supposed
W.
name of Twitter account Supreme Writer PhD, the subject of the video essay writing accounts on Twitter. In the video, Jacob and his friend Todapoki find
I'm
an
gonna
attempt
feed
to
you
mess with
guys
one of the
good
accounts which
today.
replied to tweets asking for help with essays. When asked for his name after some back and forth, Edgelito
Bro,
is the
I wish
name
I could
provided,
unsee
which,
that.
as Jacob shows in this video, is seemingly still fake, despite his
I
Gmail
heckin'
display
love
name
science.
also being Edgelito. Edgelito eventually grows tired of the games, however, and ends up blocking Jacob. A sad end to a very fun little game.
I do that.
Heroin in the Sex Cave, aside from being my weekend plans, refers to a story Jacob recounted in the How Did
Really
We Get
makes
Here
you think,
episode,
huh?
The Alluring Divertisement of Scholastic Book Fairs. While at an arts camp, Jacob befriended some of the
I'm
other people
bored.
attending who would regularly smoke around him what he believed to be weed.
I don't
The
like
place
that.
they often went to smoke at this camp was a cave just off a nearby trail nicknamed the Sex Cave. Lord only knows
Relatable.
why. Toward the end of his stay, he decided to finally join in and have some good old-fashioned peer pressure. After taking a hit, the others there reveal it was not weed that he had
Bro
smoked,
straight up mogging.
but heroin. This was actually Jacob's first experience with drugs, and relievingly, his last time
To all
with
my
heroin.
haters.
Despite the
Look how
obvious
smooth
risk
my
and shock
skin
of it,
is.
it makes for a hell of a story. Scorpion Queen, the title of both a song and EP by Ace of Hearts,
What
was
the
originally
skibbity
going to be
riz
the
is
title
up
of
with
the
that
band's
guy?
debut album, as can be seen in early tweets from the Ace of Hearts Twitter.
Unironically,
The early tweets
the
also
coolest
depict
thing
several
I've ever
currently
seen in my
unreleased
life.
songs, but we will revisit that in a later entry. At the start of 2022,
This reminds me
Alpharad
of
Deluxe
Epic
did a
Meal
phase of
Time.
imitating the old style of YouTube Let's Plays, playing games such as Happy Wheels, Goat Simulator, and Slender, and making
I
sure to
give it
cut
a
the videos
2
at barely over 10
out of
minutes.
5.
To further the joke, after a few uploads, Ultrav would dramatically leave the channel and be replaced with Josh.
Eat the rich.
This was done in a video parodying Ode to John, the video uploaded by Game Grumps announcing John
Bro
John's
has no
departure and
life.
replacement with Dan. Being friends with Aaron, it's an interesting move to parody such
This
a
feels like
contentious moment
liberal
in the Game Grumps
propaganda.
history, but I'm sure there was little malice meant or offense taken. Just a little goof, no harm done. Spanx McDoodle is
that the guy
Jacob's
from
very
Fortnite?
obscure and long disused Reddit account. He used it to engage with the community on r/Alpharad TV on occasion, calling for replay hut entries,
Pussy
replying
in
to
bio.
comments, and the like. This isn't his only one, also having actually-Alpharad, which has been used more recently, but still not in over 2
Whoa,
years.
what did I just
Unlike
witness?
his Pokemon Legends Arceus Nuzlocke avatar, Jacob does not appear to be much of a Reddit boy. Brand was a temporary change to
Monty,
Jacob's
step
Twitter
on
account
me.
for Pride Month of 2021, which saw him change his whole profile's appearance to parody the rainbow capitalism approach many companies assume during June.
Can we just
The bio read,
applaud this?
"Do you love Brand? Well, for this month, we love you, regardless of sexual orientation. Please buy our product and live an awesomely gay life."
Nah,
The
that's
change
crazy.
was, of course, not permanent, but was a good bit of mocking towards commonly panned practice in corporate social media. The topic is also brought up in the podcast episode,
Doctor,
The
I
Annual
am
Iridescence of Rainbow
Pagliacci.
Capitalism. Go check it out. Re-listen to it. Become like me. Have all of this stuff memorized. Know it all.
Their vibe?
You can
Checked.
know it all. Succumb! Turtlenecked refers to one of the highlights of
feeling
Alpharad
really
Plus's
ugly
run,
today.
which took
Can
part
someone in
during
the
their
comments
playthrough of
give me a
Doki
little
Doki Literature
boost?
Club. During the episode Sayori's Turtleneck,
hot
they
take.
discuss turtleneck sweaters after Yuri is seen wearing one, and they begin to discuss r/turtleneck, which they check the top post of and find mostly pictures of Steve Jobs. At the end of this video, they come upon the infamous scene of
They went
Sayori's...
full send.
you
Never
know,
go
to which
full
Ellie
send.
exclaims, "She got turtlenecked!" ending the video on them all erupting
This
in
makes
laughter,
me so mad.
many viewers included. This moment even inspired the subreddit r/turtleneck to become almost a secondary r/Alpharad Plus. Needless
that
to say,
just
a
happened.
moment for the history books. Fire Emblem Heroes is a gacha mobile game released in 2017 by Nintendo. Like most of its
Bet.
genre, it has plenty of microtransactions that allow players to unlock skins and characters easier. And as you may
Thanks
have
for
guessed,
the gold,
Jacob
kind
is a big fan of
stranger.
the Fire Emblem series, to the degree where he has admitted on multiple occasions that he spent approximately $8,000 on this game, and was still far
What are the
from
odds?
completing it, as was his goal. Putting all the money from the Odyssey Supercut autoplaying to good use, I see. The Waffle House story from
Not
How Did We
me,
Get Here
giggling
episode,
and
The Perennial
kicking my
Inhibition
feet.
of Dr. Seuss, recounts as Jacob, Rickles, and their friend Vicky attempt to eat some Waffle House after MomoCon in Atlanta, which
I don't
sounds
know
like
about
it should be a
that.
simple task, but you wait. Stay with me here. Jacob orders Waffle House for the three of them, goes to collect it, but
Bro,
isn't
that's
allowed in
wild,
by the
man.
employees, who make several gestures for him to leave. Jacob returns and tells his friends, and Rick goes back to
Wildin'.
try, then returns with the same story. So now the three of them go back and try to get the employees' attention a third time, to which one of the employees even makes a hand-to-neck
This
cut it
is
out
my
motion.
reacting face.
Several other people come and attempt to collect their food, but leave defeated. Eventually, one person shows up and goes to the back, is let in, and then leaves again shortly afterwards. At some point up to now,
I'm
Jacob has called
watching
the
this,
police under
and
grounds
I
of theft, as they
still
have paid for
don't
the food but have
believe it.
received none. Jacob, Rick, and Vicky go around to the back and confront the employees, but to no avail.
Your Honor,
They go back to the
I
front of the
plead
building and the police
fifth.
arrive. The officer enters his breakfast base, Fort Knox, and after discussion with the employees, sits down as one of them
Can't
begins
show
preparing
this one
food
to
for
Mom.
him, specifically Jacob's order. Eventually, fully defeated, the three go to a nearby Waffle House and are able to eat.
I
Head
don't
back to
get
the
it.
hotel, passing the original location on the way. When they reach the first
This
Waffle
is
House,
slop.
though, they find it completely open for business. Packed out, and none other than Phil Eeveesu dining right there. Closing the book on
I'm
this
feeling
Twilight
really
Zone-esque
ugly
journey.
today. Can someone
Moral
in
of
the
this
comments
story,
give me a
as a
little
fan who
boost?
found Jacob during this story said, can't have shit in Atlanta, bro.
My life be like ooh,
Pivot Warrior 2 is where it all began. As stated
This
in
is
the video
getting
of the many
major
stages of
Gemini
Alpharad, this
energy.
was Jacob's first channel where he would upload stick figure fight animations. It shared a name with his original Roblox account too.
Unironically,
Naturally,
the
as this
coolest
was his
thing I've
first
ever
channel,
seen in
it
my
has
life.
become inactive since May 2013. However, it serves as a great inspiration for
Oh
those
boy,
who
oh
started
boy.
YouTube young to keep pursuing, and eventually it might work out. Can't wait for Goku vs. Broly Remake Part 2, Jacob.
This is so Capricorn coded.
Jason Earthheart is the name of a persona Jacob came up with in the episode of Alpharad
bro
plus his
thinks
Pokemon
they're
Shield
Sigma.
playthrough, Country Western Pokemon. He reportedly has 3 dogs named God, Bless, and America.
More
In a
proof
freestyle
that
song
video
Jacob came up
games
with,
lead
though,
to violence.
it appears that God is dead. But America is alive.
Looks like we got ourselves a sticky
Science Museum is,
situation.
by all definitions, a song made by what would eventually become Ace of Hearts, but at
Bro
the
is
time was
speaking
just
truth.
Alpharad and Luke Wheeler. The song details Jacob's desire to go to, you guessed it, a science museum, as well as his plans for the eventual visit. I must say, when
Obsessed
compared to
with
the
these
likes of
vibes.
Deadbeat Boulevard, it's hard to see why it didn't get the Queen of Everything treatment and make the album. I can no longer visit a
Flawless
museum
skin.
without thinking about this masterpiece. At the beginning of the podcast, How Did We Get Here advertised their Twitter handle as
No comment.
HDWGHcast. However, upon checking this, the account had been mysteriously suspended. They noticed
I'm
and
not
apparently
crying.
rectified
You
this,
are.
but soon after it would become suspended again, and a common theory for why involves
It's
none
giving
other than
zest.
Jacksepticeye. Not too long after the podcast was released, Jacksepticeye revealed his documentary and, of course, its title. That title? How
Credit to
Did We
whoever
Get
made
Here?
this.
Therefore, it is theorized that possibly some agreement prevented accounts using a similar name to be created, possibly out of fear of impersonation.
Thanks for the
However,
gold,
I
kind
reiterate that this is
stranger.
speculation, and as of writing this, the podcast still has no official Twitter account. Thank You is the title of the second,
Yes.
lesser-known one of Alpharad's early music releases, not appearing to have been posted on YouTube. Like Alpharad Makes
I'm
an
gonna
Album,
feed
this
you
is
guys
another collection
good
of
today.
instrumental tracks. It is available on Bandcamp and SoundCloud if you'd like to take a look. Super Fireball Cheesy Crumbs
I
was the
don't know
name
what
of
those
Jacob's
big
childhood
words mean.
Toontown avatar, who was a mouse. Jacob has gone on record as a Toontown fan to this day, still having an active
Bro
character in
has
Toontown
receipts.
rewritten, and apparently a pet crocodile named Good Old Gary. I've never played Toontown myself, but as a Moshi Monsters fiend in my childhood, I may have
Totes
to take a
my
look
goats.
following his endorsement. In the entries for Alpharad Makes an Album and Thank You, I mentioned that they are available on SoundCloud. If you go to Jacob's SoundCloud,
Mother is
Alpharad-1,
mothering.
though, you will find several singles along with the 2 albums. There are several works, most notably Squidstuff.mp3 and
Flawless
Kunai with Chain, but there are many more that I'd never heard of, and it's certainly an interesting piece of Alpharad's history, seeing he's
Ooh, that's
always
a
had a
Freudian
musical side to
slip.
his content creation. Neon Heights is the former name of what
If
is
you know
now
what
Ace
I
of
mean.
Hearts. The name was never used in an official release, but seen in teaser images throughout the early formation of the project.
That's what you
It's a
get.
cool name, reminding me of the image being used in his end screen. However, I much prefer the one they went with. In the same old screenshots depicting the name Neon Heights, you can also see several
Whoever
possibly
made this
unused or
video,
renamed
I
songs
hope
in the
you
track
become
list,
rich
such as
and
Final
successful.
Call, Out of My Head, and Voices. Whether these are scrapped, being saved for later projects, or just released under another name, it does
That
make you
wasn't
wonder
on
what a
my
full-length
bingo
album with
card.
the sound of the Scorpion Queen EP would have featured and sounded like. An extra note, we can see another unused name for the album was Celebrity, which
Bro
may tie to
has
the intended
receipts.
theme, but who's to say? Several old tweets from Ace of Hearts feature early demos of songs
This
which we would
just
eventually
feels
see
wrong.
released, such as Lights Off, Lighter Than Air, and Scorpion Queen.
If I feel your touch, 'cause
It's kind of mid.
don't act like there's something
Their
I wouldn't
vibe
do.
checked.
If
Naturally, these are in a much rougher state than their eventual release, but seeing them in early development
did that just
is a very
happen?
cool insight in the creative process and evolution of Ace of Hearts, a year before its debut
Bro looks
single.
like Coco Melon.
Here it is, folks. The moment you've been waiting for. The
Check your
final
privilege.
entry of this wild ride. Its name?
Nah, that's crazy.
Microwoo. This! It's this name right here is the obscurest
Not
knowledge
me
there is.
giggling and kicking my
This
feet.
is its story. When I asked in Twitch chat if Jacob was okay with this
Bro,
idea,
let the intrusive thoughts
Twitch
win.
user this name asked to be on it, and Jacob read out his message and agreed, so...
Not
here
with
it
that
is.
attitude.
Making an Alpharad Iceberg video, am I against that? No, just don't go into my personal life. I saw username Mike Woo.
Credit to whoever
said,
made
"Put me
this."
in the Iceberg. I agree.
Twitch.tv/microwave. They stream nothing.
My
Check 'em
dogs
out.
are barking. Did you know that most of my viewers aren't subscribed to me? So let's smash that sub button and ring-a-ding that bell.
Remember Facebook
Bro,
games?
how do they
you
do
know,
that?
Farmville, Mafia Wars, little pastimes to distract us from whatever we were worried about back in 2011.
I'm
I
on
played
that
my fair
weird
share
side
and
of
they did their
TikTok.
job, but one in particular really struck a chord with me. One which has
Zoink,
sadly
Scoop.
faded from many minds over time, and was never even introduced to many more. Being raised on the 5th generation of Pokemon, my brain
Lord
has
answered,
been wired to
"Bring
collect
me a
weird
heifer
little
3
guys since
years
I was
old,
around
a
9 years
she-goat
old.
3 years
But I
old,
didn't venture
a
much
ram
into
3 years
Digimon
old,
or
a
Yokai
turtle dove,
Watch or
and
the
a young
plethora
pigeon.
of other similar
Genesis
concepts.
chapter 15
Except
verse
one.
9.
My name is Saintsleep,
Bro just
and I'd like
lost
to
the
introduce
woke
you
contest.
to Miscrit's World of Creatures.
Press X to doubt.
Originally titled Miscrits of Sunfall Kingdom, this quirky little creature catcher graced Facebook around late 2011, developed by
That's
Broken
a
Bulb
5 out of
Studios,
10
a
for
small
me.
studio based out of Arizona with only one prior game to their name,
Man, it'd
2009's
always be
Ninja
like that.
Wars, a game which I have never heard of or touched. Miscrits saw you in
Mom,
all
can you
too
come pick
familiar
me up? I'm
scenario for a
scared.
Pokemon fan. You're a young, fresh explorer setting out to find, capture, evolve, and battle elemental creatures and defeat evil.
Ooh, right in the
Of the starting
childhood.
selection, I remember picking Flu, this little fire thing. Horse, dog, Pegasus?
Now
Your
that's
guess is as
some
good as
good
mine.
tea.
I took him around the town and, oh, boy did I spend some time in this town. My undeveloped little brain spent so much time just wandering around
we
and
gatekeep
looking at my
this from the
collection in the
normies?
yard instead of, you know, playing the video game. It was a small
Those who
place,
get it,
population
get
of around
it.
3.5,
And those who don't,
and
don't.
spotted your house, a store, training ground for your miscrits, and microtransactions. As a quick aside,
Really
once
makes
when I was
you
a kid
think,
with no
huh?
clue of what money was or memory of spending it, I spent over £600 on a virtual fish tank game on my
Yeah,
iPod.
I'm not touching
I
that
was soon
one.
banned from ever doing that again. Anyway, after walking in circles, I
Humpty
eventually
Dumpty.
took him up through the Miscreant forest, battling, defeating, and catching all manner of little guys. And much like Pokemon, these
This is
little
literally
guys can
my
become big
weakness.
guys. And I remember training up my Flu to maybe a Chimney or a Firebrawl, never reaching the illustrious Afterburn if memory serves.
My diaper?
That's
Full.
right, 4 whole stages of evolution. Maybe it's not a clone after all.
Give this
Deeper into
video
that
a
forest
like
I
if your
headed
parents
until
are
I
still
went
divorced.
a little too deep and encountered the plot.
Chad detected.
This is Apollo Nox, who, aside from sounding like an evil rocket ship and looking like he got kicked out of Organization 13,
What
is the first
that?
member of the Magicites you meet. They are a cult of magic folk who want to steal power from the Miscrits and keep it for themselves. Usual evil
No
team
flesh
stuff.
shall be
I
spared.
feel like this is a
Matthew,
good time to
chapter
insert an
24,
aside to
verse
say maybe it's
22.
just me, but this is one of the best looking browser games I've
Can't
ever
do that
seen.
anymore.
The art
because
is
of
all
woke.
so cool and stylized and detailed and shows a real level of care for this game. Back to the plot, I did not experience
On
much of
God,
it,
no
being
cap.
9 and dumb and only allowed to play it on my grandma's computer because I didn't have Facebook, again on account of being 9. But
Yas,
what I
queen.
did manage to claw my way to was the first elemental this game had to offer. And just look at it! This can't just be nostalgia. This thing goes hard. And with my trusty team,
That's
likely
so
now evolved
funny.
into gloriously overleveled freaks, child me felt a rush I hadn't known since staying
Giving
up past
that
my
an
bedtime
A+.
and defeating N with my DS on mute and my head under the covers. I was hooked. So hooked that I completely forgot
reminds
about
me
it
of
for a good
something.
while after this. Was it the difficulty curve? A lack of sense of direction? Or that my mum just bought Pokemon White 2 for me for being a
This
big brave
just
boy at the
be the
hospital?
harsh reality.
Who's to say? But my love affair with Miscrits suddenly went on hiatus. Sometime later, much like it did
Free
recently,
thinkers unite.
Miscrits popped back into my early teenage mind, and with my own Facebook account and computer in hand, I decided to take a trip down memory lane, a route I discovered had
Consider
recently
that
had
tea
renovations.
spilled.
Well, that or my brain had. a whole new area. Introducing the Mansion.
No way, bro.
Sporting
It's real.
miscrits the likes I had never seen. I went wild looking up how to get the rarest, learning about dark miscrits, which when you're 13 and me
Instant
is the
red
coolest
flag.
combination of words I could hear outside of Jetpack Joyride or Boob Images. Clad in black and gold, they
Yucky.
relit the fire under me to get catching these virtual monsters in my free time away from catching virtual monsters. It was also this
Talk
time
about
that I
a
discovered
giant
the online
W.
battle function, and not long after, that I was bad at the online battle function. I gave it my best shot, but often just
Lol,
found
me
myself back in the
too.
mansion, running back and forth, looking for Dark Snortus or some shit. Unfortunately, again, it wasn't to last. The obsession
That's
soon
wild.
faded, and I found myself thinking less and less about Sunfall Island as I started high school. Having less time for Facebook games and more time for
I don't get
I
this
guess.
one.
Look, we all have regrets. Let's stay focused here. Which brings us to sometime last year, and a bit of overdue
Bazinga.
foreshadowing. Where Miscrits owed its DNA to the creature collectors of the 90s and the early 2000s, the way it took form was much like that of
Bureaucracy is
Club
inherently
Penguin, Moshi
Kafkaesque.
Monsters, the like. That is to say, online
Hell
only.
yeah.
Words which shudder the spines of media preservationists everywhere. With me?
That's certainly a
continue.
choice.
In the middle of an intense session of wishing I wasn't at work, my brain sparked a memory which I'd buried a long time ago, of a game I once loved and hadn't
I
thought
just
about
failed
since
my
my voice
try
broke.
not to laugh
What
challenge.
was Miscrits up to nowadays? In all honesty, I knew.
Yeah,
I
if
know
that
what
were
happens to
me,
these things,
I would have
but
done
part of
things
me
a
hoped
little
I'd misremembered.
differently.
I searched Miscrits on Facebook and found
Let him
a few
cook.
fan groups which in recent years had become completely unrelated to the game. There was a mobile port I had hazy memories of. Maybe that
Jack,
was
can we
different
get
to the
their social
Facebook version
security
I'd
number?
been exposed to. I checked the Play Store and, as expected, found nothing. But I was no stranger
I'm
to a
feeling
website
really
hosting
ugly
CIA
today.
files,
Can
so I
someone
went
in the
straight
comments
there and
give me a little
downloaded and
boost?
installed the Android port of Miscrits and was met with expected disappointment.
This is actual
From what I
brain
can
rot.
tell, Broken Bulb Studios have been inactive since about 2014, maybe 2015, which is disgustingly almost 10 years
Bro
ago.
just lost the
So
woke
the minute I was met
contest.
with a login screen, I knew hope was lost. I tried it on an old phone since it seemed to be
Let
trying
him
to
cook.
access an old version of Google Play, but still nothing. Both the normal and Facebook login buttons just led me to a buffering wheel of disappointment. I tried
What is
BlueStacks,
that?
the Wayback Machine, even old fan sites. Nothing bit. I briefly reached
Totes
out to the
my
Lost
goats.
Media Wiki, but ended up getting nowhere. Admittedly because I got busy with life and didn't pursue it. But that's no ending to a story, is it?
If this gets
Brings us to the
10,000
very night
likes,
I'm writing
nothing
this
will
part of the
happen.
script. It's August 21st, 2023, and I've decided to
Pussy
have a
in
little look
bio.
around. This is no longer a trip down memory lane. This is a lost media hunt. Broken
this
Bulb's
if you're
website,
watching in
along with
2024.
miscrits.com, are a dead end, redirecting to something totally unrelated.
Cool video.
But the social media does exist. I checked Instagram, nothing since 2014.
Heckin'
Facebook, couldn't even
chonker.
find the page. I even found their Flickr account, a website I could not even begin to tell you the purpose of, but found nothing but seemingly
Subscribe to
traces of
join
a
the
fun office
React
environment.
family.
All that remained was Twitter, and admittedly, it was what
You're
I
a
was most
real one
optimistic
for
of.
that.
Despite being long inactive, the Broken Bulb Twitter account was following 14 people, which intriguingly included the accounts of the members
he
of the
okay?
Fantasy Footballers podcast. Andy Holloway, Mike Wright, and Jason Moore. Jason's
Nah,
account
that's the
specifically
Joker.
was his old one, listing him as president and co-founder of Broken Bulb Games. Not one to let the thread
Agree
go
to
unfollowed.
disagree.
I went over to LinkedIn and searched for Jason Moore and was quick to find our man, Andy and Mike listed right beside him.
Flawless
It was
skin.
here I found not just Jason, but all three were former members of Broken Bulb Game Studios. And there I knew what I had to do. I sent a request to connect to all three, explained the purpose of this video, and I waited.
Amazeballs.
Days turned 2 weeks. I even tried reaching out on Instagram, in the process discovering
is
you
what
can
it
book a
is.
meeting on Instagram. Why would I ever do that? For this exact reason, apparently. But
It's
still,
giving
radio
staged.
silence. And that's no end to a story either, but unfortunately, for now it's the one this story has. The fan pages, the platforms
I
that once
love
hosted
fluffer
it,
pupper
even the
doggos.
creators had moved on. Miscrits was but a faded memory, living on in the wiki and let's plays and now this
It's
very
giving
video.
Slytherin.
Game preservation is important, and with the rise of free-to-play games as a
This
service,
drama is spicy.
this story will be one that's told again. And while most won't care, some will. Someday, if not
I
now.
like this one.
If you are Jason, Mike, Andy, or anyone formerly associated with Miscrits or Broken Bulb, I'd love to talk and make a follow-up to this. But if this is the last I speak of the game, I just want to throw out a thank you for being great while it lasted. I only wish I'd spent more time playing while I could.
That's so funny.
A huge thank you goes out to the Miscrits Wiki for allowing me to fact-check myself through this, providing the majority of the images
Bro is the
I required
Michael
for this
Jordan
video, and
of
just
basketball.
generally being cool. If you played Miscrits when it was around, I'd love to hear your experiences and memories.
On God,
in the
no
comments.
cap.
Thank you for watching, and have a great day.
My skinny ass could never. I don't consider you guys my subscribers. I consider you all my friends.
For as long as I can remember, I found connections
Yeah,
and collaborations
okay.
really cool. Something about people working together, even if I'm not necessarily a huge fan of theirs, has always been very pulling to me.
What the scallop?
Images like these have always just tickled my brain in a way only a neurologist could fully explain. To the point where this is something I would look
Did you guys
into in
see
my
that?
free time, unlike those weirdos that party and have friends. I love music, and finding new and obscure music specifically. And sometime last year I decided to put these interests together. And I decided to map out every single musician I could. And now to
Bro is
present it to
wrong
all
for
of
that
you.
one.
Sit back, grab some snacks, and prepare to learn a whole lot of useless information. A few ground
More
rules
proof
before we
that
start.
video
Pause to
games
give them a
lead to
read, 'cause
violence.
I'm sure this video is going to end up long enough. Time for the big reveal.
John,
Here is
chapter
the full
11,
map.
verse 35.
My biggest question
Jesus
was where
wept.
to start, and I guess I may as well start with where the actual thing started. Lil Peep, my favourite artist and cause of a tattoo on my real actual body. Peep branches off to Gabe, Young Goth, Fallout Boy,
That's actually
Wickerface,
really
Eternal,
offensive.
Juicy J, Milcavelli, I Love McConan, Craig Zen, and of course,
Rate 5
Lil
stars
Tracy.
if you like this video.
From Milcavelli, we can also bring in Jackson D. Sylvia, Wickerface,
Talk about a
Tiger's
giant
Jaw,
L.
and Craig Zen also gives us Jaleel. The rest go on longer branches, so
Ooh,
let's
right
go
in
more
the
mainstream
feels.
via Fallout Boy. Fallout Boy gets his collaborations with Princess Nokia and 100 Gex. Princess Nokia has
Jelk
songs with Lex
maxing.
Nico, Baby Tate, and Nina Geraci, and Nina Geraci connects to Oh Boy. Back to Gex, thanks to 10,000 Gex and the Tree of Clues, we get tons
Behavior
to go
on both
Directly
sides.
to Gex, we can connect Linkin Park, Charlie XCX, 303, Danielle Hall, and 99 Jake.
Did you guys hear
and
Trump
a whole
died?
lot of ways we can go from here. I'll go with Charlie for the minute. She links to Rina Sawayama, Joel Corey, No Rome, Icona Pop, Troy
Love the
Sivan,
aesthetic.
Caroline Polachek, Christine and the Queens, and Cupcake, an amazingly varied batch. No Room also gets us the 1975.
Transformative
Joel Corey
commentary.
brings in MNEK, and Icona Pop have a song with Chitty Bang. Going on some
F
mini
to pay
branches here,
respects.
Troy Sivan gets us to Casey Musgraves and Ali X, who further gives us Mitski. Cupcake links to Cobra, and via Caroline Polachek we can go on a bit
This
of
is
a
a
specific
bop.
branch I was really proud of. Caroline Polachek links to A.G. Cook, who links to Girl,
Now
who
that's
links to
some
Henrik
good
the
tea.
Artist, and finally gets us to Pasha, an awesome Norwegian rapper who is so good and
Yeah,
I cannot recommend enough.
okay.
He is great. He also brings in Soul Gem and is a member of GOL with Kosher on, adding 2 more to our list.
Yes, speak
Stepping
your
back a little,
truth.
303 also links us to Kesha, who weirdly has a song with Iggy Pop, who even weirdlier has a song with
What the
Måneskin.
Sigma?
Researching this project has made me stumble upon so many weird collabs like this, and there's plenty
This
more
is
coming
so
to you.
sad.
Gonna step back even further to Lil Tracy and finish off a branch down there.
Can't believe he
Tracy
did
links
that.
to Brennan Savage, who has collabs with Lil Lotus and Kill Station, who then links to Hollywood Undead of all people, and HU connects to Iman
Bro,
Beck
low-key
along with
cooking.
Papa Roach. Let's go back again. You're gonna have to get used to this. This time to I Love McConan. From him we get Drake
Bro
and
is
Pussy
wrong
Riot,
for that
and
one.
Drake I added a little late for some reason, so a lot of artists you're probably expecting here will come
Wake
later
me
down
when
the
it's
line.
Virgo season.
From him, though, we do get Travis Scott, then Schoolboy Q from Travis. Schoolboy Q has a song with Far East
This
Movement,
video is
and
proof
they
that
have a
we
song
live
with
in the
Cover Drive.
Matrix.
Let's get to one of my other favorite artists. Through Danielle Hall, we can get Claro, but also the
She thinks she's a
illustrious
Carrie,
queen
but
of
she's
pop
really a
herself,
Miranda.
Carly Rae Jepsen. Carly Rae links us to MXM2
What just
and Owl
happened?
City, who then gets us Smash Mouth somehow. And Carly Rae also gets us a very helpful node on this map, the Nox. Credited producers are some of
I
the
need a
most
drink after
valuable
that.
things in this endeavor. In fact, let's go down their branch now. The Nox give us the very interesting collection of Fettiwab,
Dude,
Royal and the
what?
Serpent, Studio Killers, and Weezer. From Royal and the Serpent, we can also get Slush Puppy and Gale. Weezer gives us our next path.
Bro
connecting to
has
Fits and the
receipts.
Tantrums, and frontman Rivers Cuomo linking over to everyone's favourite flat earther, B.O.B., who is kind enough to get us Bruno Mars and Hayley Williams.
This is making me
also known as
uncomfortable.
Silk Sonic and Paramore in the process. Silk Sonic is also, of course, 50% Anderson .Paak, who also links us to Mac
Thanks.
Miller.
I hate it.
Bruno also gets us CeeLo Green and Mark Ronson, with CeeLo bringing in
so
Outkast
Michael Scott
and
coded.
Jack Black with Tenacious D part and parcel. Closing off this branch, Mark Ronson links in Amy Winehouse and Robbie Williams.
Yo, bro, I'm
Robbie
so
finishes us out with
confused.
being a member of Take That, along with Gary Barlow, and having songs with Dizzy Rascal
Leave a
and
comment
Hans
telling me
Zimmer,
what your
range
favorite part
I can
is.
only ever dream of having. Quick check-in, this is how far through we are. That's how many are left.
Subscribe to me because
Let's pick
I
up on a few more
curate
small
only the
tasks.
best
Back
stuff.
over to MXM Toon, who also gives us Lily Pichu, Sean Wasabi,
That's
Chloe
totally
Moriando,
me.
and Lovejoy, frontman by none other than Wilbur Sutt, of course. Chloe brings us to Alfie Templeman, along with Tessa Violet, who connects up with
It's
Cave
giving
Town, Lovely the
Riz.
band, and I don't know how, but they found me. One of the best and worst band names ever
Let him
conceived.
cook.
From Cave Town, we bring in Beeda Doogie, Beega Booby, Beeda Gooby, Deega Boo Boo.
Yes.
Beeba-doopy, who gets us Powerfu, then to Sister Prod, to Alec Benjamin, to Dream.
Did you know that most of my
Yeah.
viewers aren't subscribed
Dream
to me?
connects us to
So let's
PM
smash
Barter,
that
rounding out
sub
this
button
branch.
and ring-a-ding that
Let's step
bell.
way back to Ashniko, who also gives us Lady Gaga, Grimes, Kellis, and Hatsune Miku. Who else could ever?
I can't focus.
Grimes gets us
Can you
to
put on some
Poppy,
Subway
who gets songs
Surfers?
with Fever 333 and Health gets us Juju.
I want to shake this
Okay,
person's
I
hand.
scared the hose enough. Let's try and actually get some mainstream names in here. And who better than Gaga to help us? She gets us Tony Bennett, Lil
This is
Texas,
low-key
Two Dot
Bridgerton
Cinema
coded.
Club, and Elton John. And while all very useful, Elton
This
takes
makes
us to
me so
arguably
mad.
the kings of collaboration, Gorillaz. Naturally, Gorillaz also gives us Damon Albarn and therefore Blur, but that is
I'm a
far
sucker
from all.
for a cute
In
little
come Danny
doggo.
Brown, Vince Staples, Caliucci's, AJ Tracy, Popcorn, Black,
yeah,
De La
so
Soul,
that's a
Georgia,
thing.
and Beck. Thank you, Damon. I love you. From here we get a few
If
little
you know what
ones.
I
Beck
mean.
gives us Johnny, who links to Mid. De La Soul's collaboration with DJ Shadow gets us King Gizzard and the
This is
Lizard
my
Wizard.
reacting
And
face.
Georgia links in Dodie and Declan McKenna, who have songs with Tom Walker
This
and
is
Clipping,
so
respectively.
millennial humor.
We can also throw Fizz in there from Dodie, therefore getting Ola Gartland, Greta Isaac, and Martin Lou
talk
Brown
about
on
a
the phone.
twist
But we're not
ending.
done with Gorillaz branches, as Danny Brown has a song with Dad, the Nathan
Bro,
Barnett
how do they
character.
do that?
Wonders never cease. Vince Staples also takes us to Kilo Quiche and Amine. I forgot how long this branch goes, but why stop now?
Hashtag
Amine
not
gets us
all
to
men.
Slow Tie, which connects Flume and Shy Girl to Arca, to Rosalia and Bjork, and then somehow Death
What are
Grips.
the odds?
And just down the road from Death Grips, Flume also brings in Sophie, who gets us Cashmere Cat and Mo. Mo gets us to Major Lazer, who gets the Prodigy, and then
Giving that an
one of
A+.
my personal white whales, an uncredited pair of Gallagher brothers on a Prodigy song brings in Liam Gallagher, Oasis, and Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds.
Gosh.
We are not done though, as the Prodigy also links to Pendulum, getting us Stephen Wilson, who has collaborations with Biffy Clyro, King Crimson,
Gonna
and
rate
Jethro
this
Tull.
one a B minus.
Remember when I was trying to go mainstream here? Let's actually cross off some big names now. Back
As
to
an AI
Elton,
language
he also
model,
gives us
I am
RuPaul,
unable to
and
react to
more
this.
importantly, Lil Nas X. Also netting as Jack Harlow, Nas, Mason Ramsey, and
Behavior
both
on
Miley
both
and Billy
sides.
Ray Cyrus. Nas also gives us Beastie Boys, and Miley loops in Stevie Nicks and Fleetwood Mac in the process. Elton also connects to
Man,
Nick
that's
Kershaw,
wild, bro.
bringing in Kim Wilde and the human punchline, Rick Astley.
What a
Going back to fellow
bozo.
Gaga collaborator Tony Bennett, he gets us Michael Bublé, then to Shania Twain, Bryan Adams, and the Bare Naked Ladies. From that though, we have to dip back into some
can't
niche
react
names,
until
but
I've
you'll
had
find
my
plenty of
coffee.
familiar faces on the other side. Lil Texas brings us to Dorian Electra,
Their vibe?
then another
Checked.
YouTube legend, Rebecca Black, who loops in Baby No Money, naturally taking us to Young Gravy. I suppose now Baby Gravy is an official separate act,
Mother is
so we can
mothering.
add that to the counter too. Gravy takes us to Ski Mask the Slump God, and then over to
I don't
Juice
know what those
WRLD,
big
who
words
in turn
mean.
gives us Lil Tecca and Post Malone. That mainstream enough for you? Post Malone,
the
next,
what?
Young Thug, G-Eazy, Tyler Yahweh, The Weeknd, Ty Dolla $ign, and Ozzy Osbourne. Spot the odd one out there. G-Eazy takes us over to Britney Spears, to Will.i.am,
It's kinda mid.
who naturally gives us the Black Eyed Peas and Fergie. And Sway is also a member of Ray Shremmerd, who gives us a man I know you've all been waiting for,
Feeling
Lil
old yet?
Xan. And let's follow The Weeknd next, getting us more big names in Ariana Grande, Swedish House Mafia, and Daft Punk. Daft Punk takes us down to Pharrell, a member of NERD, and collaborator with Janelle Monáe, Lil Uzi Vert.
Now
and
this is
Tyler,
more like
Creator.
it.
Janelle Monáe also links us to Fun, and Tyler gets us Rex Orange County. Uzi gets us a few
that's
more
intense.
in Yeet, Muramasa, Migos, and Ian Dior. Muramasa then branches off to Pink Panther.
Did you guys hear Trump died?
Rocky, then Rocky to Skepta, to Wiley, and finally JME. Migos also gives us, of course, Quavo as well as Gucci Mane.
They
Back
hate
over to
us
Ian
because
Dior,
they hate
we
us.
get Glass Animals and 24K Golden, who goes to Florence and the Machine and Youngblood, respectively. Youngblood links to KSI, easily my
Not
least favorite
me,
pairing
nose
in the whole
exhaling.
map, being honest with you. But KSI also nets us Anne-Marie. And from her, we can bring in James Arthur, Little Mix, and Clean Bandit, who takes the branch from him.
Bazinga.
Clean Bandit goes over to Jess Glynn, then to Rudimental, Ludwig Macklemore, John Newman, and Scuba.
Those who get it,
and then gives
get
us
it.
Car Seat
And those who
Headrest,
don't,
a name I
don't.
did not expect down this branch. Macklemore closes this out by bringing in Tones and
This
I,
next
Martin
one's for the
Garrix.
fellas.
Next up, we're back to Quavo, who gives us Madonna, who gives us then the possibly
This is my
oddest
reacting
collective
face.
of 070 Shake, LMFAO, and Mike fucking Tyson?
Why would bro do that?
Surely there's no one doing it like her. LMFAO member Redfoo and Lil Jon are added on next, and Lil Jon brings in Usher. I'm
yes,
not sure
so
how to break
true.
this to you, but Redfoo then takes us to Stevie Wonder, whose only other link on here is
Subscribe to
Barbra
join the
Streisand,
React
who gets
family.
some very fun links. Barbara gets us Billy Joel,
did they
Lionel
just say what I
Richie,
think
Josh
they said?
Groban, and none other than Elvis Presley. However, it's Josh Groban that rounds us out, adding in Sarah Bareilles and Leslie Odom Jr. to the
Agree
mix.
to disagree.
And Leslie ending this branch on a bang by connecting us to Hamilton himself, Lin-Manuel Miranda.
This video
Let's
makes
keep on
my
those household
tummy
names.
hurt.
Ariana is connected up to Doja Cat and Megan Thee Stallion. Mega links
I'm
over to a
ReactBot.
powerful trio in Beyonce, Cardi B, and Dua Lipa. Dua then linking over to Calvin Harris. Calvin has his own little
Agree
branch,
to
adding
disagree.
Rehab and Lucas Graham and Timmy Trumpet, and finally Venga Boys to our chaotic
Obsessed.
little cast. Back over to another Dua connection, Sean Paul, who fetches
Bro
in
really
a
said,
variety of Simple Plan, The Saturdays, and Sia. From here we can get Zayn,
This
who
has
is, of
Vine
course,
energy.
a former member of One Direction, therefore adding on the rest of the boys, Harry, Liam, Niall, and Louie. The majority don't go anywhere, but Louie links to BB Rexa,
Rip,
who also gets
bozo.
the Florida Georgia line, and Liam connects to J Balvin, French Montana, Rita Ora, and Dixie D'Amelio. Walking it back to Sia, she also ties in Diplo, who together
Like
with
this
Labyrinth
video if
make
you're
LSD,
agree.
another one on the board. Diplo also goes to Joji, Lil
How did
Pump,
they
and
do
Cutie,
that?
who performs as Hyde nowadays. Joji is, of course, also Pink Guy, who has done music with Borgore and Guetta, aka Tara Reid. Lots of alter
Omega
egos on
lol.
this side of the graph. Joji also links in Clams Casino, who gets us Lana Del Rey and Twist. Rounding off this branch, Lil Pump gets us XXX
Pussy in
Tentacion,
bio.
Carnage, Smoke Perp, Soulja Boy, and Tory Lanez, a posse cut I would love to never see.
Oh
Still
wow,
with me?
that's really
Quick breather.
interesting.
Here's what's left. So we're making good progress. I'm saving that bottom blob for the
I
end.
need a drink
It's a
after
very
that.
interesting mix. I hope you find it so too. Let's save some big names for later and go back to Doreen Electra. They have a very unique combo.
Yes,
Anna Managuchi,
speak your truth.
Alex Glass, Lil Mariko, Searle, Cara Cara Benito, and the Village People. KKB snags us Bo N, Anna
This is a
Managuchi
bop.
tags on 8485, and Lil Mariko connects us to Johnny, who then brings in Alexis Monroe.
Chat, can
and
I get a
Justin
kiss?
B. Alice Glass gives us a bigger offshoot, being a former member of Crystal Castles, and having a collab with Alice Longyugao.
No
Two
way,
great
bro,
Alices
is
coming
real.
Together. One more Alice's. Alice Gas also ties onto Alice Longyugao as well as Lil Eli.
And they were
Sadly,
roommates.
Alice Cooper couldn't make it. But Alice Longyugao also has a song with Fraxium.
This
who then
just
ties
feels
in Gene
wrong.
Remover, and is also half of Food House, the other half being Guppy. With that area cleaned up, Baby No Money is back
My
on the block and
pronouns
has
are
plenty of branches to follow.
ReactBot.
Connor Price first up, who also links in Nick D and Akintoye. Baby No Money also nets us Gonflood, Mia
Ugh,
Gladstone,
I hate
Lil
adulting.
Mayo, Y2K, Lentra, Young Bay, Night Lovell, and D-Banks.
Does he know?
And Young Bay also brings in AWOL Nation. Gonna follow Night Lovell next, who gives us Corpse, then Omen 13, and
Elon
another
won't like
begrudging
this
addition,
one.
Machine Gun Kelly. Rap Devil over here also gives us Mod Sun, Willow, The Used, and Kid Rock, truly the pillars of
Wow,
edgy Spotify
I have
playlists.
no words.
Willow is, of course, a part of The Anxiety with Tyler Cole, And
Bro
also
has
pulls in Travis
receipts.
Barker and the other 181 blinks with him. And Goody Grace from there. Travis Barker also graces Trippy Red and
No
Kenny Hoopla
flesh
with
shall
his
be
presence,
spared.
and Trippy
Matthew,
gives us Playboy
chapter
Cardi
24,
and
verse
Scarlord
22.
with Lil Darky tacked on with Scar. Kenny leads us towards the end of the branch with a link with Nothing Nowhere, who then gives us Judge, Sad
That's
Eyes,
gonna
and
leave
Gucci
a mark.
Highwaters. Garden links onto Gucci Highwaters, and Lil Extras tied to Sad Eyes ends another branch.
Challenge
Another
accepted.
strange mini branch comes from Modson's connection with Avril Lavigne, who then gives us Lil Mama.
gonna show this to
who
my
then gives
Mima.
us none other than Drake Bell. And Bell closes this off with Miranda Cosgrove and Caravan Palace, and finally, a Caravan Palace remix of
Go
a song
off,
by
King.
Caro Emerald. Remember what I said about how helpful credited producers are? Y2K. He brings in the Kid Leroy, Black Bear, and Enrique Iglesias.
This video's
and
kind
Black
of a
Bear then
nothing
leads us to
burger.
Tiny Meat Gang and All Time Low. ATL then adds on Pale Waves and Demi Lovato. Then
This
he
is
gets
why
Sam
Blue
Smith,
Lives
and
Matter.
Sam Smith brings Naughty Boy into the fold. Naughty Boy then gives us Joe Jonas and
They
the
should
rare
retire
double
after
band
this.
member, giving us DNCE and, of course, the Jonas Brothers. Not his only link, though.
Bro
we
really
also
thinks
have
he's
William
woke.
Shatner, granting us Ben Folds and Regina Spektor. I was very proud of that one.
My flabbers
Also, DNCE
gassed it.
collabed with Rod Stewart. Okay, you've waited long enough. More big names for you. The Kid Leroy branches off to Justin
Oh,
Bieber,
alright.
then netting us Billie Eilish, Ludacris, and Luis Fonsi. These in order also give us Khalid, Tayo Cruz, and Daddy Yankee.
I don't consider you
With that
guys my
branch done, we come back
subscribers.
to Young
I
Bay,
consider you
his
all
ties to
my
Max,
friends.
Then linking us to Haley Kiyoko, Quinn92, and Sugar, who in turn nets us Psy and Sugar's little-known indie band, BTS.
I can't even.
They also bring in Halsey and Coldplay bring in Selena Gomez and Ovenbach. Who are Ovenbach? An excuse to tie in
World
Lack
Star.
of Afro, then to Professor Elemental, and finally to Mr. B the Gentleman Rhymer, another white whale of mine. Trimming off the last of this branch, Coldplay ties in the Chainsmokers
stinky.
and also 5 Seconds of Summer. We've had enough big names now, let's go back to Lentra, or for the purposes of this, CEO at business.net.
3 out of 10.
You've got links to Jungle Bobby and Shotgun Willie. Willie gives us Tracula, Lucian, Young Cracker, and MC Virgins. Those boys then bring in
she
Young
ate.
Head and Savage Gasp, and Gasper ties in Illy Tommy, Freddie Dread, Glaive, and 93 Feet of Smoke.
If you can relate to this,
Glaive brings in
congrats.
Eric
Your
DLA,
childhood
93
was
Feet ties
epic.
in Fem, and Freddie Dread finishes this bit off with collabs with Matt Watson and Kill Bill the Rapper,
Alrighty then.
who finally brings in Rob. Rolling it back to Quinn92, we then get a link to Lewis the Child, where we can find Coin, Dinmo,
I'm telling the
Black
subreddit
Caviar, and
about
Foster
this.
the People. And Dinmo, DNMO, I don't know, links in Mother and Lewis Blissett. That was a nice quick
Sus.
branch, so let's jump over to D-Bangs. From Mr. Bangs, we can get Lil Boom, and therefore younger
When?
one, Puya, and Oliver Tree. Glossing over Oliver as quick as I can, from there we can get Little Big, and then Tommy Cash. And from Tommy Cash comes Kadia and Umru. Umru then gets
Well
us
said.
645 AR and Petal Supply, and Zolita from there. Skipping back to Puya, from whom we can get
My
Ghost
dogs
Knight,
are
who then
barking.
gets us Bexy, and from there we link in Booty Loot Ovelli, Suicide Boys, and Bring Me the Horizon. Not only Bring Me
don't
the
make
Horizon,
'em like
they
they
also
used
bring
to.
in Baby Metal, Masked Wolf, Sigrid, and Ice Peak, and then Kim Dracula from there. Riding it out, BMTH also
I'm
gives
not
us
crying.
Six Impala,
You
and
are.
From there comes Underscores and Carol's Daughter. Big name time again, this time going back over to Ski
When?
Mask, who gives us DJ Scheme, and from there we get Lil Yachty and Kyle, where we find Kodak
Can't believe
Black,
he did
and
that.
Kendrick Lamar slides in right after. Kendrick brings us over to Rihanna, Taylor Swift, Baby Keem, Summer Walker,
Mommy
and
knows
SZA.
best.
And she also has her own with Lord. Since I've said her name now, Taylor takes us over to Phoebe Bridges, Brendan Urie, and Boney
Sorry,
Bear.
I wasn't paying
Brendan is,
attention.
of course, former frontman turned only member of Panic at the Disco, and also ties to
I
Benny
don't get
Blanco,
it.
where we also find Vance Joy, stockholder in the ukulele market, Six Dogs, and Marshmallow tied in.
I don't want to get
Six Dogs also
political,
gets
but
Lil
this is
Skies on
Obama coded.
Phoebe Bridges also ties on to the Killers, who bring on Katie Lang. Dipping back over
Pathetic.
to the fun
You
fact,
can do better.
one-man Tame Impala, we find Diana Ross and The Streets, who I will never understand the hype of. But
If
Mr.
you know,
Skinner does
you
get us
know.
over to Idols, Anna Calvi, and finally Noah and the Whale. Now let's go back to Rihanna, who
Catch
ties in
my
Shakira,
upvote.
Eminem, and Sir Paul McCartney, who was once a Beatle and also formerly a Wing, and who has a wife, Linda McCartney
guys see
of
that?
vegan sausage fame. He also collaborated with Michael Jackson, who I really feel like should have showed up sooner.
This is
Going back
actual
over to the
brain
spiritual
rot.
lyrical miracle area, Eminem nets us Logic and then Tech 9, The King
But
of Kansas
Doctor,
City also
I
brings
am
us Snow the Product,
Pagliacci.
and Joyner Lucas, who also gets us I Prevail. Slim Shady also nets us Nicki Minaj,
The
Pink,
Lord answered,
Akon, and
bring me
Ed
a heifer
Sheeran.
3 years
Nicki
old,
Minaj,
a
while probably
she-goat
counting
3
about
years
10
old,
people by
a ram
herself,
3 years
also
old,
brings
a
along
turtle
A$AP
dove,
Ferg
and a
and
young
Jessie
pigeon.
J.
Genesis
Ed Sheeran,
chapter
the
15
decidedly
verse
harder
9.
core rapper, has songs with Camila Cabello and 50 Cent, who furthermore adds Pop Smoke and Lil TJ.
Elon won't like this one.
Flying over to Pink brings in Lily Allen and Nate Ruiz, who I didn't know was a member of Fun, so leave me alone. Also,
Okay,
Jack Antonoff.
yeah, this
Lily
deserves
then brings
Reddit
in
gold.
Benny and Giggs, and Benny has collabs with Flo Milli and Gus Dapperton. A surprisingly versatile collaborator is Akon, who brings us Gwen Stefani, The Lonely Island, and Sway. Sway gets us The Midnight Beast, The Click Click, and Cast of Lions, a triad of special requests
That
by
really
my
rustles
lovely
my
partner,
jimmies.
Cyber. Let's round off another branch with Giggs, who leads us to a band
I don't have an
guarantee
opinion on
you're not
this.
expecting up here. Giggs links us to Titchy Strider, who then goes to N-Dubs, Dappy and Talisa in tow. Dappy then, as we all know, is
If
a
you know,
collaborator
you know.
of Brian May, who, for the uninformed, is the guitarist of fucking Queen. N-Dubs,
I'll have what she's
Queen.
having.
the full spectrum of British musical culture. Queen
Well,
also
me
nets us
too.
David Bowie and Wyclef Jean, and Bowie's link with Placebo rounds off this path. Two final little
gaslighting
branches, and
is
then
insane.
we're into the weird little finale, and I got some nice notable names to nourish your noggins. Back over to Cardi B. Over here we can tack on
Come on,
21
guys,
Savage,
let's
Maroon
upvote this
5.
on Reddit.
21 chains onto a Boogie with a Hoodie,
I
69
felt that.
and Bobby Schmurder. Maroon 5 also, of course, ties in Adam Levine, and we bring in Gym Class Heroes from
I
there.
felt that.
Now back to Ty Dolla $ign, we can then link in Kanye West and Skrillex, and from Ye we get Jay-Z.
The Scorpio
and Justin
energy is
Timberlake, formerly and
insane.
now unformally of NSYNC. JT also gets us Duran Duran, who gets us Tuve Lo, who finally
feeling a
brings
light
in
7
Marina
here.
with no diamonds to speak of. Skrillex's branch next, we've got Syra, Young Lean, and Akali, with Akali roping in Denver Curry. From here we can snag on Smino and Josiah, and from him comes Rico Nasty, and from her we get Lil Fag and
What the
PP
Sigma?
Cocaine. And Trap Bunny Bubbles gets us next Youngin, and Elijah Daniels is a member of Adam and Steve, who have collaborated with Water Parks.
Omega lol.
And with that, the big climax. From here, we enter the...
How did they do that?
Hell Spiral.
But how do we even get to the...
Content Music Hell Spiral.
Well,
Look at
remember
this
all the way
chungus.
back at the start, Lil Peep's tied to Juicy J? Well, from him, we get Katy Perry and then Snoop Dogg. Put a
I
pin in
can't
that.
react until I've had my
Snoop Dogg
coffee.
gets us D-Smoke, therefore Rare Americans, and we can also get
The
Lil
math
Dicky and Ollie
isn't
Murs.
mathing.
And Ollie Murs goes to Flow Rider and Rizzle Kicks. Now, that pin
Guys,
we put in
I
Snoop.
literally can't
Mr.
with
Dog
this.
was, as we all know, the star of epic rap battles of history, Moses vs. Santa Claus. And with ERB, the chains are off.
Skibbity, go to the
Now,
polls.
ERB have also had Watsky and Weird Al as guests, and Watsky gets us Kate
They
Nash
need to
and
touch
Holy
grass.
Child. And Al brings on Portugal the Man and Sir Chloe. Not just them, fellow ERB alumni are Rhett and Link and Dan Bull, and Dan is going to lead us from here. Dan Bull brings in 6 Seconds, who is also a collaborator with Shofu. Shofu
I can
snags us
smell
Names
this
to Battle,
video.
Peso Pete, and Random Encounters. From Random Encounters, we get to the heart of the Hell
Aw,
Spiral.
hell nah.
CG5. CG5 rivals Gorillas in usefulness for this.
This says
Linking
a
onto
lot about
Elise
society.
Lovelock, Abdul Cease, The Living Tombstone, Tubbo, Bad Boy Halo, Nola Club,
giving
Hyper Potion,
Child of
and
Divorce.
Captain Sparkles. Sparkles gets us Tryhard Ninja, The Stupendium, and Cam Steady, also known as VGRB. X Hyper
they were
Potions ties us to
roommates.
Game Chops and then VGR. TLT branches off to Christina V, Camellia, Scartoon Network, Kellen Goff, Mew, and Eurobeat
giving awesome
Brony,
sauce.
responsible for the hardest piece of Brody fan creation there may ever be. Abdul Cease actually leads us to an interesting path, taking us to
We
Salem
are the
Elise, and from there we
Dreammakers.
get to Sam Felt and Alan Walker, who really do not belong down here. Also very out of their natural habitat are
This is
Alan
low-key
Walker collaborators
Bridgerton coded.
Ava Max and Avicii gets us to Imagine Dragons and JID. Why did I put all these down here?
That is
I have no
such
idea.
a Gemini move.
Ava also links us to Tiesto, to Robin Schulz, to James Blunt, because nothing makes sense in the content music hell
What the
spiral.
skibbity riz is up
Okay,
with that
back
guy?
to content. Nearly done. Random Encounters gets us Markiplier, who then ties to Starbomb, who is Ninja Sex Party, who is
That's
Sky
gonna
Hill,
leave a
but
mark.
Sky Hill is Starbomb. Got it. NSP also ties to Tupperware Remix Party, and Starbomb is with Rachel Bloom. And finally, in conclusion, Random Encounters gets to Adriana Figueroa, who has
Now
collaborations
that's some
with
good
Family
tea.
Jewels, and of course, Ace of Hearts, who from there get us Deanna Gowland and
Now
Johnny
this is for
Manchand and
real
Paul
mult
Masters.
cheaters.
And that was a massive fucking waste of both of our time.
Bro is lying. If you like what you're seeing, go ahead and subscribe.
Super Mario is
I
a
bet Bro
series
is
famous
vaccinated.
for its attractive characters. Waluigi, Dry Bowser, Birdo. I could go on. However, I wanted to
Ooh,
look
that's a
into this
Freudian
phenomenon
slip.
and finally put my studies in psychology to good use. To use. So I gathered a list of over 150 of the Mario
Bro is
series'
looking crusty
finest
musty.
specimens and 6 of my most easily convinced friends, and ran a psychology
Gonna
experiment
show this to
not
my
only find the
Meemaw.
most smashable Mario enemy, but also answer the question of why. Why are they attractive? Why
I
did
don't
my
know
friends
about
agree
that.
to this? Why did Dad leave? All that and more in the Super Smash or Pass
Your Honor,
experiment.
I plead the fifth.
After sending out a questionnaire and atoning for my sins, I was tasked with establishing the trends and patterns that make
To
an
all
enemy
my
smashable,
haters,
beginning
look how
naturally
smooth my
with
skin is.
segregation. So I sat and worked out which of these categories each enemy falls
God is
into,
dead and we
striving
killed
to
him.
answer the generational question.
What the fuck is a Burbo?
Following some questionable decision
Kinda
making, I
Waluigi
whittled it down
coded.
to this list of materials and species, because some Mario enemies are made of metal, clouds, or fire, while some are made of flesh and blood.
Did you know that most of my
But
viewers
either way,
aren't
they
subscribed
need
to
be
me?
sorted,
So let's
and
smash
sorted they
that
were.
sub button
And if you
and
disagree with
ring-a-ding
any of
that
the
bell.
placements, please consider getting some fresh air or going for a nice walk instead. After sorting them into species, my next step was to identify the most notable feature of each entrant. Nose?
Can we gatekeep
Lips?
this from the normies?
Feet? I once again reviewed the entire list and decided what stood out most on all of our eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. I used to have
Oh wow,
potential,
that's
you know.
really interesting.
Next up, an easy one, colour. I tried not to think too much about the implications of sorting creatures into race and colour, and once
Hi,
again
I'm
went through the
ReactBot.
entire list, each time being reminded of some of the more forgettable abominations. I decided to ask my friends if they'd...
Hashtag not
Last
all
but not
men.
least, I decided to add the console of origin of each enemy, because clearly I hadn't given myself enough work. Arcade to Switch, which was the biggest hunk factory?
Ooh, right in the
You'll soon
feels.
see. And so, with several hours wasted and everything all in order, let's
That's
review
so
our results,
Michael Scott
show some
coded.
trends, and definitively answer that question. Leave a comment below with your guess before we get going. It will be hilarious seeing what comes to mind when I say sexy
Damn.
Mario enemy. Done? Let's get analysing. By the way, this is sorted by average smashes per entrant. The sample sizes are all over the place, and this does not pass
Wish
any
my
tests
Meemaw
as
were
good
still
or
alive to see
reliable.
this.
Enjoy. Let's start with species, working from the bottom
Whoa,
and up
what
to
is
the
Bro
top, which is a really
doing?
sexy way of doing it. This is also our biggest list of groups because nature is diverse and varied, and I decided using the 20Q method of categorizing just wouldn't
A
ruin
for
my
effort.
life enough, and therefore skipped it. Rounding out the bottom, we have ice and plant, an unsurprising pair to be sure, but in a series
Well, that's
without
time I'll never
Poison
get
Ivy
back.
and Jack Frost from Rise of the Guardians, it was bound to happen. Beating
Hashtag
those out by
not
just
all men.
0.11 higher average smashes is insect. Another category with not the best lineup.
Bro straight up
and hardly
mogging
what
me.
leaps to mind when you picture something to roll in the hay with. Maybe some soil or my drink in the summer.
Bro
would
is the
be better
Michael
suited for
Jordan
these
of
guys.
basketball.
Another 0.11 higher, we find mammal. You know, what we are. That being said, there are very few humanoids here, which both makes the low
I'm
score
literally
make sense,
dead.
but also makes me question why there were any smashes at all. Just short of the top 10 is rock.
7 out of 10.
Normally being rock hard in this context would be presumably a plus, but it seems our reps are no Dwayne
This is
Johnson.
slop.
If only they'd put in the work and put in the hours, maybe they'd hit 10th place. Speaking of 10th place, fire takes that spot, and while
You
I
need a
can't
high
think of a single
IQ for
hot
this
pun
one.
to save my life, it is interesting to find that third degree burns are indeed sexier than insects.
I'm gonna do
Our
my
final
own
category
thing.
below an average of 2 smashes per entrant is birds. Another animalistic
Thanks, I
category
hate it.
ranking a little too high for my liking, but I suppose when there are no chicks available, the chickens will suffice. At an
Check,
exact
please.
average of 2 smashes per enemy is... what the fuck? A category created out of necessity
Chat,
is
can I
not
get a
only are
kiss?
these impossible to define, but equally impossible to determine how one would even smash, let alone who or why. Mario isn't the Nintendo series
What is
known
this?
for its
The
sexy
United
fish, but
States of
apparently
woke?
They're just good enough to land them a comfy 7th. Barely beaten out by
I need a
Metal
drink
with a
after that.
0.06 higher average, which as long as their body's safe, I say you do whatever you want with
Shazam!
that bullet bill. And with either end. We're into the top 5 now, and we kick it off with Goomba, which I can
Is
only
that even
assume
legal?
is due to their physical resemblances. But not to be beaten.
Okay,
the
maybe the
aptly
One
bone
Piece
category
is real.
takes 4th, and all I can say is, I hope they brought lubricant. Half of these guys have dry in their name. Now usually for me, after a bone comes a ghosting, as we said here with Ghost taking 3rd place. And I gotta say, when the majority of them can't even make eye contact, colour me surprised.
Looks
Our
photoshopped.
runner-up is Reptile, which astounds me because Bowser wasn't even an option. But the top spot goes to Cloud, a perfect companion to
I
wrestling
heckin'
machines
love
with.
science.
Just don't get them mixed up with the pillows. Though admittedly there were only 3 in this category,
My jaw
so maybe
on
I
the
just made
floor.
some very attractive picks. But what, perchance, made them so attractive? Well, without a personality to speak of, it must be purely surface
God is
level
alive
shallow.
and will
Their
cleanse this world of
features.
sin.
This is actually our smallest set of variables at just 7.
Bureaucracy
Whiplash from the last
is
category for
inherently
sure, But
Kafkaesque.
it means we can take a closer look at the reasoning. So, same as before, let's start with the worst. Unsurprisingly, last
Poggers.
place goes to Spikes, despite having a whole enemy named after them, which doesn't even have spikes. They're used to rejection, they can handle it. Also, to most, an active safety hazard?
She
Not
thinks
sexy.
she's a carry, but
Despite
she's
the
really a
alarmingly high
Miranda.
placement of birds, next we find wings, which I suppose short of danger, complete
crazy, but
uselessness in the
okay.
bedroom would make it fall out of favour for most. And yes, there were
The
non-birds
gaslighting
in here,
is insane.
Mostly the para variant of the common faces, so maybe it's better if they just be themselves. 5th place goes to eyes, a feature
10 out of
often
10.
noted as attractive in people like these, I suppose. But when that's all you have to offer,
Nice.
it's hard to convert sight into smash, especially when that's literally all you have to offer. Another surprising one, just missing the
ChatGPT,
podium,
what do
we
I
find
say next?
hands, which you'd expect to be a useful tool in swaying our subjects.
Bro
When
just
your
won the
options are
woke
constantly balled
contest.
fists or the grabbiest of little mitts, as
God
Pink
is
once said,
dead and we
it's
killed
just
him.
you and your hand tonight. The bronze medal by a large margin goes to Mouth.
Omega
There's
lol.
one thing I've noticed, the art style of Mario loves giving things weirdly kissy lips.
We love to see
including an
it.
entirely kissy lips-based enemy. Even when said lips hide a huge mouth of sharp teeth,
I like
many
this
of our
one.
entrants were not scared away. I will be questioning them intensely as to why. Just scraping second is accessories. Clothes, weapons, and any sort
This
of
got me
constant in the
feeling a
design that
type
isn't a
of
body
way.
part landed them here. And apparently for the better. Just shows how far the right attire and equipment can go for you in this field.
Whoever made this
even if I'd
video
hardly
deserves
call
a
Hammer
big
Bros
ol'
outfit lingerie.
spanking.
Which brings us to our winner, which to my dismay is Tail.
I
While
hope
have a
everyone
mountain of
watching
questions
is
for
having
these
a
people,
great day.
I will elect for my sanity to not ask them. Like Wings, there were plenty of
Oh,
just
wow,
another
that's really
enemy with a
interesting.
tail in this category, and it seemed to give them bonus points. Just gotta be careful not to hit P-speed in the act. Nobody likes finishing fast.
Bro, I'm so dumb,
And so,
bro.
with my worldview permanently sainted, let's do a quick one. The colours. I'm not going to infer much here, and just try and inject some colour
It's
theory
giving
to see if there's any
staged.
correlation. Outside of the top 5 in ascending order, we find orange, grey, purple, blue, green, and brown, which, from 5 seconds of Googling, appear
My
to symbolize
flabbers
confidence,
gassed.
calm, reliable, royalty, fertility, and warmth. Maybe colour symbolism just gives anything a positive meaning, but all
Ooh,
of these
hot
seem
take.
pretty favourable. I mean, fertility? I think this study single-handedly proves colour theory as nonsense.
Bro just
I
lost
expect
the
to be
woke
published in the papers
contest.
at dawn. Let's look a bit further into the top 5, starting with red. the
Pussy
colour
and
of
bio.
Passion and energy, which I'd think would land at number 1, but clearly took it far enough. Maybe
This
it's
says a
ties to
lot about
danger held
society.
back. Fourth, we get yellow, tied to joy and optimism, which don't immediately jump to
Sir,
mind as
this is a
smashable
Wendy's.
traits, but maybe it was meant more as a friendly smash, a bro smash, if you will. The bottom of the top, number 3, is black, which appears to symbolize
Wait,
power
was that
and evil,
Markiplier?
which when I hear how these people talk about Lady Dimitrescu, yeah, that tracks.
Bro thought
It
they
also
were
symbolizes
slick.
death, though. Sorry, Spikes, I'm sure it was nothing personal. The
What did
yang
I
to its
walk
yin,
into?
White takes second, emblematic of simplicity and cleanliness, making me think less of smashing and more of Kingdom Hearts.
This is something only
Finally,
my fellow
number
girlies
1,
will
quite
get.
logically being pink. Romance. Compassion.
That wasn't on my
femininity.
bingo card.
All things that spring to mind when I think of Clampy. Well earned, Pink. This entire
This
category
video
was
is
a
giving
shattering
epic sauce.
Last but not least, a person's past can greatly impact their smashability. So where
Eat
these
the
entrants
rich.
come from, their console of origin, will round out our ranking before the big reveal of the finest specimens a franchise has to offer. A nice round 10 of them from the arcades of
Bro
the 80s
left,
to
no
present day.
crumbs.
Let's observe. Fittingly kicking us off, the arcade cabinets were not able to provide the finest options with 2 entrants and only 1 smash of a possible
What just
12.
happened?
Ruthless. A big generational jump takes us to the N64 and 9th.
This is doing
The
numbers.
revolutionary platformer unable to offer the best options. Looks like Sonic wasn't the only one with a difficult jump to 3D.
Who's gonna tell him?
Often the reject, next we find the Wii U, one of the bigger groups of the bunch, making the low average all the more devastating. I suppose the
Transformative
lack of notoriety
commentary
of NSMBU and 3D World extended to the singles in their area. Joining its underselling brother is the GameCube. Evidently,
giving
the summary
zest.
setting wasn't enough to get anyone hot under the collar enough for this group. You can also make your own squirting joke at your leisure, but
My
I shall
dogs
rise
are
above.
barking.
With a 0.01 higher average, reflecting the change in processing power in this upgrade.
My life
Next
be
up
like,
is the Wii, the
ooh,
largest
ah.
sample group of them all, with 3 games to pull from, but to what avail? Would have been different if we were doing friendly characters too, let me tell you
Is
that.
this satire?
I mean, just look at Lubba. Whew. Staying close in the timeline, we come to the DS. The
Maybe the
uniqueness of
real
first
video
entry in
was
the white
in
bread
here.
of Mario series games wasn't quite enough to hit the medals, but taking the
Bro
top
is
5
spitting
nothing to be
straight
ashamed
facts.
of. Staying portable while losing a screen gives us the Switch. When the
Scratch
whole thing
that,
is getting
reverse
inside
it.
enemies, maybe we were all just too used to it. You do encounter all of these enemies before marriage too, so maybe
This
that
is
plays
my
a factor.
fight song.
Who's to say? Jumping way back to our 3rd place spot, we get the SNES.
Yippee!
Revered then and now, though likely for very different reasons. This was the birthplace of many of the most iconic and familiar faces in the
Emotional
series,
damage.
so they've had plenty of time to establish their reputations and earn this spot. Not to go down without a fight, though, as everything post
Gonna show this to
2017
Gam Gam.
3DS lands silver, overcoming its middling quality games, likely with the power of Tails. Awful.
Videos like
But
this
it's the
are why
classic
I
that
love
takes
my
the top
country.
spot. The NES is where it all really began and gave us so many
John,
of the series
chapter
classics
11,
that it was
verse
basically a
35.
given.
Jesus
One iconic
wept.
game would have been enough, so 3 teaming with eligible bachelors was a shoo-in,
Who
impossible to
won?
rival.
Who's next?
And with
You
that,
decide.
you've waited long enough. I know you've been asking who individually was the best of the best.
I just want to
Well,
say to
I'll
the
tell you.
haters, it's not
Before
stealing.
you are the entrants
It's
who got
reacting.
1 to 4 smashes, again out of a possible 6, and I'll go into
If
more
you know,
details of
you
who
know.
managed to get the illustrious 5 and even a full 6 out of 6. Last chances to guess? Let's take a look.
Amaze balls.
There were 20 lucky entrants who landed a 5 out of 6, and I'll group them together to save on time, but let's take a look at them and see if we can see why. A
Like this
spectral
if you're
start,
watching in
the
2025.
Boo, Gold Boo, Boohemoth, and yes, Tail Boo all made the
That
cut.
looks like it hurt.
Hailing from high-placing consoles, being members of the Ghost category, which also performed handsomely, being high-ranked colours and their
Ruh-roh,
iconic
Raggy.
mouths set these spooky suitors up from the start for a smooth success. Just, again, be sure not to look them in the eye or they may
Squeeze
freeze up
me
in a
sauce?
moment. Now to the artillery. Banzai Bill, King Bill, and of course,
This
Tail
just
Bullet Bill
be the
and Cat
harsh
Banzai
reality.
Bill also made a high grade, with the default nowhere to be found. I suppose when there's a whole
What a
variety of
bozo.
self-help tools named after you, this is really your natural wheelhouse. While Metal didn't place astoundingly, their colour and features did them a world
What
of
just
help,
happened?
even if the tail thing does still worry me. Members of the winning accessories group,
Animators,
Magic Cooper,
get on
Snippet,
it.
and Shy Guy, take their attire and retro origins to the runner-up spot too, and fellow old-timers of the Blooper,
Yo,
Sludge
this
Bro, and
one's for
Cheat
the
Sheet
guys.
also wiggle their way in, having helpful attributes across the board, and thankfully not a tail
Ruh-roh.
inside, if you don't count that one. Rattling off the final few, Foo's cloudy complexion won hearts over, Gold Chomp dazzled its way to the top, the mouthy Block
If
Stepper
you like
and
what you're
Cheek
seeing,
Chomp left
go
the
ahead and
floors agape,
subscribe.
and the Bone Goomba is here! Leaving the final and easily most questionable
Your Honor,
runner-up,
I plead the fifth.
T-Rex. The odds were stacked against it for most of our variables, and the fact that it's a
Bro is
fucking
the Michael
dinosaur.
Jordan of
That may
basketball.
have just been its trump card, thanks to the Reptile group's high placement. Congrats to our silver medalists.
Hold on,
But
shut up. I'm trying to think of something to
One
say.
step higher we can go. The best of the best. The gold medalists. The super models
like
of
this
Super
one.
Mario. There are but 3. And they are as
Can we
follows.
gatekeep this from the normies? not the asshole. Now that's some good tea.
Deep cheap. Beating out its red counterpart, this little fish clearly had some hidden X factor which won at the top spot. The angry eyes, the
Bro just
glowing
won the
green,
woke
the word
contest.
deep in its name. I'm not sure if even the subjects know,
It's
but all I'm
Chover.
sure of is it's our first winner. Next up, the Octoboo, overcoming the Wii's negative reception and using its
Next
ghostly
TikTok.
white mouth to win over all 6 of the Smashers and secure a spot above the rest. A truly out-of-this-world performance. And finally,
Chat, can we
most
cancel
strangely,
them?
Stareface Ogre rounds out our tantalizing triad. Regardless of its stony complexion and its 8th generation game of origin,
We
that
stan
red
a
face
queen.
and furious mouth made it impossible for onlookers to not have a crush
Facts,
on it.
no printer.
And so, there you have it. The definitive, finest enemies the Mario series can offer. Out of curiosity, I thought I'd see if I
Not
could
funny.
find one that
Didn't
matched
laugh.
all the top attributes. A pink cloud with a tail from the NES. And the closest I could come to
Whoever
was
made
Kirby
this
with a
video,
Tanuki
I hope you
power-up, so
become rich and
do with that
successful.
what you will. And now I can finally rest. This questionnaire was sent out in September of 2022, so I've been sitting on this for a while. I hope there hasn't been time for a
Let
new
him
game
cook.
to come out with a whole new array of new and unique enemies, completely
When?
outdating this whole project. That would be... Oh. And there you have
It's
that.
a no from me. Hi, I'm ReactBot.
Pokemon X and Y were a controversial point in the Pokemon franchise's history. The jump to 3D and lackluster
You're a real one for
everything
that.
cast a shadow over it in many fans' minds. However, in my opinion, it was
Catch
responsible
my
for the
upvote.
greatest gift to not only Pokemon, but possibly all of mankind in recorded history. Pokemon number 677, Espurr. Espurr has been my favourite Pokemon
I don't know about
for,
that.
Jesus Christ, a decade? I even got her etched into my skin recently. And aside from memes and occasional mentions from official social media,
Rip,
I feel
bozo.
as though she's been grossly overlooked by the populace as clearly the greatest thing ever
There's a
conceived.
whole mood right here.
So, to catch you all up and educate my fellow fans, I've decided to chronicle as much information as I can about this little cat and give it to
I
you
do
here.
that.
So hear it to you give I will. Let's go. As mentioned,
is so
Espurr premiered
Barbie-coded.
in the 6th generation of Pokemon, X and Y, and appeared exclusively on Route 6 on the road to the Parfum Palace, a place most associated with poodle chasing and first dates, but in my mind is similar
I'm
to,
on the
say,
weird
the
side of
stable where
YouTube.
Jesus was born, the origin of an icon. The design is based on Nekomata, a feline yokai which is said to have
I
powers
was
of
today
necromancy.
years old
While
when I
Revival
found
Blessing
this
wasn't
out.
introduced for another 3 generations, Espurr does have immense power, having these 2
Bro,
rings
who
beneath its
did
ears
this?
which, when uncovered, release a large psychic blast, making this easily the cutest nuclear warhead I've ever seen. Just ignore this animation.
Cool video.
Espurr's evolution, Meowstic, has 2 forms, male and female, and appears as Olympia's ace. Espurr, though, has a much more prevalent role in X and Y's post-game, the Looker episode. This sees you teaming up with Looker, a detective introduced in the Sinnoh games, investigating a young girl named Emma, who is
I
being
don't
hunted by
like
the
that.
police for skipping school, and just so happens to have an Espurr as a partner. Her name is Mimi. I love Mimi. Mimi is perfect in every way and
God
has
is
no
dead,
criminal
and we
record.
killed him.
A later mission sees you pursuing a vandal in a robot outfit, Essentia, who is later revealed to be Emma, likely not
We
helped
love
by
a
her needing
redemption
to put
arc.
her initial on the face of her oh-so-secret disguise, but also because Mimi approaches
I'm
the
a
masked
sucker
figure
for a
and acts
cute
friendly
little
towards her,
doggo.
and while snitches usually get stitches, I'm happy to make an exception on account of the fact
Let
that
him
she is
cook.
baby. This was Espurr's first prominent role, but we will return to Emma, as this is absolutely not her most heinous appearance. Her
Cool
reckoning
video.
will come. Espurr is also accessible in Oras and the Sun and Moon games, but unfortunately
current
only
time
by
is
trade,
4:53
meaning Hoenn and Alola will
PM.
not be spared once my revolution begins. She also, naturally, isn't available in Let's Go, but
I'm in
being
this
a
vid.
remake
I
is
don't
no
like it.
excuse. Mega's made it in, and they're from Gen 6. I don't want to hear your excuses, Let's Go! So let's skip straight to the region
500
based on my
IQ
own
moment.
homeland, Galar. Being also based on the breed Scottish Fold, it only makes sense for our favourite little fizzile furball to make
Yeah,
an appearance.
you really can't
this
say
time
that
with
word anymore.
200% more locations to find her,
a whole 3 places. The first of these is Route 5 between Hilbury and Turfield, which also happens to be the location of the Pokemon daycare. Perfect place for such a baby to be.
This?
And also for me to immediately begin Masuda method hunting a shiny of her.
You had one job.
Definitely been successful in. Speaking of her shiny, she dons a nice pastel pink colour.
John,
with her
chapter
evolution getting
11,
a nice
verse
vanilla
35.
yellow. I was actually
Jesus
successful in
wept.
getting a shiny back on the 3DS, but my lack of
Relatable.
forethought has lost her to time. I think about her every day. I digress. She's also available in
Unbothered
the wild
and
area, but sadly
thriving.
not in the overworld due to Game Freak's personal vendetta against my continued happiness. You can catch her in Hammerlock Hills in most weather,
This is the
as
best
well as
thing
on
I've
Lotus
seen
Oak
all
Riverbank in the
year.
fog. I assume because them big ol' eyes make her perfectly adapted for such conditions.
Red flag.
Staring at me with them big old eyes.
According to the Cerebi trainer decks, literally 0 trainers have an Espurr
This video
only
right here,
outside,
officer.
which seems incorrect if memory serves, as every time I'm made to knock one out it is like a knife to my heart, but I do not have the time nor
If you're
inclination
enjoying
to
this
check.
video, please
Neither
subscribe
appear in
and
Max
hit
Ray
that
Dens
bell.
either, adding further difficulty to shiny hunting her, but it's the rarity she deserves. Want a pink cat? Gotta put in the work, buckaroo. Next in line,
I just didn't find it that
BDSP,
funny.
to nobody's surprise, also brought disappointment. With no Espurr, but also
Omega
no
lol.
Pokemon post Gen 4, and also no fun, or shit given while making it, so makes sense. Legends Arceus continues the drought, but
Look
since
at this
Scottish Fold
chungus.
first came about in the 60s, I suppose it makes sense. Thin Ice though. Temporal Rifts
Dude,
will
that's
only
low-key
get you so
wild.
far. Finally, Scarlet and Violet. Initially heretics, as she was not in the base game, but she would later be revealed front and center
the
to
old
be in
Smosh.
part 2 of the DLC. She can be found in the coastal biome, and hey, this one's pink.
This is so
That's
Barbie
right,
coded.
after all this time, I have landed myself a shiny, and actually my 100th in my shiny living dex.
Really
And
makes
what's
you
that?
think, huh?
The Synchro Machine? Allowing you to directly control your Pokemon on whimsical little tasks? People, I think we might have it. That
Look at this
is a
chungus.
playable Espurr. Let's go! Let's go, baby! That's what we played for. That's what we played for. That's me. This game is peak. That brings us
My
to
dogs
present
are
day, at
barking.
least, of making this, but this has covered a fraction of her presence. Now that the main series is dealt with,
Smash that
we
like
can get on
button if
over
you agree.
to- As much as I wish we could start this segment
Now,
with
this
Pokepark
is
3,
content.
the Pokemon Company unfortunately gave up making good games in 2011. So let's take a look at the side games after X and Y and see if they're
Bro,
worth
let the
giving a shit
demons
about.
win.
When I think of Pokemon spin-off games, I immediately think of Mystery Dungeon, a game where you,
I'm not crying.
fucking, Look, I'm gonna be honest. I've barely touched this game. I didn't really like the remake,
Nice.
and we've just never crossed paths otherwise. Don't worry, I've had a crucifix ready for this exact
They
moment.
need to touch
There is
grass.
exactly one original Mystery Dungeon game released after Gen 6, Super Mystery Dungeon for the 3DS, a game which has a funny, albeit unimpressive review score.
It's a no for
Let's
me.
hope that doesn't reflect its Espurr contents. Mystery Dungeon's whole thing is that you play as the Pokemon, and I've seen Espurr art from it before, so
Did
I'm
you
happy
know
to
that
report
most
that
of my
there she
viewers
is.
aren't
You
subscribed to
encounter
me?
her in the
So let's
Serene
smash
Village
that
School
sub
among
button
her
and
classmates
ring-a-ding that
Pancham,
bell.
Shelmet, Deerling, and Goomy, a delightful selection of weird little guys.
Man, that's
From here,
tough.
you can make her your partner and blast through a battle system that is like looking at this image to me. But until New Super Mystery Dungeon U2 Deluxe the Musical
Talk
the show
about a
comes
giant
out,
L.
that is where her mysterious dungeoneering comes to an end. Bringing us to another series with a surprising amount of entries, but cranking down
Like
the
this
poly
if
count
you're
a little
watching
bit.
in 2024.
Pokemon Rumble is a series I have also never played. I swear I'm a Pokemon fan, please God, trust me. You run around
I
and
wanna
complete
shake this
simplified
person's
battles
hand.
and you play as the Pokemon. Wait, isn't that just No, idiot! In fact, I'd even argue it is better than Obscure Basement
stand
because
a
it has
queen.
not one, but 2 entries featuring our fuzzy feline. Starting with Rumble World, she appears in
And be
Fairyland
sure to like
in
and
the
subscribe.
flowery wooded dell, returning to the forest setting where we first encountered her. She also looks like this. And honestly, I don't think
This
I've
is why
laughed
I
harder
love
than when I first
America.
discovered these models. For reference, I was in hospital when I discovered them, so they certainly helped pass the time. As I mentioned,
Bro,
Espurr
low-key
also blessed
cooking.
Pokemon Rumble Rush, this time found in 2 places, the Greninja Sea and the Mimikyu Sea. Not the place I'd expect to find a cat, but maybe through the power of
Oh boy, oh
terrestrializing,
boy.
anything's possible. Speaking of low poly models, Pokemon Snap. No, this one. New Pokemon Snap, a game that only exists by the same
Ugh,
magic
I
that
hate
put
the
Banjo
word
in
moist.
Smash. and shows off our star in glorious graphics, showing off an obscure fact of her powers of flight. Is there nothing she can't do? Deep in the woods once again, this time in Elsewhere Forest, ready for me to fill my Switch's storage with snapshots of my perfect favourite child.
This ain't it, Chief.
You know what else has a camera? The 3DS! Look, not
This
everything
is giving
gets
me
a good
goose
segue.
pimples.
Espurr's birthplace has 2 further games which feature her, the first of which being Pokemon Picross,
Absolute
giving
unit.
us somehow a even lower resolution rendition than Rumble did, sandwiched right between 2 Pokemon of comparable power,
Yes.
Megascizor and Aegislash. We also find her in Pokemon Trozei, relatively deep in the game in the Mountain of Order, but that's simply unacceptable. She must
Ooh,
be
that's a Freudian
acquirable
slip.
sooner. The soonest, in fact! Enter Pokemon Shuffle, also known as Pokemon Trozei. Here Espurr is front and center, the very
Poggers.
first level of the game, ready for you to take her through every single subsequent level, because strategy be damned, you're not a heartless monster,
I'm
are
gonna
you?
say my angry
Oh, she's
word.
also level 418 of the Blau Salon, apparently. I have no idea what that is, and
Gonna
since
show this
she
to
just
Gam
misses
Gam.
a funny number, I'm electing to not give a shit. We stay on mobile devices to round this segment out, bringing us to Pokemon Masters
that's
EX.
tough.
She is featured not as Olympia's partner, but Callum's, the main protagonist
Edit.
of X and Y.
Thanks for the likes.
That's right. That means that she is the canonical, true partner of the main character, and any deviation from that in a playthrough
This is so
sacrilege,
Capricorn-coded.
and your save is considered void. I don't make the rules. Oh, and she also appears on the teams for some random
My
trainers and a few
dogs are
storylines.
barking.
Point is, she's in the game. Next to undoubtedly the biggest Pokemon
You're a
mobile
real
game,
one for
and
that.
possibly biggest Pokemon game, Pokemon Go. Espurr joined the game in late 2020 during my hiatus from the game, but has made several
crazy.
returns, including an event in 2022 as a hatchable mod. And I happened to be on holiday during it with plenty of time to walk.
Straight to jail.
Managed to get several of every single hatchable Pokemon, except her. I had to look up on
Is
a random
this what
raid
our
and
founding
sprint
fathers
across
wanted?
Brighton to get into it in time to finally get my baby. I did eventually hatch one later that year, so I guess we're even. And finally, Espurr is featured
Clearly
in Pokemon
edited.
Cafe Remix and the now dead Pokemon Duel. I do not understand these games, but there she is, so these are Game of the Year potential.
Clearly
apparently.
AI.
Now you may notice that I didn't list every spin-off released after October 12th, 2013. Sadly, that means that The Thieves in the Year 1000
Ooh, hot
Pokemon,
take.
Pokemon Art Academy, Camp Pokemon, Pokken Tournament, Detective Pikachu, Magikarp Jump, Pokemon Playhouse,
Holy
Pokemon
crap,
Quest, Pokemon
Lois.
Smile, Pokemon Mesa Star, Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Sleep, and Detective Pikachu Returns had all better get an update right now or get the fuck out of the franchise.
I'm bored. Let's
There
watch
was,
Family
however,
Guy
one
funnies.
set of games I omitted here, for good reason, because they all revolve around our next mini category.
Maybe the real video was
There's been a
in
few
here.
renditions of the TCG in video game form, but this is less about the games and more the cards themselves.
Yes,
And there's a reason I
speak your
called this a
truth.
mini category. Like everywhere else in this franchise, God's gift to mankind has
Not
been
my
kind of
president.
neglected, with just 8 cards to her name. Since stats-wise, they're all pretty
This
much
is
the
doing
same.
numbers.
This will be a review of the pretty pictures. Her first appearance was in XY Flashfire, and that sure is a render of Espurr. In a forest, of course.
I'm
Where
not
else?
crying.
Nothing
You
too
are.
interesting here. That's a solid 5 out of 10. Next up, Breakpoint, and while she didn't get
500
clad in
IQ
gold
moment.
herself, we do get this nice 2D art of her in a basket, perhaps off to a picnic
What
or
the
pretending to be a
skibbity-riz is
piece
up
of
with that
fruit.
guy?
This is a nice piece, but her face looks a little off to me. The perspective just seems wonky. Either way, an improvement. 7 out
I
of
like this one.
Generations brings us an iconic piece. Look at her all preened up and covered
This
in
ain't it,
accessories. It really demonstrates the pampering and care she deserves, all while she sits so politely. Fantastic. 9 out of 10. And fun fact, those are the only
human
cards
body
of hers
has
that I own
60,000
and
miles of
unwittingly
blood
displayed them
vessels
on
in
my
it.
wall
That's
in
enough to
chronological
circle the
order.
planet
My brain
multiple
truly
times.
knows no bounds. So on to Unforeseen Horizons.
Transformative
kicking it off with
commentary.
Burning Shadows and... I'm sorry, this sucks. She's got a Stewie Griffin head and the colours are all just a bit bland and just not
What are
feeling
the
this one.
odds?
2 out of 10. If only I could see the purest image ever made to cleanse my palate. Oh my god! Forbidden Light also gives us a great
do that
Espurr. She's
anymore
just kicking
because of
back and
woke.
having the time of her life being a little kitty. And I love me a kitty. 9 out of 10. A tough act to follow, but Unbroken Bonds gives us a damn good one. And as a man named Sleep, a little nap gets you points in my book. I may end up referencing this in future channel branding, not gonna lie. 8 out of 10.
Okay,
Our penultimate
yeah.
entrance,
This
Battle
deserves
Styles,
Reddit
keeps the
gold.
streak going in a big way. I love this style, and she looks
Bro,
just
how do they do
perfect.
that?
This is the finest it gets. 10 out of 10. And finally, and definitely most uniquely, Silver Tempest gives us this.
Wow, I have
While
no
I can recognise
words.
the additional artistry to make this, unfortunately she doesn't translate amazingly. Out of 10
This
though.
is peak.
4 out of 10. And that's the lot as of writing this, but speaking of drawings, that brings me to the aspect of Pokemon that introduced me to it all those
Wake
years
me
ago.
when it's Virgo season.
Yes, the anime. So important to Pokemon's
Hubba
empire
hubba.
that I am writing this part last because I completely forgot about it. This won't be a massive segment either, but an important
Like this
piece
if you're
of her
watching
history
in
nonetheless.
2024.
In Pokemon the Series XY, there are 3 notable Espurr, Blake's, Elise's,
Ooh,
and Hajime's,
right in the childhood.
a series of side characters that Ash and the gang encounter on their journey through Kalos. There are several others
Doxing
throughout the
is a
series
misdemeanor
peppered in
in
to
the
keep
state
things
of
interesting,
California.
but it's not just the show where she makes an appearance. In both Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction and Volcanion and the Mechanical
Bro,
Marvel,
how do they do
both
that?
wild and tame Espurr can be seen, and this one even has a cool necklace on, which I'm sure has a purpose, but I do not
Modders.
recognise any Pokemon movie outside of the Darkrai, Victini, and Hoopa ones, Espurr or no. And thanks to Pokemon Generations, we see
Yo,
Emma's
bro, I'm
Espurr
so
from X and Y
confused.
in full motion glory in the episode following the plot of the post-game. Wait, what are you doing?
Moss?
Stop.
Crush this guy's
What the
skull.
fuck? Have this child killed immediately, how dare she?
You should retire after
You know,
this.
I need something to calm me down after saying that. So let's stay in this field, but maybe take away the animation.
Leave a comment telling me what
this
your
segment is going to
favorite
take
part
like 2 seconds. In Overthrowing a Tyrant, we get a bit of backstory on a recurring character in this video. A Team Flare Grunt attacks the protagonist with
Smash
full
that
Espurr,
like
the
button
amount of
if you
taste I
agree.
see. And after being defeated, who else but Emma comes along
Transformative
and adopts one of the
commentary.
Espurr and names it Mimi, the very same one seen in the games and Pokemon Generations. As a man who's never
Zooey
read the
mama.
manga, this is a neat bit of history to the most notable Espurr there is. Thanks to Bulbapedia for saving me
I'll
from
have
reading
what
every
she's
single
having.
article of the manga for this. There are 2 more minor appearances, but that's about it. I told you this would be quick, so how about we make up for that with something Pokemon Company
My diaper
actually cares
full.
about. Now I'm not sure if
Videos
you know
like this are why
but
I
the
could
Pokemon
never
Company
have
enjoys
kids.
making merchandise. Plushes, figures, shirts, pop vinyls, books, waffle makers, cars. If it
Did you guys see
exists,
that?
Pikachu has been on it. But not all creatures are created equally. So in the
My
event I
timbers
win the lottery,
shivered.
let's see how much official Espurr merch I can track down. Let's check the UK Pokemon Center store first, just to see what they currently have.
He's right behind me, isn't
Right,
he?
okay, cool. But the US store has a few things, this art print and postcard set, as well as a
squeeze me
shirt,
sauce?
all of which are now unavailable. Maybe Japan will have better offerings. Checking what I think is the Japanese Pokemon online store, Espurr, or
Womp
should I say
womp.
Nyaspa, has a few things. This little plush thing, this art card of all the cats, and this diorama, which it is taking everything
Emotional
in me to
damage.
resist buying. For now, it will sit on my Amazon wishlist until I'm feeling particularly impulsive. And with
It is
that,
so
time to
over.
Google. Past and present, what can we find? Let's start with the plushies, and from the same line as the diorama,
about a
we
giant
find this
L.
incredibly traumatized looking thing, also available in decapitated form if you prefer. I love it. We've also got these two after my own heart
Not
by
me
Tomy and
laughing
Pokemon
at
Center
this.
respectively, as well as an Awake version of the Roadkill plush. Tomy also released a standard Espurr plush, and I actually own this one. Just a
Talk
classic
about a
Espurr
giant
right there.
W.
We have this straight out of 2010, the Pokédoll for all my nose haters in the audience. There's a little winking one from Bandai, and a screaming
Man, it'd
one
always
with flat
be like
arms,
that.
possibly explaining the name of Oops Espurr. Finally, here's one with a Pokepuff.
Bro
just
is
as she
speaking
deserves,
truth.
a sweet treat for a sweet baby, as well as this very premium looking one from Ban Presto. I'm totally not using this section as a shopping
Bro
list
is
in the
looking
future.
crusty
Let's look
musty.
for some more solid merch, by which I mean figures. Espurr has got the perfect proportions
bored.
for a Funko
Let's watch
Pop,
Family Guy
but
funnies.
whether fortunately or not, we haven't got one yet. So let's see what we have got. Kicking it off is this silly little guy from the Pokepiece
Base
series
they
we've
have.
seen a few times now. She also appeared in a mixed box with Mewtwo, Holucha, and Riolu, looking very lost.
That didn't
Another
age
case
well.
of Stewie Griffin syndrome in this clip and carry figure, and perhaps an overkill of an Ultra Ball, but maybe
7
whoever
out of
caught this
10.
one just really wanted it. Another diorama next, this time the Midnight Mansion one, stood up on some books trying to grow big and strong. From what I can tell,
Love the
looks like that's
aesthetic.
where it ends with the figures. But you don't think Pokemon would stop there at merchandising, do you? Let's go
Let him
through
cook.
literally everything else in bulk. We've got this multi-pack of keyrings with Espurr and both Meowsticks.
I don't
want to
say what I'm
keyrings from the
thinking right
Pokepiece
now.
line. This one featuring a Purloin watching Espurr lose a fight to a ball of yarn.
If you like what you're
as well
seeing,
as this little
go ahead and
standard one.
subscribe.
The Pokepiece line doesn't stop there though, giving us 2 pop sockets, a little
And be
pouch,
sure to
and
like
even
and subscribe.
mirrors. She and Scorbunny have some kind of racket going on, and honestly, I'm here for it. It really doesn't stop there though. We got a bottle, a
Yikes.
collection of soaps, stickers, a cooler bag, lunchboxes, a pillow, pass cases, sticky note, phone cases galore, pencil cases with stationery to
What
boot,
the Grimace shake?
memo pads, pouches, tote bags, a glasses case, a towel, a cup, a set of chopsticks with and without spoon, and
This
a
is so
goddamn
Barbie-coded.
chocolate mold? I could live an entirely Espurr-based life if I wanted to, especially since it doesn't end there. We got a
This is
clock, we
Garfield
got a
coded.
giant face pillow, fuzzy socks, mask cases, Melify charm shots, whatever the fuck those are, yet another bag, wafers, ramen,
Come on, guys,
plasters,
let's
a
get this
sewing
video
kit, and
trending.
a Leapfrog Kids learning tablet thing. When Pokemon merchandise, they merchandise
Now, they
hard.
understood the
This is going to be the
assignment.
only piece of Espurr merch that could potentially run Doom. I want to clarify, this isn't just every Pokepiece merch item. I've made sure that they've got Espurr's gormless face plastered somewhere on them, and every single one does. Where every other aspect of Pokemon's merch department has failed,
how do they do
Pokemon
that?
Peaceful Place has picked up the baton and absolutely sprinted with it. I may well have missed something here, despite my scouring, you never know. There are even
Shazam!
short videos and mini-comics from this line, but I think that's where we come to a close.
Proverbs,
Oh, except
chapter
this
21,
manhole
verse
cover I
19.
found,
It
which
is
while
better
not
to
merch
live in
is
a
certainly
desert
not a
land
game or
than
an
with a
anime.
quarrelsome and
So with
fretful
that, we
woman.
have what I think and really hope to be a comprehensive guide to my favourite little guy. Huge thanks to Cerebi and
I don't know what
Bulbapedia
those
for
big
allowing me
words
to
mean.
refer to the facts where I needed to, and thanks for sticking through to the end. And just remember, if you don't have an Espurr, count your fucking
Merry
days.
Christmas. Hit that subscribe button and join the React Army.
I've gotten lost in Smash Bros. Speculation more times than I'd like to admit. Imagining your favourite Blorbos in the world's greatest crossover fighting
They
game
need to
can be
touch
really
grass.
fun. And if you know me, I love a crossover. But what I love almost just as much is imagining an entirely new
We love
Smash-like
to
game
see
with a
it.
certain subset of characters, giving them moves, stages, or the side representation that a Smash game would give. And I can't think of a single more varied
White
field
people
of
be
characters
like-
than the faces of mobile gaming. As a child who was shoved in front of a screen bright and early into my life,
Only
I've had a
gamers
lot of
get
time
that.
to meet and love these characters, and I've long thought the idea of a big crossover fighting game would be a fun idea,
I just want to say to the
despite lacking
haters,
ties
it's
other
not
than
my
the
fault you
platform,
have backed me.
rather than the same developer or rights holder, like real examples.
It's giving cringe.
So, today I put that into action and give you a Smash 64 size roster of mobile characters old and new. I think it would be neat to see in a platform
Somebody
fighter.
call
and we're
the
gonna kick it off with a
ambulance.
predictable pick, but deservedly so. Just before we do though, quick rule disclaimer. Obviously characters need to be from a mobile
Rate
game.
5 stars
I
if you
originally
like
thought
this video.
exclusively, or at least originally from a mobile game, but that would have cut out
Aw,
some
that's cute.
icons I think you'll be glad that I spared. This does not include characters that were well established pre-mobile, so no Mario, Pikachu, Sonic, none of that.
Nice.
You know what I mean when I say mobile character. So, let's get into the fighters.
I can smell this video.
Arguably the face of mobile gaming, Red from Angry Birds takes our first slot. By nature,
Bro,
he's
I'm so
basic,
dumb, bruh.
but since I can't put them all in, he'll take elements from his compatriots where I feel it's fitting. For standard attacks, I see just a few flaps and pecks as your close
Chat,
range
is this
options,
fact or cap?
but I'll be putting much greater focus on the specials in this video, as that's always where the
Yup.
juice is.
It's
You're here
official.
for references?
This
That's where they
video's
are.
epic.
You know how I said I couldn't put every bird in? That wasn't entirely true. As for his neutral
this
special,
is
I
giving
see
me an
Red using his
existential
various friends as
crisis.
projectiles, each with their corresponding properties. The blues are small but split off, Bomb is a
How do
bomb,
they do
Chuck
that?
moves quickly, and Bubbles gets big suddenly after a bit, each inflicting a different level of damage and knockback. For the neutral
Leviticus,
special,
chapter
a little less
18,
traditionally,
verse 7.
he could pull a
You shall
Wario
not
and get his
uncover
cart
the
from Angry
nakedness
Birds
of
Go,
your father,
scooting
which is
across
the
the map and
nakedness of your
naturally
mother.
dealing damage to
She
those
is
he
your
runs
mother.
into.
You shall
It
not
won't stay on the
uncover
map
her
like Wario
nakedness.
Bag though, acting more similarly to Wonder Wing. His down special isn't something
I
he can
love this
technically do,
song.
but I feel like stealing Stella's explosive eggs makes for a solid choice. Weaker than Bomb, but explosive nonetheless. It could even occasionally lay a golden egg,
They got
which
that
acts as a
dog in
spike
'em.
rather than blowing up, another reference to the original game. The recovery feels obvious to me. The main tool used in the games
Talk
the
about a
slingshot.
giant W.
It could be angleable, similar to Fox or Ness, but just by holding down the button and changing direction until you
Is
release,
this what
or
our
it times
founding
out after a
fathers
couple of
wanted?
seconds. And what Smash clone would be complete without its final smash? Toss out the tuner because the mighty
Did you
eagle
know
is the
that most of
perfect
my
fit to
viewers
dart
aren't
across the
subscribed to
screen and
me?
cause some
So
real
let's
damage.
smash that
Maybe an
sub
overlay of a
button
shadow
and
or its
ring-a-ding that
path
bell.
could appear on screen to give some opponents a bit of a chance, but it would be big and quick, so act fast. For skins,
My
because
jaw
licensing
on the
doesn't
floor.
matter, we can dip into crossovers like Star Wars and Transformers, as well as his space and night appearances, and just for traditional alts,
What
I'm thinking
is
color
that?
shifts to reflect Tiny Wings and Flappy Bird, two more iconic mobile birds who were a little too simple to hit this roster. For the stage, we can reflect the movie by picking
Wildin'.
Pig City. As much as Space or Rio de Janeiro would have been more interesting, I feel like it's nice and standard while helping reflect the newer
Now
end
this
of the
is a
Angry Birds
Libra
franchise.
moment.
And there is slot number 1, but surprisingly, not the character I envisioned first. That title
I'm reacting
goes to our
so
next
hard
entrant.
right now.
Enter Half-Brick's hero, Barry Steak Fries,
Rip,
a man you'll
bozo.
likely know from Jetpack Joyride, but actually has his origins in a game called Monster Dash, and will be
Can't
pulling
do
from
that
both
anymore
to make this next
because of
moveset,
woke.
and in some cases both in the same move. Regular attacks could
It's
range
giving
from a big
Sigma.
hitter emblematic of his ability to infinitely smash through laboratory walls, or a slap for a jab, subtly referencing the high-five scientist missions from his
Facts.
home game. But more importantly, those specials. For his neutral special, he wields a gun. A shotgun, that is, providing a
I'm
powerful,
gonna say
albeit
my
short-range
angry
blast
word.
in a cone shape, racking up both damage and knockback. If it sends up,
My
it can also
flabbers
be used to
gassed
combo
it.
into his side special, Flash the Dog. Known for scooping up coins to most,
Jover.
but here you can either just send him running across the screen, or with an additional input, he can leap up and catch foes in the air that are out of your reach. Maybe even causing some coin effect similar to Mario
actions,
Rugby. Always
meet
worth having that extra
consequences.
flair. While Jetpack Joyride has plenty of vehicles, and there's another one coming up, I know none more iconic than the Badass Hog, actually
Flawless
originating in
skin.
Monster Dash, but following him on through his future rampages. His down special would see him hop on and do a few donuts, and if used in mid-air would act like a fast fall, sort of like a reverse Bowser recovery. But in
Doxing
terms of
is a
actual recovery,
misdemeanor in the
I
state
feel like
of
it's more than
California.
obvious. Yes, of course, the good old machine gun jetpack.
Scratch
This would
his chin.
naturally get him some height, but send weak projectiles down too, causing no knockback or interrupting moves, but racking up the hits if aimed well, like Fox Laser. I see it
Ooh.
having a kind of fuel, or I suppose ammo meter, meaning that you could use it in intervals, but not infinitely, and you'd need to touch the ground to slowly
But
reload.
Doctor, I
Regardless,
am
an
Pagliacci.
essential piece of kit. Jetpack Joyride has plenty of skins as it is, making this segment rather easy. The Scientist gear, Robo Barry, the Royal
ChatGPT,
Kit,
what do I
fancy
say
clothes,
next?
Bag and Barrel, and Hula outfit would all be good picks in my opinion. And for the stage,
Thank you.
the classic
Very
lab
cool.
is the natural choice. Possibly some platforms scrolling along through the various rooms, like the greenhouse and the volcanic area, maybe with some zappy bars appearing
Oh, yeah,
or
that's
the
cute.
rockets alongside. I feel like it would translate oddly well. And so with that, another classic has entered the arena. So let's try and bring it a bit more
Giving that an
contemporary
A+.
while keeping some classic ties.
If this gets 10,000 likes,
Repping
nothing will
Supercell,
happen.
the king from Clash Royale enters to rule over the competition. I initially considered a unit like the Barbarian, but it felt a little limiting
This video's
compared to
kind
what I
of a
could do with
nothing
a commander
burger.
type character. So let's take this guy from Clash to Smash. Starting simple, I think we could see a slow heavy hitter
This is
using
giving
a sword
major
and a good
Gemini
stomp
energy.
or two to use that super size. With the neutral special, I envision just a
Me
big
thinks
sword
I just
swing
soiled
a la
me
Ike,
undies.
I guess technically inspired by the Barbarian King, as I don't believe these kings
Guys,
actually
we can
do
all
the
agree
fighting,
that
but on this
abstinence
battlefield,
rules, right?
rulers still gotta play by the rules. Not entirely doing all the fighting though. His side special sends out some projectiles courtesy of
This
the
feels like
archers.
liberal
I'm thinking
propaganda.
Either a series or a spread of weak projectiles that interrupt opponents and do a decent
Only
bit of knockback,
gamers will
but
get
nothing
that.
crazy. They are just arrows after all. For his down special, we take a page out of Bowser
Animators,
Jr.'s book,
get on
instead
it.
sending out a wall breaker to make a blast on impact. If this move is used in the air,
This is so
we could even
Gen
see
Z
a balloon
build.
come out to guard the skies. Also taking flight is the King's recovery option, the Dragon. A good air option and possibly even
Bro is
shooting
the
out some
Michael
fire for
Jordan of
damage, or
basketball.
maybe just getting hits in by ramming into opponents. A versatile move either way. And for the final smash,
Not
he does
me,
what a king
giggling
does best
and kicking my
rallies his
feet.
finest to send enemies flying. He summons a P.E.K.K.A. and Mega Knight to act as temporary extra fighters which move slow,
Okay,
but hit
this
like
next
an
one is
absolute
insane.
truck. You can fight back if you're feeling brave, but keep your distance if you don't
Bro
want to take
really
defeat.
thinks he's woke.
There's a few possible skins, naturally the red and blue alt, Barbarian King, Archer Queen, and other hero troops, just any big
The
guys
math
from the
isn't
Clashverse.
mathing.
And for a stage, I feel like the village makes the most sense, or possibly a homage to the Clash Royale map from Side On, with a water hazard and the 2 towers. I had
Come on,
one
guys,
additional
let's
note for
upvote this
character,
on
and
Reddit.
that being the only taunt I've conceived, because it's hard to deny the character importance of... So with that, I feel like we've covered a lot of demographics for mobile game fans, but I can't help but feel like the mothers of the world have been neglected.
Choice.
What say we rectify that?
Did you guys see that?
A sweet entrant next, Tiffy drops in repping Candy Crush Saga, the mistress of Match 3
Like this
and
if you're
brain
watching in
parasite to the
2014.
middle-aged everywhere. Being a significantly less action-packed game, this moveset was a little trickier to come up with, but when thinking of portable powerhouses,
it's official.
I would be amiss
I'm
to skip her.
shooketh.
So let's see what I came up with. Since Tiffy isn't even a playable character,
Let him cook.
I focused a lot of this on the solitary game mechanic of Candy Crush Saga. Match 3. Standard
am I
attacks
even
could just
watching?
be getting a match on opponents in all sorts of directions, with the neutral maybe being a slap with one of these fish or the bonking lollipop. We don't have a lot
Maybe
to
the
work with
real
here, as you
video
will soon
was
truly
in
realize.
here.
For the neutral special, she can match 3 above her head with one of those explosive packaged candies, giving her a blast radius
Thanks,
around
I
her.
hate it.
Maybe multiple in one if you get lucky, similar to Game & Watch Hammer. A similar facet goes to both of her side and down specials, going horizontally
What year
and
is it?
vertically respectively. Again, we could go for the same chance of a wider or stronger strip of attack. I considered
It's giving
each
awesome
colour even
sauce.
doing a different effect to the opponents, but I feel like we've designed enough of a roulette wheel of a character as it is.
Give this
For her
video a
recovery, I
like if your
swing
parents
between
are still
just shoving
divorced.
the puppeteering stick onto her and carrying her up, or using this fish again, about the only thing seen
Talk
in
about a
motion in the
giant
original
W.
game. But literally as I'm writing this, I remembered we're working with a franchise here.
I don't want to
Crush
get
Soda
political,
is a
but
game
this
you
is
forgot
Obama
exists,
coded.
and I feel like it could serve as a good recovery, with the longer you hold it making you
It's
travel
kinda
further
mid.
and with more damage. And what is more powerful in the Candy Crush games than the Rainbow Candy, which will serve as her final smash? Maybe you
This.
control it around to select people like Snake's final smash, and after a few seconds a beam of energy blasts the highlighted opponents. That wasn't so bad for a character whose
Check your
entire
privilege.
purpose is to stand there and get you to buy lives. But that character needs some skins, and the main one I can come up with is Kimmy, also repping Candy Crush
This reminds
Soda.
me of
They're
I
the only
Justine.
ones with any sort
Rip
of
and fly
proportion
high,
similarity,
queen.
so just various colours of them and we can call it good. 3 each representing the 6 candy colours makes
Eat
a good
the
fit in
rich.
my eyes. Finally, the stage, and the only name I can find for Candy Crush Land is Reality. And oddly, I'm considering
did they
making
just
it a
say what I
stage
think
that
they
is
said?
entirely, or at least mostly, destructible. Making it up out of the chocolate, frosting, licorice.
Leave a
and the
comment
like.
telling me what
Maybe I'm
your
going
favorite
crazy,
part
or
is.
maybe it's just the sugar high from this segment. I think it's best.
Oh,
we move
how
on
the
to fighter number 5,
turntables.
hailing from the progenitors of the match 3 genre.
Yikes.
Prime to pop a cap in the other players, Crazy Dave of Plants vs. Zombies is here to go buck wild in the battlefield.
We
While
must
newer
protect
entries have
them
made
at
the
all
plants more
costs.
self-sufficient, sticking to the OG gives us only one real option, at least for now.
Oh, that's cute.
We will, of course, put the plants to use, but we'll get to which very soon. For standard attacks, he could put
Chat,
his
can we get their
saucepan
social
hat to
security
use,
number?
the trowel with a chance to temporarily bury foes, and even the ever-useful rake. Plenty of green-thumbed goodness to put into play. But after all
Don't talk
that
to me
tilling of the
until
land,
I've had my
what
morning
can we plan
coffee.
there? I decided to push the boat out a bit with Dave, and that comes mainly from his
Proverbs
down special.
chapter
This would
21
see him
verse
just stand there
19.
and
It is better
generate
to
sun,
live in a desert
building up a
land than with a
3-segment
quarrelsome
meter
and
of said
fretful
sun,
woman.
which reduces over time as well as when he takes damage.
For
But
real,
what for?
that's
Well,
crazy.
everything else, of course. Kicking it off with the neutral special, this takes form as either the Potato Mine, Cherry Bomb, or Doom Shroom, depending
Whoa,
on his
what is
level
bro
of sun.
doing?
These, of course, blow up. The Potato Mine would take a bit to charge, but stay hidden, and also have the weakest blast.
I
The
love
Cherry Bomb would
fluffer
explode a
pupper
bit quicker
doggos.
and with a stronger blast, and the Doom Shroom would have a charge time somewhere
That wasn't
between
on
the
my
other two,
bingo
but with
card.
by far the biggest blast, and also take a small chunk of sun.
Whoa,
in
what is
addition to
bro
the natural
doing?
Degradation. Much more iconic, the side special sees the pea shooter,
That looks like
double
it
P,
hurt.
and Gatling P do exactly what they always have. Shoot P. 1, then 2, then 4 at
This
a time.
hits different
Nice
now.
and simple. For the recovery, a Nisha pick sees the Blover during the
I
onset.
can't focus.
The sun
Can you
level
put on
here
some
would vary
Subway
the height
Surfers?
you get from the recovery, but not the speed or damage dealt. It would also eat a small chunk up similar to Doomshroom, needing you to shy away.
Talk
and get your
about a
sunny up,
giant
not your funny
L.
up. Last but not least, the good old Cob Cannon shoots up a maze mortar or 3 to come
Feeling some
crashing down onto
huge
the
Libra
stage,
vibes.
launching people and popcorn all over the place, as has always been. This move is unaffected by sun, and it's always just absolute
If you can
powerhouse.
relate to this,
When I was researching for
congrats.
this video,
Your
there were a
childhood
few more
was
skin options
epic.
than I recalled, with Crazy,
I'm a sucker
Evil
for a
Dave, and
cute
Carly
little
Dave to name a
doggo.
few. And for the stage, I was initially drawn to the house, going around the garden, pool, and roof.
Bro,
but it
who
felt a
even
bit too
did
bland
this?
and overlooked a big chunk of PvZ's presence. That being the game known as Plants
Maybe
vs.
the real
Zombies 2.
video was
Rather
in
than
here.
a transforming stage, think more the Animal Crossing course from Mario Kart 8, with a different look every time, and possibly even a slightly different layout.
I do my
Tournament
own
legality be
research.
damned, I'm crazy!
Now this
Anyway,
is epic.
While we're on this track, how about we get another fresher face with a similar penchant for horticulture?
Is that even legal?
Yes, it's the scheming senior from those strange ads you've seen. Ursula surpassed her granddaughter Maddie to take the roster
I don't
spot
have an
as
opinion
easily
on
the
this.
most iconic part of Merge Mansion, taking the stage on behalf of the bizarre rise of merging games in recent memory. Like Tiffy, her game revolves much more around the things around her rather than her as a character, but I feel like we have a bit more to pull from for moves here.
Only
Standard
90s
attacks
kids
boil
can
down
relate.
to various smacks with hammers, paintbrushes, or any manner of little items found in the mansion, but we can get a bit more interesting
Womp
as
womp.
always with those specials. In a lot of depictions, Ursula can be seen with a watering can, so why not use that for a neutral special? This would have a short range and small damage,
The
but add a
math
slick
isn't
patch to the
mathing.
stage temporarily, causing foes to slip and bypass stopping at the ledge, causing some comical coyote time for
Well, that's
unaware
time I'll never
opponents.
get back.
Her side special takes a page from Peach's book, swinging either a hoe, rake, or shovel for different results. The hoe swings down, causing a spike, the
I don't
rake
know about
straight
that.
out and pulling enemies in, and the shovel sending upwards for air combos.
They
This
should
would
be in
selected
jail.
with the same angling process Peach uses. For a down special, enjoy getting held down and lawn mode, racking up damage and bouncing
I
you
just
up
want
in
to
the
say to
air
the
after it's
haters,
done.
stay
It
mad
would
and
run
stay
out of fuel
broke.
though, so don't get too used to it. You could even move
And
slightly
I-
with
whoop.
it, but this would cause that precious fuel to deplete faster. We're here to fight, not landscape. And a bit of an odd one for her recovery, but I've seen
Don't
her
mind if I
depicted
do.
often with a nice fresh pie. So we could even pull from classic cartoons and give her a
My
floaty
flabbers
fly
gassed
courtesy
it.
of that aroma. It could possibly have a charm effect if you get too close, but I'm not sure entirely how it
We
would
stand
work,
a
so for now we
short
can
king.
shelve that. We can't have her entirely mergeless in this moveset though, so for a final smash, how about she merges together parts which slowly grows into a mansion around her,
Poggers.
before collapsing down and raining rafters on those foolish enough to approach.
Pop
Maybe
off,
with some
sis.
bouncing parts too to catch campers. Ursula isn't often seen outside of her classic
Look at all
blue
these
look,
confident
but some
Leos.
alts based on Maddie, Deb, her prison outfit, and the fit from her live-action
Did
Kathy
that just
Bates
happen?
appearance could serve pretty well. To differentiate this stage from the Clan Village or Pig City,
Women are
let's say
so
we set
powerful.
the stage inside the mansion itself, perhaps with some falling bookshelves and chandeliers, butlers
This
with
is
large
peak.
plates for platforms which come and go, you know, rich people stuff. But that's enough of the game you see between your TikTok scrolls.
Bro, that's wild,
I'd say
man.
It's time for the one that you can often find right below plenty of videos these days.
10 out of 10.
Yes, that game from the background of Reddit stories and duets of actually funny people
Bro,
goes
I
by
did
the name
not
of
expect
Subway
that.
Surfers, and the main man goes by Jake. He's a delinquent kid known for spraying trains and outrunning the cops. He's a man of the people and an icon
I find that
of the
joke
very
highly
common
offensive.
infinite runner genre. Sadly, the minions weren't available, so we'll settle
This
for second
feels
best,
racist, but
with
I
a
can't
surprising
explain
amount
why.
of material for the simplicity of the game. I feel like he'd be much punchier
And tell me which
kickier than our
Hogwarts house
previous
you
entrants,
belong to.
Nimble on his feet and good for physical combos. Let's see what the interesting bits of Kid are though. Neutral Special brings out his iconic
Can we give a
spray
shout
tan,
out to
possibly
Working
giving
Moms?
a painted effect to weaken opponents a la Inkling, or just stunlock opponents in a cone of color until you're ready to get physical.
This
Another
is slop.
staple part of Jake's kit, his side special utilizes the hoverboard to dash into opponents and keeps you going in a perfectly straight line even off platforms, but also the stage,
Womp
so
womp.
be careful. Not a lot of knockback on this one, letting you get up close quick and lay in some hits. Speaking of getting up close and personal, the down special
Chat,
is
can
a
we
good
cancel
old
them?
combat roll, usually for getting under signs, but here we're getting lowered opponents and, as with the board, getting you close for more hits. And though not quite
This
a
gave me
joyride,
secondhand
the jetpack makes an
embarrassment.
appearance as Jake's recovery, getting you up and quickly rather than gradually like Barry's. Used up close,
Go,
this makes
girl,
for a
give
great
us
finisher
nothing.
too, netting the highest knockback of his loadout. What else would fit as a final
John,
smash
chapter
other than the
11,
good old
verse
subway train
35.
coming along the screen,
Jesus wept.
acting as a platform for Jake and bumping others who land
Not
on it,
me,
or
laughing
knocking
at
those who take
this.
a direct hit upwards, either to land on top or go flying down a stock. An express delivery to damage either way. Jake is far from the only
Bro
character
looking
in
like an
Subway
iPad
Surfers,
kid.
so those pals make for great skin potential. Tricky, Fresh, Utani, Ella, Spike, hell even Boombot, there are plenty of options we could go for, no doubt about it. And for the stage,
Those
let's
who
take
get
those
it,
three
get
rings
it.
of trains
And those who
have them
don't,
alternate
don't.
out, causing a shifting battlefield with a damaging floor when there's one missing. Think Mute City,
That's
but
totally
from a
me.
first-person perspective. This is not the only character with an infinite runner, however, but it is far from his main claim to fame. Another classic up next, we have...
My pants? Pissed.
This is no catfight, but that's not stopping Talking Tom from claiming this next
It's
spot.
giving
Hailing
Child
from
of
the genre
Divorce.
of microphone testing games? Conversation simulators? Whatever it is, they took the world by storm back in the
Unbothered
day,
and
now he takes
thriving.
the spotlight as fighter number 8. I'm quite proud of what I've done with this one. He's very gimmicky, similar to Dave. Normal attacks would just be directional
When you see it,
scratches
you'll
and
shit
possibly
bricks.
bites. But more importantly, what is that gimmick, you may ask? Well, that would be his neutral B, the facet most important to his
This
character.
video is
Mimic.
giving epic sauce.
Tom is going to be our Kirby, and this move sort of parries the move that hits him and adds it to his kit. Only for specials, though.
Wish my
This can be
Meemaw
knocked
were
out
still
of him,
alive to
indicated
see
by a
this.
dizzy bird effect above his head, but not instantly, so keep in mind what he has.
I'm gonna show this to my Meemaw.
Fur. But what's he got that's unique to him? Well, for the side special, we get the boxing glove gun from his brief time as a newscaster.
God is
alongside
alive
Ben.
and will cleanse
I'm
this
thinking
world
more
of sin.
charge equals more range. I did consider the water
How do I
pistol,
delete
but you
someone
can already
else's
steal
video?
Ursula's can, so why steal her thunder too? The down special is he gets
No
knocked
flesh
out.
shall be
It is a
spared.
big
Matthew,
dramatic fall,
chapter
and that
24,
flop
verse
does
22.
Big damage. I'm seeing this almost as the Falcon Punch, high risk with high reward, but leaving him prone for a second if you miss. As mentioned before,
What
Tom
is
has
this?
other
The
ventures
United
than
States of
talking,
woke?
and his recovery brings in a reference to Talking Tom Hero Dash, Super Tom. Decently
Bro
fast
looks like
and
Coco
controllable,
Melon.
but maybe if you steer, you lose flight faster. I know I don't necessarily have to balance this, but I've already made Ganon Kirby.
Mommy,
He
step
doesn't
on
need
me.
too insane of a kid. And for the final smash, we actually pull from Talking Ben and his brief stint as an alchemist.
So
Potions
true.
Get mixed up to make a big biting plant, a tornado, an explosion, and a small heal to close it off. A truly mixed bag.
This has
Much like
Vine
Jake,
energy.
Tom's pals act as solid skin choices. Ben, Angela, and Ginger, and perhaps alts of
Mom,
each.
can you come pick me up?
And
I'm
this ties
scared.
into the stage, actually. This would just be a flat walk-off which reflects the character, with Tom's hallway, Ben's house, Angela's patio
This video
thing,
right here,
or Ginger's
officer.
house, depending on which is being played. If multiple Toms or no Toms are on stage, though, the selection is just randomized.
I don't
One thing
get
the
it.
past few characters have missed is that natural violence that a good fighting game character needs. I think it's high time we go for another
Not
pick
me,
with some
nose
real
exhaling.
fighting spirit. I can see some controversy with this choice. While
Bro, I did
Worms
not
was around
expect
the
that.
mid-90s, there have been some mobile-exclusive Worms games, and if Bayonetta started on PS3 and Xbox 360 and can be a Nintendo character,
What are the
then
odds?
Worms can be a mobile one. This is my video, my rules. Luckily, Worms is all about artillery.
My
so
diaper,
there's plenty
full.
to draw from here. A nice easy neutral special for beginners, the Fire Punch is a punch that is fiery. This will knock you up rather than horizontal.
My pants,
and maybe leave a
pissed.
little bit of chip damage for a few seconds because, you know, fire. Another charge up side special next
Wish I
up,
could rate
the
this
classic
5 stars
bazooka.
still.
Depending on the angle and charge, this would vary in speed and
What are the
fall-off, so
odds?
you're not safe under it. The impact also explodes, because of course it does. For the down special, you drop a proximity.
I don't know what
which
I
is quite
expected.
obvious due to its bright color, but also quite sensitive to those getting too close, really claiming an area
Shut
of
up
the stage
and
as your
witness
own,
me.
and acting as a helpful spot to whack foes into. Wanting to avoid yet another jetpack recovery, we'll instead go for the
10
ninja
out of
rope,
10.
which will behave similarly to Byleth's sword in that it can either grab a ledge when off stage or an opponent
That
who's
really
aimed
rustles
well.
my jimmies.
Will also pull you up and them down, respectively. No item is more
We are
iconic
so
for this
back.
final smash than the Holy Hand Grenade. having the same charge and aiming as the bazooka, and of course
Check
giving
your
off
privilege.
an almighty blast after a few seconds, angelic choir and all. Be careful though, it could get caught and redirected by skilled players, turning this into more of a holy hot potato. Worms already has plenty of cosmetics, so any matter of the hats could work for alts. A soldier helmet, knight helmet,
yeah,
top hat,
so that's
Viking
a
helmet,
thing.
all the classics to differentiate these wrigglers. And for the stage, I'm going to steal the idea of
literally
Mario Maker's
speechless.
stage, as much like in the original game, it will randomly generate. And why not? This is going to be our New Pork City, our Great Cave Offensive.
Awkward.
Very, very big. But we can throw plenty of hazards around to shake things up. Almost an exact homage to Worms Battlefields. And from there, hoping you've
This
forgiven
reminds
for
me of
bending
something.
the rules a little bit, I've got a pure-blooded mobile classic coming up next.
Smash that like button if you agree.
Tiff better be scared because the candy-crunching Omnom from Cut the Rope takes slot 10. Mostly a passive player, at least in his game
Misa
of
like
origin,
what I'm
but
seeing.
those mechanics used initially to guide the candy will come in handy in the ring. No flashy gimmicks here.
Me
just some
thinks you
stomps
should
and
pound
headbutts
that
for
like
standard attacks.
button.
And of course, the specials. Let's get into them. Neutral special sees him do what he does best. Open that mouth
so
up to
Michael
om
Scott
and
coded.
nom on opponents, much like Wario before him. It's basically a one-to-one in my head, so possibly also able to
Bro
eat
is
items,
lying.
So watch where you're throwing that holy hand grenade. For the side B, bring out the blowers, whoopee cushions. What are these?
I hope
Whatever
everyone
they are,
watching
they
is
blow
having
air
a
and they
great
would cause
day.
small damage, but a good bit of knockback if used up
Yeah,
close.
I'm not
The dam
touching
special
that
is a bit
one.
more complex. These magic top hats join the kit, and as in their home game, act as
Literally
portals.
obsessed with
The
their
hat
hair.
moves forward the longer you hold the input, and if you release it, you hop in and pop out the other one with a big hit. Alternatively,
I support the
you can
death
squish
penalty.
a falling enemy into the hat and bring them up close to you to scrap or launch them back away.
My
with the
sleepy
blow.
ass could
And for the
never.
recovery, the ever-handy bubble will float you upwards, carrying you safely back to the stage, so long as you don't get popped on your way up.
Scratch
This
that,
has little
reverse it.
offensive capability, but does its job of keeping you in the game very well. Final Smash actually draws from the oft-forgotten
Leave a
sequel
comment
Cut the
telling me
Rope
what you ate
Experiments,
today.
donning his glove mask and gaining a psychic black hole of sorts, which you can control for a few seconds before it slams into the stage along with
The
everyone
Scorpio
caught in it.
energy's
A
insane.
mind-blowing finish. Speaking of experiments, that can provide us some good costumes, such as the cowboy hat and Viking helmet, along with some
This'll
of the
get
other
me
looks from
demonetized.
Oddman Run. Damn, mobile games love an infinite runner, huh? But the original game will provide our stage.
I was
A good
today
old
years
cardboard
old
box
when I
with
found
cutouts
this
for
out.
platforms. Maybe some spikes, but I'm unsure.
Couldn't be
Now with
me.
that nice, simple-looking character from the golden days of mobile gaming, how about we follow up with the exact opposite of that? You ready to hear about this
Literally
game outside of an ad for
obsessed
the
with
first
their
time
hair.
ever? Today's segment is brought to you by
What
Raid
is
Shadow
that?
Legends and the undead foil of their ad campaign, Death Knight. Despite not being the literal face of the game, in my head and I expect many others,
What, the
he
grimace
is the
shake?
only name I know. And he's been pushed hard, so now he's here in the 11th slot. At his core, this
There's
is
a whole mood
knight,
right here.
So regular attacks can just be swording around like a bony moth. But you'll see this comparison
The
will
current
quickly
time
become
is
weaker.
4:53
Let's see those
p.m.
specials. Despite the normal sword swings, his neutral special is a sword swing. But this is a much
Those who
bigger
get
one
it,
in a big
get it.
arch,
And those who
which has
don't,
a chance to
don't.
inflict a slowing effect, referencing the debuff of his rusty sword attack from the base game.
Emotional
this will have about the same
damage.
probability as in the base game, that being 15%, so you gotta roll lucky if you want those couple seconds of advantage. Thanks to the genre of his game
Bro
of origin,
straight up
we
mogging
can rip
me.
a lot of the moveset directly, albeit tweaking them to fit this genre. With that said,
I
next up
heckin'
is
love
Decrepit
science.
Hatchet for his side special, which is thrown in an arch like the Bellmans.
I think
This
I've
has
seen
the
this
same
before.
debuffs as his sword in Raid, but that won't be reflected here, just being a normal projectile. Another direct rip, Payback is a parry. What more can I
Someone
really
wasn't
say?
hugged enough
Get
as a
hit,
kid.
do damage back instead. That's what a parry is. And the move I had to tweak the most is a mastery from the original game, Whirlwind of Death.
Yeah,
This is
I'm not
sounds you
touching
shoot
that
up with
one.
a little tornado around you and spin around dealing damage. I see this as being a very floaty
that was
move
unexpected.
If you try to side, so be careful not to overcorrect when recovering. His final smash is his upgrade from his game of origin,
language.
Ultimate Death Knight. This is just a transformation which keeps the original moveset, but giving him harder hits, further knockback, but much more
Like
weight,
this if
which
you're
speeds
watching
up
in
falls and
2025.
Slightly nerfs your recovery, just as a means to balance things out a bit. And for the stage, I've
Kinda
heard every
Waluigi
YouTuber
coded.
in history talk about the Doom Tower, so we'll go for that. I
Bro
see
is
a
getting
scrolling
it
stage
done.
like Rumble Falls, but with the aesthetic of Dracula's castle, and nice and slow as not to get too annoying.
That got
Which brings
messy.
us to our final pick, and I felt like this had to be a big one, the apex of my plan, and there was only one man fit to do the job.
This is so sad. This is so
Pooh
millennial
is a virtual
coded.
pet, which is usually the byproduct of a Tamagotchi, but has become a cult icon among people of my generation as this strange blob
Press
who could
X to
gorge
doubt.
and physically abuse to your heart's content. So let's give him some love here. Starting with that physical violence, I'm just going to
This
come
feels
right out
like
and say
liberal
it. Pooh has
propaganda.
aura. The more beaten up he is, the more he beats you up, using his attacks of just sort of stretching in your general direction. But that's far from
Merry
his complete
Christmas.
kit. Let's see our last round of specials. For his neutral, we get a good old ball, or various balls, I suppose.
Let's give it up for the
Similar to
real
shot put attack
heroes,
on me Brawler, but
reactors.
with various physics and damage depending on the ball. Not much more to say here, so here's this funny
did the
screenshot
thing.
I found from the research. For the side B, you didn't think I'd end this video without one more
Bro
car,
looking like
did
an
you?
iPad kid.
This one is the slowest of the bunch, but to make up for that, it hits like a truck.
Can we
Or like a
gatekeep this from the
small
normies?
2D car, I guess. For the down special, he has a quick little snack for a heal. This charges over time like waft, so you can't spam
I find
it,
that
and
joke
being patient
highly
will reward
offensive.
you with practically a free stock, at the risk of being vulnerable to big hits.
Bro left,
And for
no
the recovery,
crumbs.
we get the classic Pooh platform jump. Definitely not inspired by a certain other game that got cut from the roster last minute. This acts
Ezekiel
like
chapter
Pac-Man's
23
recovery,
verse
giving you
20.
free uses of
There
it
she
before it's
lusted
gone.
after her lovers,
Finally,
whose
there
genitals
is
were
one
like
thing
those
Pooh
of
is good at.
donkeys, and
It's
whose
being
emission was
flung
like
around
that
the
of
screen like
horses.
a ping pong ball, and so his final smash will be that. Bouncing off blast zones at light speed like a DVD
Can we
logo with a
gatekeep this
bloodlust.
from the normies?
And just like that logo, his ults will just be the various colours from the minigames, and his stage will also just be block
hell
colour
nah.
platform on block colour background. A low effort stage for a low effort character. What a
Work
way
smarter,
to see it
not
out.
harder.
And that, folks, is your roster. 12
That's wild.
icons, old and new, quality and not, primed to duke it out. But what would a Smash game be without extra references?
If
So,
you're enjoying
before the
this
game's not
video,
quite fit
please
for a fighter,
subscribe and
at
hit
least
that
in this
bell.
video, let's get some assist trophies for the culture.
Is this 8
Doodle
minutes
Jump,
yet?
The monsters float horizontally across the stage, dealing damage to those they come into contact with. Pretty simple.
Bro is straight
From
up
Plague
yapping.
Ink, red bubbles appear around the screen for a period of time, and if you hit
Why
them,
would
they
Bro
deal
do
chip damage
that?
to you for a while because, you know, disease. From Beat the Boss, the titular
Man, that's
boss
tough.
dances around the stage, and while not damaging you himself, will fall victim to plenty of attacks that you can absolutely get caught in the crossfire of.
That took balls.
From Temple Run, the demon monkeys do a lap on the stage and deal damage to you, despite
Uh-huh.
your blatant lack of golden idol. From Flappy Bird, pipes appear from the top and bottom of the screen and scroll across for a while, pushing you along if you fail to get through the gaps.
Guys, we
From
can all
Where's My
agree
Water,
that
a pipe
abstinence
bursts in the
rules,
middle of the
right?
stage, pushing players away who get hit into it
They
with
hate
great
us,
force.
'cause they
And
ain't
just
us.
before it despawns, out pops Swampy for one last big hit. From Fruit Ninja, fruit flies from the side blast zones.
Yeah,
and
I'm not
occasionally gets
touching
cut in
that
half,
one.
And all of it can deal damage to you if it lands a hit. From Dragon City, the Flame Dragon flies around
Yeah,
and shoots down a
okay.
few arcs of fire onto your opponents, taking Raining Hell to a new, very literal high. From Monument Valley, Princess Ida takes center stage and turns that baby around, either 90 or a full
The vibe I
180
bring to the
degrees,
function.
adding even more chaos to this madness. From Airport Mania,
Green
a series
flag.
of planes soar in various directions across the stage, but beware, these are flights you do not want to catch.
Man, this
as they
video
can grab
feels
you and take
illegal.
you off stage if you don't attack them fast enough. From Mini Militia, the soldier runs around and lets bullets fly at the closest enemy. And as a homage to its forgotten predecessor, this can also have a chance to appear with the original Doodle Army look. Rest in peace, my sweet prince.
My sleepy ass
And
could
finally,
never.
from Cookie Run, Ginger Brave dashes around with his trusty candy cane, smacking you around and sliding into you like the rejected fighter he truly
That's
is.
crazy.
And that is quite enough for today, don't you think? I'd say for how long I've had this idea,
Yeah,
I'm very proud of how it came
okay.
together, and I hope you've enjoyed it. Did I miss anyone you expected? Let me know. I'd love to eventually do a follow-up
This'll get
video
me
if there's demand,
demonetized.
but either way, thanks for sticking around. Check out that subscribe button, the Discord link, and the join button if you want to see more. Shoutouts to my members, Chlora
This
Mike
feels
and Matt
racist,
H.
but I can't
And
explain
until next
why.
time, poo balls.
And be sure to like and subscribe.
Of all of the icons Five Nights at Freddy's has spawned, I
Wish
think
my
there is
Meemaw
none
were still
more
alive to
beloved
see
than
this.
Springtrap. William Afton's iconic persona has won the hearts of
what?
indie horror fans worldwide, and a key part of his brand is that, well, I'll let him say it himself.
I always
It's
come
giving
back.
Child of Divorce.
I always come back.
I always come back.
Yes, much to the FNAF
I'm gonna
fandom's
say
growing
my
dismay,
angry
you
word.
just cannot get rid of this guy no matter how many times you put him in the pizza oven. The spectral
Bro
reboot
is
button he
straight up
seems to have
yapping.
has the in-universe explanation of Remnant, basically life residue that can imbue to, most of the time, robot animals and keep you going
Flawless
after you get
skin.
spring-locked or bitten or scooped or any manner of death.
I just failed.
I,
my
however,
try
am
not
here
to
to
laugh
offer a
challenge.
different approach. Before you, I will lay my evidence that Springtrap is a member of the
I was
powerful
today
Gallifreyan
years old
race
when I
known
found this
as
out.
the Time Lords. That's right. I have
It's
spent
giving girl
days
boss.
and nights doing unspeakable things to a corkboard, and I think I have cracked the code.
Merry Christmas.
My forefathers have spent nearly a decade trying to decipher the story of this man and explain away his inhuman abilities, but I feel as though we've turned a blind
This
eye to
reminds
the
me of
obvious.
Mr. Beast.
Until today, my dear viewer, where I will show you the light. Let's begin with the obvious. The Doctor's most iconic property
That's
is the
totally
ability
me.
to regenerate into various forms, occasionally back into previous ones, but aged. And what
Oof,
do we
that's
have here?
cringe, bro.
A man who refuses to die and repeatedly regenerates into different forms, but
Welcome to
versions of the
Crazy
same
Town.
base.
Population,
Already
this
we have
video.
some damning evidence of Afton's extraterrestrial origins, but I'm sure
Don't
the
talk to me
regens were
until
your
I've
first
had my
thought
morning
too.
coffee.
And I assure you, I'm not that basic. I have plenty more examples. Tell me, what is the most
I don't like
quintessential
that.
aspect of Doctor Who? That's right, being British. It is arguably one
video.
of the top 5 Britishest things in the world, and what do we have here?
She can dance.
This couldn't be
She can
made
sing.
today.
She's equipped with a built-in helium tank. What a deceptive calling.
He's right behind me.
Let's see how many times you can be pulled apart and put back together again.
My
That is a
flabbers gasped.
tea-sipping, colonising British man if I've ever heard one, which I have no choice but to assume is also the Gallifreyan
Bro, that's
accent.
wild, man.
Come on, Alien, how come you sound like you're from the north?
Lots of planets have a north.
So, pin that on the board, we have point 2. Now, a key aspect
Bro
of
just
Afton's
lost the
character
woke
is,
contest.
interestingly, a completely separate character, known to the community as Cassidy. This vengeful spirit is
Yes.
an equally immortal adversary set to torment William until the end of time due to the whole "he killed her" thing. Which,
Now
as an
that
empath,
was an epic
I get
gamer
that.
moment.
But wait, what other character do we know of who is an
Bro, that's
undying
wild,
enemy
man.
who, according to Screen Rant, only exists because of someone else? That's right, the Yang
do
to the
my
Doctor's
own
Yen,
research.
the Master. This is outlined fully in The Timeless Child, but to quote a wise box,
That's
some
crazy.
things are best left forgotten. This is a perfect parallel and supports my hypothesis fantastically, and while I may have to play with the timeline a
Edit.
touch,
Thanks
we're
for the
already
likes.
talking Time Lord, so I feel it's justified. Cassidy's most ruthless torment takes form as Ultimate Custom Night.
Such a Samantha
Canonically a
thing to
permanent
say.
torture chamber to force Afton to endure the trauma he lived to inflict. A true test of sanity pulled
Green
from all
flag.
across the timeline of his universe, space and time. And that may sound familiar
This
to my
video is
Who
proof that
heads
we
in
live in the
audience,
Matrix.
Perhaps as the Untempered Schism, a chaotic time vortex which plays a role in initiating Gallifreyans
More
into
proof
becoming
that
Time
video
Lords.
games lead
Starting
to
to put 2 and
violence.
2 together? By beating 50-20, you endure the
I don't know,
schism,
I just didn't find it
and
that
you
funny.
allow William to become all-powerful. Dorko created
Leviticus,
Purple
chapter
Guy,
18,
and it
verse
doesn't
7. You
stop
shall not uncover
there.
the nakedness
After
of
you
your
become a
father,
Time Lord,
which
you
is the
get a
nakedness
TARDIS,
of your
which
mother.
is the equivalent
She
of a
is your
company
mother.
car,
You shall not
allowing you
uncover
to
her
travel across
nakedness.
time and space and talk to whichever depressed painters you'd like. They naturally look like this, but you may be more
Perfect,
familiar
no
with this
notes.
one, the classic police box look, caused by a broken chameleon arc making it get stuck with this appearance. Naturally, being a Time Lord would cause Afton
They
to
should
have
be in
one.
jail.
And where do we repeatedly see the same piece of construction? Sometimes in impossible places, but always near William in this series? The FNAF 6 location. It just makes
this
perfect
makes
sense.
my head hurt.
I mean, look at Clara's TARDIS. The pieces of this puzzle, which I have so gracefully put together,
This is giving
depict
off
a
woke
picture
vibes.
clearer than crystal and spell out a secret we were all simply too distracted by the illusion
This reminds
discs
me of
of
I
Scott
Just Seen.
Cawthon's wild
Rip and fly
ride
high,
that we
queen.
couldn't see the forest for the glitched trees, just
yeah,
eager for us
instant
to
light.
take a glimpse deeper. And now, we have bi-generation.
What the
We have a
skibbity riz
feasible
is
way
up
that
with
they are
that
perhaps
guy?
not one and the same, but both exist as a part of the same canon. And I dare say, in
Yikes.
fact, that we will witness Chuti Gatwa within a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza before the next season is through.
Dude's going
Mark
goblin mode.
my words, dear viewer.
This is the BBC. Have you got a license to be theorizing in there?
Fuck. I must hide. But
Such
until I
a Samantha
resurface,
thing to say.
spread the word. Spread it like wildfire, so that my
Showing this
vision,
to my
like
doggo.
Afton, will live on. I haven't even got to how K9 is almost certainly going to be in Hell Wanted 3, but
Bro left,
that will
no
have to wait.
crumbs.
Get him, boys!
No.
I can smell this video. That's what I call a vibe. Unironically, the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. If you're enjoying this video, please subscribe and hit that bell.
So, that last video went down well, huh?
Aw, hell
Let's not
nah.
waste time. Welcome to part 2 of imagining mobile gaming's icons as Smash Bros. Style fighters. If you missed part 1, the full concept is outlined there, and there should be a card or a link
Is
to
that
that
even
on screen
legal?
now. I've decided to be a bit more lax on the rules in this part, following some of the requests I saw come in, which there were a lot of. Oh my god. I've tried my best to accommodate the
Cute.
most common requests I saw that I actually thought I could make into a fighter. Oh, and spoilers if you missed part 1.
If this gets
here is our current
5,000
roster,
likes,
so
I'll
don't
swallow
expect to
my
see
own
any of them
tongue.
here. In this video, we'll be beefing our roster up to the size of Melee's
Their
character
vibe?
select.
Checked.
Over double the original by a whole 1, or 25 fighters total for the less obtuse in the
The
audience.
vibe I
Well,
bring to
without
the
further
function.
ado, let's see who's joining the fray. Starting with a name I think you'll all be glad to see I didn't miss again.
Oh, that's cute.
Yes, after the entire population of Earth requested him last time, Dan the Man joins the fray as our first fighter.
I can smell
Half-Break's
this
second
video.
rep, but spoilers, not their last. Being a brawler by trade, his normal
Old.
attacks would just be punching and kicking around the competition, but just as it was last time, I know you're here for those specials, so let's get into our first round. For the neutral special, Dan flings
Wish
a
my
shuriken
Meemaw
out at
were still
opponents,
alive to see
causing
this.
little knockback, but a decent amount of damage with an average fire rate. Nothing wild here, just a nice standard projectile for a nice standard guy.
Showing this to
Side
my
special does a
doggo.
little move forward with a big uppercut, much like Little Mac before him. Launching
Whoa,
upwards
what
and
is bro
dealing big
doing?
damage, but leaving you vulnerable for a second or two after you let it rip. I had a bit of trouble coming up with an up
Gosh.
special for a while, on account of Daniel the Manual not having much in the way of vertical movement other than the
The
jump,
old one was better.
until I landed on these canopies as an option. One just spawns below you and bounces you up.
Yeah,
you don't need to worry
okay.
about how or why. We already have a grandma fighting a worm and a bird in this game, so realism is dead. And for the down special,
Oh yeah,
Dan
that's
does a
cute.
slide kick, or in the air, a diagonal spike down, as he can do in his home game, almost entirely exhausting his original moveset. But there is one facet that makes
on
for
that
a perfect
weird
choice
side
for
of
a final
TikTok.
smash. What is more classic, causing mass destruction than a good
Come on,
old
guys,
rocket
let's get
launcher?
this video
So for
trending.
the final smash, let's strap Dan with just that, and he can run around firing
Nice.
off projectiles for around 10 seconds with minimal recharge. And that's our first moveset. Perhaps a bit basic, but Dan's a basic boy. He doesn't need too much flair, just some
Subscribe
reliable
to
hits.
join the React
But that's
family.
not all the representation our fighters get. What cosmetic potential do we have? From a cursory glance, I'm sorry
Old.
I've never played this game in my life, we could have costumes based on Dan the Party Animal, the Baton Guard, SWAT Flyer, Bruiser, and Zombie to name a few. And for a stage, Dan's treehouse feels like the perfect home for this fighter.
Man,
Pun
that's
intended.
wild, bro.
And there's our first entrant of the second bunch down. I only hope I have done justice to all those commenters. Let's follow it up with another game I saw
Haters
a lot
will
of,
say it's
but
fake.
maybe not the fighter you're expecting.
This has Vine energy.
Dropping in from My Singing Monsters, we have the Wubbox. Not quite the mascot of the game, but nonetheless iconic. And also my
That's
favorite
Cap.
one, so fight me. This mechanized melody maker already looks primed to kill, and I think some strong,
That's
slow
certainly
swings
a
and
choice.
stomps, would be exactly how the regular attacks would manifest. And for those specials, there is plenty to pick from.
This is giving
The
some
neutral
freak
special is
energy.
the Sonic Blast. This acts similar to Palutena's Neutral Bee, locking to an opponent's initial position and shooting a few mini projectiles
thinks you
in
should
that direction,
pound that like
doing a
button.
solid bit of damage and knockback, with the drawback of potentially being easy to dodge. In a few of Wubby's
Wish my
animations,
Mima were still
we can
alive
that
to
its
see
hands
this.
are able to jut out like hydraulics, so that'll be our side special.
Bro
In the
looking
form
like
of
an
a big
iPad
punch
kid.
followed by a second hit bumping you away, an ability few could ever harness, so why waste
Credit
the
to
chance?
whoever made
Drawing
this.
from the Wubux's Air Island epic skin, the up special sprouts some wings and shoots our big bot up to the sky.
Mother is
serving
mothering.
as a solid recovery and attack, but not overly amazing as either. And the down special marks our second move stolen from Kirby, this time having the Wubux
And be
enter
sure to
its
like and
inactive form
subscribe.
and slamming to the ground with lethal intent.
Wild.
Again, not everyone can just become a cube. We can't waste that. And not wanting to make the
I'm
rest of the singing
ReactBot.
monsters feel left out, but the final smash we could have a full cacophony of all of them singing along, firing music notes up from the foreground, which would deal damage if you
Awkward.
came into contact with them. Wubux would of course join in and enter an invulnerable
Not me,
state
nose
of pure
exhaling.
groove on the stage, also causing damage if you get too close. As mentioned
Yippee!
before, the Wubux already has multiple forms in MSM, so they'd serve as perfect skin foundation. And maybe even change the song.
Gonna show
stage
this
in
to
the final
Gam
smash
Gam.
is a little Easter egg. Either the plant, water, air, cold, or earth
Man,
songs,
it always
as
be
well as
like
the
that.
rare skin having a chance to play any. Speaking of islands, Ethereal
I'm done
Island feels like
adulting
a
for the
unique
day.
looking setting for a stage, so that'll be the one I go for. 2 down already, and 2 highly requested reps at that. Let's
This
pace
is why
ourselves a
blue
bit
lives
and go
matter.
for a Nisha pick with an oft-forgotten face who I lost a lot of my time to as a child.
The Scorpio energy's insane.
Don't tell Talking Tom, our next fighter is Ratty from the
John,
Rats
chapter
on
11,
Earth
verse
series,
35.
I guess?
Jesus
You may initially
wept.
fear for his standard attacks on account of his lack of arms, but he did luckily grow
This is
some
literally
just in
my
time to get
weakness.
into mopeds. However, I still see him relying more on kicks to honor his limbless
I just want to say to the
origins, but we
haters,
will focus
stay
more
mad
on his
and stay
vehicular
broke.
ventures for the specials, starting with a doozy. From his days as Rat on a skateboard, Ratty gives us a little kickflip. With
I
the
find
snag
that joke
this
a
works
little
like
offensive.
Jigglypuff Rest, which means that if you hit just the right spot, it is a deadly hit.
Now
But
that's
if
some
you miss,
good
there'll be no
tea.
damage done, and Ratty will also take a second or 2 to recover, leaving him open for attacks. The side B has
Bro
Ratty
really
hop on
wants
his
us to
scooter
think
and,
he's
well,
funny.
Scoot. Going across the stage and ramming into opponents. There would be no rail grinding or cheese grabbing though, unlike
This
the
is
game
the
is
best
based
thing
on, but a
I've
game
seen
like this
all
requires
year.
Sacrifice. The up B is a little unique, doing a small jump on the snowboard, getting you some height, but you'd be able to chain up to 5
This
of
is
these in a row,
Garfield
either getting you
coded.
back to safety or comboing opponents into the air before finishing them off with a different
It's
piece of
giving
kit. And
Riz.
for the down special, not exactly something Ratty can actually do, but he'll do a stomp down,
Can't
giving
believe
off
he
fire in
did
both
that.
directions. Inspired by these fire obstacles from Rat on the Run, Ratty's first foray into being on things. And rounding out Ratty's
I just want to
repertoire
say to
for
the
the final
haters,
smash, the
it's
stage
not
is
stealing,
flooded and Ratty
it's
mounts
reacting.
his jet ski, scooting around and being able to
talk
jump
about
or
a
dive
twist
after
ending.
opponents. Or just hang out on top of the water if you're feeling nice that day, I guess.
Only
Ratty himself
Virgos
has a
can
few
relate.
cosmetic changes in the form of helmets, but we could also draw some inspiration from these freaks from the end of some of the levels from his home games, just to fill out the wardrobe a touch. And the stage
think
would
I've
also
seen this
draw from his
before.
original game, landing our fighters in the sewers. The stage would be unique in having a ceiling and mostly complete floor, meaning unless you can shoot your opponents off the sides or in holes in the bottom, they're sticking around for a while. Next up, let's get another highly requested one, and a game which I had actually never heard
This
of
big
before
guy
seeing
eating
the
all
response
the
to
little
part one.
guys.
That game in question being...
How do I
Very much
delete
resembling
someone
his
else's
transition
video?
slide, Shadow from Shadow Fight makes it as fighter number 4. As I said, this
Dude's
wasn't a
going
game I was
goblin
actually
mode.
familiar with, but clearly one deserving of a slot if you're all to be trusted. Similar to Death Knight from part 1, standard attacks would just be simple sword swings with maybe a kick
Wow,
or 2,
I have
with faster
no
style
words.
like Sheik, and of course his own round of specials, almost directly courtesy of the base moveset. Starting it off with a classic
Thank you,
big
very
slash,
cool.
with a bit of charge up and naturally dealing damage and knockback based on how long you hold hold it. It could even
This
have a
video
sweet
is
spot
why
like
I have a
Wrath,
peanut
Neutral Bee, but
allergy.
with more of an arch rather than a tipper. Putting the sword aside for the side special, Shadow grabs a nearby foe and pulls out a suplex, slamming opponents into the ground while keeping them close to chain into further moves. A potential follow-up being the up special, Spinning Slash, which of course gets you some height as a recovery, as well as repeated hits on the way up. And to
There's
keep
a whole
it varied,
mood
we'll
right
put
here.
the blade back away for the down special, opting for instead a big axe kick, which also feels primed for a spike if used precisely. Gotta have that samurai accuracy to play Shadow to his peak. For the final smash, I couldn't seem to find a big finisher from his game of origin.
My
so I
hungry
decided
ass
to pull
could
out
not.
an original idea of basically Great Ether, but with the blackout effect of those stages from Mario Wonder.
What am I
Swords and
even
shadows are
watching?
This guy's whole thing, so why not? For skins, I'd imagine just different colors like Mr. Game & Watch, but to contrast that, I see good stage potential in the gorgeous
Scratch that,
Sakura
reverse
Gardens. Because what's better than stage? Stage Japan, baby. So, praying I did a good job with my research,
We stand
I'm gonna
a short
contrast
king.
that with a character that has sucked up more of my time than I would ever care to mention.
Chat, is this real?
Looking sharp at entry number 5, we have the
Is
good
this a
old
live
Dart
leak
Monkey.
video?
Another one who technically originated not in mobile games, instead from Flash gaming sites,
Bro,
but
I'm so
nonetheless
dumb,
a
bro.
much requested pick and one I absolutely considered for the first part. I feel like for neutral attacks he'd move much like Diddy for obvious reasons, putting his whole body
Not
into
funny.
those attacks,
Didn't
rolling, punching, kicking, really getting in there. But for a character all based off what he throws
I
more
failed
than what
to
he
see the
is,
humor
what are those
here.
specials? As the name suggests, the neutral special is a charge-up dart shot. Similar to Worm, longer charge means longer throw, and the fall
This
off
is
also
Garfield
changes accordingly.
coded.
I thought about something to do with it sticking to the target, doing chip damage or something, but that feels almost a bit morbid, so no getting gored by
Not
a dart
me,
this time.
giggling
Pulling
and
from one of the
kicking my
upgrades
feet.
Dart Monkey has, the side B sticks him in the spiker pult, and to put things on
Okay,
their head,
this
uses
next one
him as
is
the
gonna break
projectile
your
and
brain.
launches him forward like a cannonball, dealing a solid bit of damage.
Yeah,
but great
I'm not
knockback.
touching that
Not quite
one.
as strong as a spike ball, but a whole primate hurtling towards your
I
face
bet
is
bro
still
is
a hell of a
vaccinated.
hit. We call in a friend for the up special in the form of the heli pilot, giving you a lift up and getting anyone
My
foolish enough
pronouns
to
are
fall onto you caught up in a
ReactBot.
rotary cascade of hits. He's also here because Heli is my favorite balloons tower, and Pursuit is the best thing in the game and always will
Bro
be.
just
And
lost
for the down
the
special,
woke
the ever
contest.
reliable pile of spikes is thrown below you and acts as a stage hazard for a while, just like they do in the game of Origin. Nothing
Pop
wild
off,
here.
sis.
What more can I say about a pile of thumbtacks? Let's get even more predictable though with the final smash. Yes, of course, it is the Super Monkey.
I don't
Storm.
like that.
Rather than a transformation, instead a series of Super Sapiens soar sideways swiftly across the stage, and unlike my ability to say the letter S, this move is very reliable,
Okay,
giving few places
hear me
to run
out.
from the onslaught. Each one doesn't do much damage, but that is made up for in sheer volume. Super indeed. For the cosmetics, I feel
This
like it
feels
makes sense to
racist,
kit the
but I
Dart
can't
Monkey
explain
up in
why.
gears of various other classes. Ninja, Boomerang, Mage, Engineer,
Whoa,
Sniper,
what
the
did I
works.
just
For
witness?
the stage, I decided to draw from Melee's finest aspect, Pokefloats, but this time with the various blimps from Bloons. None of Bloons'
Bro really
actual
said,
stages felt iconic enough to make the cut, so this felt like a fun compromise. But enough monkey business. We're gonna keep the request ball rolling and fill a slot that
God
was
is
criminal
alive
that I
and will
let
cleanse
slip
this
last
world
time.
of sin.
That, of course, being
Nah, that's the Joker.
finally making the cut. Sensei from Fruit Ninja joins the fray.
We love to
and
see
also
it.
marks our third half-brick character, second ninja, and second senior citizen. Truly a character
Yes, so
melting
true.
pot. Much like Shadow, the neutral attacks would be very sword-based as he doesn't do much else physically. But the actual gameplay of Fruit Ninja will
Can't
give the
believe he
special
did
some
that.
more inspirations. The neutral special tosses out an item of fruit in an arch, which can be damage
That's
itself, but
wild.
If you hit the button again, Sensei will do a sword dash towards where the fruit is and continue a bit past towards potential opponents. Fast and
Whoever
good for
made this
damage,
video
and not too much
definitely
knockback
voted
to
for
give you a
Trump.
good combo chance once you're up close. And to keep them up close,
I
the
give it
side
a
B
2
throws out the ice
out of
banana to
5.
temporarily freeze enemies and leave them wide open to get a few hits in. As much as I wanted to put all three in, this was the only one
Can't
I could
believe
see
he
actually
did that.
translating, so for now we'll keep them in our hearts and move on. To recover, Sensei throws down a bomb below him to boost
Bro
to the
looking like
skies
an
and
iPad
naturally
kid.
get a big hit on anyone caught below. Similar to Samus's down B, but with much less cooldown, almost immediately exploding upon use. But for an actual down special, just
Mother
to get
is
as many features
mothering.
in as we can, he slices a star fruit straight down, causing each half to arc outwards in either direction, as well as, of course, spiking if you get caught just right by the
Oh,
sword.
how
It
the
only feels fitting. And for the
turntables.
final smash, what could easily just be another Great Ether gets a little twist. The pomegranate spawns in the middle of
I
the
don't
stage
like
and
that.
grows glows when hit, somewhat similar to Rosalina's Grand Star, and then after a few seconds, explodes in fruity havoc, catching foes who get too close in a sticky situation indeed. That being death. Sensei himself doesn't have many aesthetic changes, but we can throw him in his vacation clothing.
This
and
video
maybe some
gave
color
me a
shifts
migraine.
based on the various characters from Fruit Ninja Connect, pulling a bit more of the franchise in. For the stage, our only real choice is the dojo.
Sorry,
just
I
a
zoned
standard
out.
wooden room with a few platforms and juice splashes on the walls. Nice and simple.
Bruh
and
moment.
with that, we approach the halfway mark, and with the high number of close quarters fighters we've had so far, I think it's
Emotional
time for someone much more
damage.
distance oriented. And I know just the guy for the job. It's
This
not
reminds
Minecraft,
me of
I swear.
something.
Enter Newbie from Pixel Gun 3D, a game I dabbled with back in the day, but apparently wasn't as lost to time as I thought it was. While obviously being very firearms based, that's not
roommates.
generally what the standard attacks are made for, so there will be some fisticuffs from this fighter, but his loadout of specials will be where the real fun comes in. For his neutral
Scratch his
special,
chin.
wait, didn't I already do this bit? Yes, the neutral B is just a stock standard pistol, and much like Joker's, doesn't have an overly fast fire rate, but basically acts as an
Kinda
instant ray
Waluigi
of damage when
coded.
shot, albeit at the cost of much knockback. Not one to fight entirely from far away, the side B pulls out the sword
really
of
thinks
shadows
he's
in a
woke.
big sweeping upwards motion, knocking opponents in the same direction naturally. There are plenty of
Bro is
bladed
the
weapons
Michael
that I could
Jordan
have gone
of
for, but to be
basketball.
honest, I just thought it was neat. Newbie also joins the jetpack
Yup.
club for his
It's
recovery, doing
mukbang
what a
time.
jetpack does, gradually getting you back on stage at a moderate pace, but not dealing damage on the way.
The
up, so try not to
goat.
get interrupted. The down B is the cluster grenade, rolling out in the direction you're facing or straight down if in the air, and exploding and firing off smaller secondary
So there's
explosives in
that.
a small area around the first. Safest just to avoid anywhere within 3 countries of
Hit
this.
that
For the
subscribe
biggest
button
attack,
and
we need
join the
biggest of
React
guns.
army.
And the Excalibur minigun is just that. A constant barrage of bullets erupts
That's
out of
actually
the gun,
really
and you can let it
offensive.
ring in a full 180-degree arc around you. The only problem being you can't move. So
Hit 'em with
place
the
yourself
side
right.
eye.
Now, Pixel Gun is a game with customizable skins, so cosmetics are paradoxically quite limited, as we have to draw from official inspiration. I think looks based
It's
off of the
giving
zombie,
zest.
mummy, rifle soldier, and other enemies would make a good enough fit. The stage would be something along the lines of the training
Okay,
ground.
this next
quite
one is
open
gonna
walk
break
off
your
with
brain.
The odd floating platform, but again, nothing too crazy. Next up, we're gonna sandwich Newbie between 2 deadly warriors.
ew,
in
you can
ninjutsu.
see the
I feel like this
rotoscoping.
side won't be as much of a force to be reckoned with.
Wait, they're banning TikTok?
Finding his footing at number 8 is Clumsy of Clumsy Ninja fame. Another sort of virtual pet, but in human form this time.
She
As
thinks
the name
she's a
suggests,
carry, but
this
she's
ninja
really a
won't have the
Miranda.
deft swordplay of Shadow, but more so a series of slapstick bundled into a moveset, with a sort of
Pop
drunken
off,
fist
sis.
style for neutral attacks, and plenty of tricks up his sleeve for those specials. For the neutral B, he's
Bro
launched
is
in an
looking
arc out of a
crusty-musty.
cannon, similar to Dart Monkey's Spiker Pull, but with a bit more speed and a bit less fall off
Chad
to reflect the
energy.
increase in firepower. For the side special, good news for all you Kick the Buddy fans, as this move sees
We
Clumsy
stan
kick
a
a training
queen.
dummy across the field, and this could maybe act as a sandbag which deals damage to people, but it can get hit
I'm
around
watching
by anyone,
this,
so
and
be
I
careful.
still
It
don't
would break
believe
after
it.
a few hits though. For the recovery, no grace here. Balloons are tied to Clumsy, allowing him to gently float back up, and while they could deal
Ruh-roh.
damage to people by popping, this would slow the ascent, so best to try and stay on stage as best you can. And for the down B, Clumsy swings around a sack of rice
Don't
in a
ask
circle,
me where
giving
I
those
was
punching
on the
bags
night
a
of
long-awaited
October
chance to
13th,
hit back, and behaving
2023.
much like Barry's badass hog from part 1.
gonna show
In
this
Final
to my
Smash, The
Mima.
whole stage becomes a trampoline, and Clumsy bounces around in an invulnerable state
Bro
and deals
has
damage
no
to anyone he
life.
hits, who are also caught bouncing around. Clumsy has a few good costumes from the base game, making this part nice and simple, and I think the winter market would
sucker
make a good
for a
unique
cute
set
little
piece for a
doggo.
battlefield, so that shall be our stage. Next up, we have one that I knew I had to get
Got
in this
me
video,
feeling a
and
certain
as
type
hard
of
as
way.
it was, I think I did a good job.
That is such a Gemini move.
Sliding in from either side of the screen comes the Doodler. Yes, that's its real name. This is one of the most
And they were
minimal
roommates.
games represented here, but with just enough features to make something work. Quite obvious for the neutral special, shoot out a little pellet of
Now
foes to
that's
do a
some
bit of
good
damage
tea.
and almost no knockback. But interrupting moves if you can snipe well,
That
as
got
it moves
messy.
fast. A bit stranger for the side special though, a platform spawns in the direction you use it, and the Doodler jumps
on, guys,
sideways
let's
up it,
upvote
dealing
this
damage
on
with
Reddit.
fragments. This has a very short range, but greatly makes up for it in damage and
What the what?
Trying to avoid Jetpack Anonymous getting too crowded, we'll instead pick the Propeller Hat for the recovery. Also doing damage on the way up, similar to a mini helipilot. Much more whimsical.
That makes
as well.
sense.
And for the down B, a black hole spawns behind you and acts like Ness's PSI.
This is why
rendering
blue
you
lives
immobile,
matter.
But absorbing projectiles, and if you use it up close, inflicting a small bit of chip damage.
Give
while
this
other
video
players
a
are
like
touching it.
if your
The
parents
final
are still
smash was
divorced.
really tough, but I think the UFO makes a good fit. Soaring around the stage and
I'm
getting
bored.
opponents who get underneath it caught in a tractor beam before slamming them into the stage for big damage. I considered carrying them off stage for a star KO, but that felt a little
what the
unfair.
Sigma?
Plenty of skins in Doodle Jump already, so we've plenty to pick from for those. And the actual setting of the game is our only real option for the stage. Slowly scrolling up and
It's
featuring
giving
various types of
cringe.
platforms and even springs and trampolines for some variety. And we've got another challenging one to design coming up next, but after seeing all the comments, I'd be
Subscribe
a
to
fool
join
skip
the
this.
React family. Bro just lost
Jumping
the
in at
woke
slot 10 is
contest.
the Cube from Geometry Dash, a slot which rivaled Dan in terms of requests. Naturally, turning a sheep
It's giving
into a
awesome
character in a
sauce.
platform fighter was a tricky one, but I think I've made it work. In terms of neutral attacks, I can see just sort of launching itself at
More of
enemies in
this,
various
please.
directions, but fear not, the specials have much more juice to them. For the neutral special, you can charge up a transporter ring, and if you hit full charge, hold
Not
it to release
me,
an
nose
enemy,
exhaling.
like DK's punch. Pink, then yellow, then red, as in the base game in order of strength.
Yo,
For the side
this
special,
one's for
one
the
of these
boys.
bitey things comes out and does a big bite, as one might expect. This doesn't grab foes like Omnom, just dealing a big hit of damage.
Instant
instead.
karma.
The up B transforms our cube into this arrow form and launches straight up into the air, getting both good height and good
As
damage.
an AI
though
language
not able
model,
to
I am
zigzag as
unable
they
to
can in
react to
Geometry
this.
Dash. And for the down special, another transformation, this time into the spike ball form, letting you rev on opponents before launching them away, putting those spikes to much more use than they were originally built for. And one last transformation for the final smash
Showing
is
this
the
to my
UFO,
doggo.
but working differently to the last one, giving you unlimited jumps and a permanently damaging
Like this if
state,
you're
letting
watching
you
in
chase foes
2014.
down wherever they are with ease and carry them off to their demise. Again, GD has plenty of inbuilt cosmetics, so just various shapes
stinky.
and colors should do the trick. And for the stage, I thought, why not just straight up stereo madness?
Who
Scrolling
won?
through at a
Who's
slower pace,
next?
but with the
You
exact
decide.
same layout, much like Mushroomy Kingdom, but without the aesthetic change.
Challenge
With that
accepted.
squared away, we enter our final three, and I think it's time for another developer to get their second rep, and they've got the experience to show they're ready.
Yas, queen.
A Brawl Star by trade,
Bro
Shelly
just
lands
won
at
the
our
woke
11th spot.
contest.
Another game I've not had much experience with, but with a name like that, a representative in this was a no-brainer. And her base moveset makes for
Now
great
this is
inspiration.
more like
For
it.
the neutral B, the classic buckshot shoots out an arc of bullets similar to Barry's shotgun, but with a shorter range and slightly higher damage.
Now
just
that
to
was
shake
an
it up a
epic
bit.
gamer
Side
moment.
B is fast forward, basically a big dash, i.e. Wonder Wing, or like Red's car if you've been following the series.
Rip,
This,
bozo.
correcting my mistake from last time, does stop at ledges, but is nonetheless a big hit and a great movement option. For the recovery, we draw from
Someone
her
wasn't
Hoot
hugged
costume
enough as a
and get
kid.
back to the stage via broomstick. Not as essential of a character trait as the rest of her moves, but when you're pulling from a
Hold on,
top-down
shut up.
game,
I'm trying to
vertical
think of something to
options
say.
are very limited. And for the down B, Shelly gives us a shell shock, doing a
Bro
Lucio
looks like
style
Coco
slam
Melon.
down and blasting damage outwards in shockwaves. The final smash was again tricky, but I figured kitting her with the
What
double
is
barrel
that?
and running around like a maniac with minimal reload time felt like the best bet. So that's what I landed on. As with a lot of our recent
We are the
entrants,
dream
Shelly already
makers.
has plenty of skins to draw from for her alternates, so pick your favorite and imagine
Ruh-roh,
that. On
Raggy.
stage, I landed on Star Park, another unique setting which I feel could be fun to fly around Delfino Island style and land at various parts for unique layouts. Almost rounding
Wake
out our
me when
roster,
it's
I
Virgo
think it's time I
season.
make good on someone I directly overlooked for part 1. Fresh out the oven
Merry
comes
Christmas.
our next fighter.
Not me laughing at this.
One tough cookie, Ginger Brave takes our penultimate
It's kinda
spot,
mid.
graduating from an assist trophy from the last lot. And I think I've managed to put something together that does him justice, so let me cook here. Or let me bake? Forget it, just roll the moveset.
Not my
a
president.
staple of Gingy's moveset, he swings out his candy cane in a big arc for a solid bonk on nearby opponents.
Bro thought they
Nothing
were
wild here.
slick.
This is just effectively a sword swing, but much less cavalry, much more confectionery. The side special utilizes his skill from Cookie Run, that being Brave Dash. Similar to Shelly, he dashes forward but covering less distance, just to make it a bit more unique to hers. We'll also give it a stronger knockback
Hold on,
to make
shut
up
up.
for the
I'm
speed.
trying to think of something to
For
say.
the up special, he does a double jump attack to gain height and get a double hit in on
10
other
out of
fighters,
10.
and carry them closer to being knocked off the top of the stage if you land a good follow-up. And to ring the last of this basic boys
I'm on the
original
weird
moveset,
side of
the
YouTube.
down special gives you a slide along in the direction you're facing, and also
I'm
gives you a
feeling
second
really
good chance
ugly
for some
today.
good combos.
Can someone in the
a lot
comments
of this can
give me
chain
a little
together well
boost?
if you catch other players off guard. Luckily, we have a perfect choice for a final smash.
Green flag.
Another cutscene for anyone caught close by who gets shoved directly in the witch's oven and baked alive
Checkmate,
to rack up damage,
atheist.
and leaving foes wide open for a big finishing move. Gingerbrave's skins could be compiled
Now,
with
this is
Tuxedo,
content.
King Costume, and a few alts based on some of the more fancy-looking friends of his. And since I've taken
I
the
bet
oven
bro is
already,
vaccinated.
stage could be Cookie Castle, snatching the title for most edible stage out of the clutches of Candy Crush. And finally, I feel like I've been quite
I
well
like
behaved
this
with
one.
the rules here. So I think I've earned one last pick that bends them a tad. And boy, am I gonna bend them till
Love
they
the
snap.
aesthetic.
Say goodbye to any chance of this game ever really existing.
Not really that impressive.
Yep. I'm dead serious. By heavy technicality, this is a
I don't
mobile
like that.
exclusive Pokemon, only able to be evolved in Pokemon Go, so you know what, we're having
Only
fun with
1%
this one. Why
of you
not?
will get this
Melmetal is
one.
a big, bulky heap of iron, and I feel that that would be reflected in its playstyle. Very heavy and quite slow, but even standard hits dealing
I
solid
don't get it.
damage. Rather than a glass cannon, think more a concrete nuclear bomb.
Bruh
I thought
moment.
it would be fun for this one to pull directly from Melmetal's actual move pool for specials, so
This
let's see
drama
what I
is
went for.
spicy.
The neutral special is Flash Cannon, a mainstay steel move which, in
Whoa.
our case, takes a sec to charge before firing straight out across the screen at an average speed, giving you a bit of thinking time before you're on the receiving end of this, if you will,
Scratch
steel
that.
beam.
Reverse it.
Wait, why isn't it actually called that? For the side B, I went for Dynamic Punch, also having a bit of wind-up, but this time launching
Consider
yourself
that
along
tea
rather than a
spilled.
projectile, at a similar speed and with a lot more knockback if it connects. The recovery was a tough one, but I picked
If you
Gyro
know what
Ball,
I mean.
which sees it curl up in a ball and spin back towards the stage, or up at any awaiting
Story
victims
time.
who end up unfortunate enough to be above you. And what Melmetal moveset would be complete without the signature double iron bash?
thinks
doing
this
a big
didn't
hit
really
side to
happen.
side, one after the other. This is a great finisher if you can get up close, and as much as I want to make it spike
Credit
too,
to whoever
I'll hold
made
off.
this.
I feel like we've had a few too many already. Bending the rules even further for the final
Not
smash,
me
we
laughing
get
at
a
this.
cutscene finisher, catching close by foes and going Gigantamax on them, and hitting them with a G-Max meltdown, really
Thank
showing
you.
off
Very
everything
cool.
that makes Melmetal, Melmetal. Now, I now know the struggle of making Pokemon alts for Smash Bros, as I was able to come up with the shiny color,
When you
and
see it,
color shift
you'll shit
based on
bricks.
the various Pokeballs you can get in Pokemon Go, as going too far off model
That's
colorways
wild.
is a tricky thing to navigate for all Pokemon who aren't named Kecleon. The stage, however, much easier. A gym.
This
I'm thinking
video's
a Great
kind of a
Plateau
nothing
Tower style
burger.
stage, which can appear as any of the 3 teams when the match begins, as an extra bit of spice.
This is literally
And
my
just like
weakness.
That, your roster is complete, but much like last time, we have a few who weren't quite melee material, but can still make an appearance in the
alright.
form of assist trophies. So if your favorite missed the cut, don't count them out just yet. From Crossy Road, the chicken hops around for a while and can deal damage if it comes into
Wow,
contact with you.
I have
if you beat
no
it up too
words.
much, though, you'll hear a dinging and have to think fast before a train rushes quickly across
Emotional
the screen, despawning
damage.
the chicken and slamming anyone with poor enough reaction times with great force. From Spiky's Bounce Around, Spiky is
This
there.
got me
He
feeling
can be
a
thrown
type
around
of
as a
way.
sharp obstacle by the assist trophy's user, and of course, spiking anyone else who gets into contact with it.
I'm telling
From
the subreddit
Infinity Blade,
about this.
Cyrus appears as a temporary extra fighter and swings said Infinity Blade around at all who rival
My
him.
timbers
Self-explanatory, really. From Dumb Ways to Die, water floods some of the stage and a swarm of piranhas appear,
Awkward.
going straight for anyone who takes a dip, so watch your private parts. From Red Ball, one of these giant axes appears in the middle of the
This is
stage
Garfield
and damages you
coded.
if you hit it, so stick to the sides until it despawns. From Jelly Car, the Jelly Car drives around
I bet
and
bro is
occasionally grows and
vaccinated.
shrinks to keep foes on their toes, dealing damage if you get hit, of course. From Smash Hit, metal balls are thrown from the
Aw,
foreground
hell
of the
nah.
stage to knock people flying. Fear not though, there are markers for where it'll land, so you can watch out. From Paper Toss,
The math
a fan
isn't
spawns
mathing.
where the trophy was used and oscillates around, blowing air in the direction it's facing, carrying off enemies in its path. From Granny,
I do
Granny
my
moves
own
slowly around the
research.
stage, but if you're in her line of sight for too long, will launch towards you and deal an
I'm on that
almighty
weird
hit,
side
so
of
figure out
TikTok.
hiding places fast. From Parachute Ninja, rope platforms appear around
Gonna
the
show
stage,
this
which
to
act as
Gam Gam.
trampolines, but be careful, as the ninja himself can also jump between them and knock away anyone in his path. Very ninja-heavy video, huh? From Battle Cats, a horde of cats
I'm
runs
bored.
on from
Let's
off-screen
watch
and
Family
pushes
Guy
anyone who
funnies.
gets caught in the fray. And for an extra rep, this can also appear as a swarm of Stumble Guys. And speaking of alternate skins, the boss from Part 1
They
can
fell
also
off
appear as
hard.
the buddy from Kick the Buddy. There, are you happy? And with that, we round out our second hypothetical game, which, by the way, leave a comment with name suggestions if
Bro
you've
is
made it this
looking
far.
crusty
It'll
musty.
probably be a bit until Part 3, if ever, just so I can keep this place varied. Until then, thank you for watching. Shoutouts to Matt H and Clara Mike
Guys,
for being
I
members.
literally can't
like,
with this.
comment, subscribe, share, fall asleep to this video, drink water, eat your
That
5
looks
a day,
like it
and
hurt.
remember, poo balls.
Subscribe to me because I curate only the best stuff.
In recounts of the history of video games, an oft-neglected
What
element
the
is the
Sigma?
pivotal role that apes have played in their development. Of course, we all know that they are often created by the great ape known as the human,
What
but this
is
is a
that?
grossly reductive view of their importance to the art form. Video games are monkey business. They are intertwined with primates in a way it is
This is
impossible
giving
to
me
not only
all the
recognize but
feels.
celebrate, which is why today I'm going to bring you the
Guys,
history
I
of the video
literally
game
can't
industry
with this.
as told from the perspective of the humble monkey.
Free thinkers
The
unite.
year is 1981. Games are no longer dots and lines, but now actual graphics of things. Spaceships, ghosts, and yes, of course, monkeys. Donkey Kong is the grandfather of two of gaming's most
What a
iconic
bozo.
franchises, and the titular DK himself, soon to end up a grandfather by the name of Cranky Kong, in a little series
when the
we'll
Doom
soon get
music
into.
kicks in.
He was also the cause of one of gaming's first prolific lawsuits, being between Nintendo and Universal over the similarities
Bro really
to King
thinks he's
Kong,
smooth.
which, as we all know, resulted in absolutely nothing in the monkey industry, but did immortalize Nintendo's lawyer John Kirby as everyone's favorite god
Elon
of death.
won't like this one.
This already gives us a third iconic pillar of gaming ode to great apes, but you know what else
I don't
DK
get it.
is directly responsible for? Donkey Kong Jr. That is, if my understanding of family
Caught in
lineage is to be
4K.
trusted. This hit arcades in '82 and saw Jr. rescuing dear old dad from
If this
gaming's
gets
greatest
10,000
sociopath.
likes, nothing
And
will
family
happen.
values will take you far in the eyes of the public. So this was only another very valuable asset in ensuring the primate
is a
paycheck
moment.
kept coming in from gamers worldwide. But suddenly, kinda nothing happened for a bit. Overalls from the arcade
This
games
is
went
so
on his own way,
Barbie-coded.
some elf started collecting triangles, and other footnotes in history until 1990 and the release of The Secret to Monkey Island,
Facts.
putting you in the shoes of... a human? Are you serious? This isn't Secret of Guy Island. It's right there in the title. Monkeys shouldn't
Well,
be
that
just
just
relegated
happened.
to tools for your progression. This is heresy. I demand a monkey of some importance, and I
No
demand
God.
it within
On
the
cap.
next 3 years. Close enough. Yes, thanks to the Super Effects chip and humanity's innate
at all
need to
these
anthropomorphize
confident
animals,
Leos.
Star Fox comes along, and among its cast of characters, we find Andros, the big bad of the
Uh-oh,
star
stinky.
system who could pass as a monkey if you squint from about 100 feet away,
Bro
but for
is
the minute it
spitting
just looks
straight
like one of those
facts.
paint-your-own masks shooting out bathroom tiles. I'm sure later entries will fix that.
So there's
Let's see
that.
what else this so-called Super Nintendo Entertainment System has up its sleeve. Holy
Obsessed.
shit. Folks, the DK lineage continues with the original's grandson here in Donkey Kong Country.
Really makes you
and
think,
we have
huh?
a veritable treasure trove of new faces. Not only Donkey the Third, but we meet
Yucky.
Diddy, Candy, and the inventor of the phrase rad as hell, Funky Kong. And even
is so
monkey
over.
enemies. Rare knew what gaming needed, and it forecasted great things for the industry, establishing that there
I
is
don't
much
like
more
that.
that the species can bring to the table. And it wouldn't stop there, as newcomer Diddy would go on his very
I
own
hate to bring gender into
conquest.
this.
Wait,
but
is that a
women
pun on
deserve
conquest?
to
I
be
only just got...
respected.
Anyway, Diddy, along with his newfound pal Dixie, carried the torch on in the following year, also introducing some
How is this
niche
not
faces in
viral?
this bastion of the industry. Swanky Kong shows up with his bonus minigame and unparalleled style and grace, and Wrinkly
man of
Kong,
culture,
who would
I
take
see.
the rank of one of the first Nintendo characters to canonically pass away.
Sorry, I zoned out.
Damn right there is. They can't stop pumping out monkeys. As just one more year later, Dixie takes center stage, but
Wake
not
me when
before
it's
a
Virgo
few more
season.
franchises finally start trying to compete. And the first solid competitor would be what would go on to be the highest grossing franchise
detected.
of all time, Pokémon. What the fuck are these? While I appreciate the effort, any monkey is a good monkey to me,
It's
these
giving
are barely
cringe.
hitting the mark, being closer to balls of lint than the iconic predecessors from DKC. They're classified as pig monkey Pokemon,
Unbothered
which is
and
not a real
thriving.
thing at all, and could have spelt a rocky future as a whole for the franchise. But luckily, it has just enough
this
satanic
satire?
ties and addictive properties to keep it afloat to try again. And before we get back on the
Still
minecart
won't
tracks,
heal
who
a
else
broken
should swoop
country.
in but Mario to try his own tricky hand once again? Super Mario RPG provides us Chained Kong, a prisoner of war.
This is the
This,
best
in my
thing
eyes,
I've seen
is a glimpse
all
of
year.
Mario's vision. The ape is an enemy to him, to be imprisoned and neutralized as a threat so he can continue to wahoo and yippee his way to the top of the sales charts. Someone
I
needs
was
to take
today
him down
years
a peg or
old when I
two.
found this out.
Someone needs to steal his hat, and I know just the guy for the job. As Mario was taking
Nice.
his leap into 3D, an agent of the good word was there to greet him, dwelling in Tall Tall Mountain, just waiting to give a hit back for the little guy. Enter Ukiki.
Okay, this next one
This
is
rambunctious
insane.
revolutionary would go down in history as an irritant to
This
many
isn't
gamers,
nearly
but
as
that's
epic
just what
as
gaming
Bacon.
monkeys everywhere needed. Ukiki would stick in the minds across the globe and ensured nobody would forget the external presence
Some
of
real
the ape.
Hufflepuff
And
energy.
with that hit taken, it was time to come out swinging, which is where we return to Dixie. DKC3 gives us just one
Tips,
new
Fedora.
Kong in Kiddy, but by this time the Kong Empire had already well established itself as a bastion of
If this
all
gets
things
10,000
ape in the gaming
likes,
landscape,
nothing will
and
happen.
would stand unrivaled for a good few years, comfortable in the
Dude's
knowledge
going
that there were
goblin mode.
absolutely no primate-based franchises coming for their monkopoly. This would all change,
Ooh, that's a
however, in
Freudian slip.
1999, with an oft-forgotten series from Japan Studios, Ape Escape. Enter
Bro
Spectre
thought they were
and
slick.
the Peepo Monkeys, representing both the good and bad
I
in
love
monkey kind,
freebooting.
and proudly standing as a second bastion in a franchise all about the forefathers of interactive digital entertainment. I can only see this
Zoink,
franchise
Scoob.
having a long and fruitful future. But they weren't the only ones to slip in before the turn of the century, as first Pokemon gave it another go in Gen 2,
Bro has
and
no
we
life.
have progress! That's actually a monkey! Good job, Game Freak. You get a gold star.
It's a no
a
from
little
me.
kiss on the forehead. Sega even decided to get in on the fun with the release of Samba de Amigo,
This is
with the
giving off
titular
woke
Amigo
vibes.
and his sister Amiga being noble first entries. Seemed Sega had some real promise here. And with all this monkey action
they
going
have.
on, you know the King of Swing couldn't let it slide. The OG went 3D and brought along Kongs
that was
tiny,
unexpected.
chunky, and lanky, only expanding the great foundation that had been laid since day one. There may have been a rough transition
If you're
to 3D,
enjoying this video,
but it happens to
please
the best of us.
subscribe and
And
hit
honestly,
that
it was
bell.
timely, as you know what else was expected to be a rough transition? Y2K, baby! It's 2000, the world thankfully
this
hasn't
video a
broken,
like if
and
your
now
parents are
hooked,
still divorced.
PlayStation decides to give it another go with some help from Naughty Dog, bringing us Rilla-Roo. While they didn't fully
who's gonna
commit
tell
to
him?
a 100% monkey, instead just opting for the waist up, I can at least give points for creativity and for upholding the great legacy in their
we
own
give a
way.
shout out
but
to
there was a
Working
rumbling
Moms?
on the horizon. Something big was going to happen, and it was going to happen in 2001.
Now,
But
this is
that would have to
content.
wait, as Japan were just about to get a new game the same year, going by the name
Bro
of
really thinks
Dobetsu
he's
no
low.
Mori, or to my neck of the woods, Animal Forest. This would bring in its own slew of gorillas in Caesar, Jane, Louie, and Pee-wee, sowing the seeds of what could one day grow to be a great primate empire. But what else was
agree to
brewing around the
disagree.
same time? Balls. Barreling in from Sega, Nintendo's
I
oldest
don't know what
sparring
those big
partner,
words
of
mean.
course came one of the biggest efforts for the Monkey Crown yet, Super Monkey Ball.
I do my own
Mimi,
research.
Gon, and Baby all rolled onto the scene, proudly proclaiming that
This
yes,
is why I
our
hate
game is
children.
about monkeys. We're not afraid to show it in the face of any and all competition, Kong, Escapee,
Blessing.
or otherwise. Later, the sequel would even add a villain to their roster in Dr. Bad Boon, as well as his assistant. Always a helpful card to have. Possibly caused by
That's
this big
totally
new player,
me.
Animal Crossing decided to port to the GameCube with some extra firepower, and they came up with Yodel. Yeah, they're gonna need to do better
That
than
is
this going
such a
forward.
Gemini
And they
move.
realized the same, as with yet another re-release in 2003 as Dobetsu no Mori E+,
Gorge.
Violet and Boyd joined the front and bolstered the number a bit more. Although,
I'm a
to be
sucker
honest,
for a
we're yet
cute
to see
little
anything
doggo.
worth worrying about by the King of Swing. Just to establish their dominance further, in fact, just a year later
I'm
came
gonna
Donkey
feed you
Kong
guys
Barrel
good
Blast.
today.
And with it, a litany of new faces, not only in the Helper Monkey, but
Only
foes
Virgos
too
can
in
relate.
Ninjapes and Dread, Karate, Ninja, Sumo, and Ghastly Kong, bumping them up to unrivaled
I was
numbers
today
of monkeys.
years old
and
when I
Nintendo
found
would
this
only
out.
keep going in the following years, with Animal Crossing giving gorillas another shot, and with a whole separate
love
monkey
fluffer
category.
pupper doggos.
That's what I like to see. Additionally, in 2006, the famously Japan exclusive Salsa would be brought to us from Mother 3, and their friends over
Wish
at
my
Game Freak
Meemaw
were
were
also
still
hard
alive
at it,
to
ready
see
to
this.
reveal 4 whole monkeys to the world in Chimchar, Monferno, Infernape, and
Not me,
Ambipom.
giggling
Looking back
and
at their
kicking my
origins, the
feet.
difference is night and day, truly gaining an understanding
This gave
of the
me
tie between
secondhand
good monkey
embarrassment.
and good game. But wait, from the top rope, Sega drops in with
If you
Super
can
Monkey
relate to
Ball
this,
Adventure,
congrats.
hugely
Your
increasing their
childhood
arsenal and
was
trying,
epic.
in typical Sega fashion, to desperately stay in the race as
This
best
reminds
they
me
could.
of
And
Mr.
for the
Beast.
1-2 punch, we also saw Banana Blitz bring in Yan Yan, Doctor, and another enemy in Captain
And they were
Krabuchin.
roommates.
Maybe they weren't out for the count just yet. Still, Nintendo would reign as they always had, a litany of apes in tow, and on a
Challenge
well-founded throne.
accepted.
Nothing could stop them now, not even a little flash game about balloons.
Lol, me too.
The year is 2007, the month is March, and this, my friends, is Bloons. A puzzle
Leave a
game
comment
about
telling
aiming
me
and
what
throwing
you
darts.
ate today.
Simple stuff, easy way to waste some time in computer class between sessions of Microsoft Publisher and Two
Damn,
Simple
that's
City.
crazy.
But Ninja Kiwi had a dream, and that dream got one step closer with the addition of 2 letters, T-D.
Talk
The
about
first
a
Bloons
life
Tower
hack.
Defense hit in August of the same year, bringing back not only the Dart Monkey,
Tips,
but
Fedora.
the Ice and ever-iconic Super Monkey entered the lineup for some variation. Being still resigned to flash sites, it wouldn't go insane just yet, but no time
Come
was
on,
to
guys,
be wasted,
let's
as just 2
upvote
months
this on
later we
Reddit.
got, fittingly, Bloons TD2, and the addition of the Boomerang Monkey. There was an empire being born here, one that it would
Oof,
take
that's
more
cringe,
than some
bro.
glasses-wearing trickster or yellow gorilla for Nintendo to keep up with. And with that, over the next couple of years,
He's
Ninja
right
Kiwi saw their
behind me,
chance and
isn't
put
he?
pedal to the metal. Spiker Pult, Mortar Monkey, Glue Gunner, Monkey Ace, Monkey
Wiggling my
Buccaneer,
toesies
Monkey
right
Apprentice,
now.
and Dartling Monkey. The Bloons series utterly exploded with primate potential and relentlessly blessed us with new faces through 2008 and 9.
And be
it
sure to
didn't go
like and
unnoticed.
subscribe.
As the 2010s drew near, something of a pincer formation was set up by Nintendo and Game Freak for Q4 of the following year, and the first strike
Bazinga.
was from Game Freak. Oh no.
That's so
While
funny.
the intent was evident, the elemental monkeys were just not what the front lines needed. Bland fodder for the first
Dude,
gym,
what?
which would go on to sport the single least popular Pokemon in the whole franchise.
Did you guys
It
hear Trump
appeared
died?
that hope could be lost. Even the addition of Darmanitan did little to
They
impact
went full
this,
send.
returning to the
Never
spherical
go full
monkeys of the
send.
90s, and while Zen mode was neat, it was also negligible. Luckily, Nintendo and Retro Studios also had a trick up their sleeves.
Not really
It was
that
time
impressive.
for Donkey Kong Country to return. This would be it. The killing blow.
Did they just
Surely
say
we'd
what I
see
think
Kongs
they
the
said?
likes of which we'd never seen before. The lineup was as follows.
Not the
White
asshole.
Donkey Kong and White Diddy Kong. They were assist characters for when your little brother died too much
Bro,
and needed
who did
invincibility. And that's it. And honestly, that was it. From that point on, anyone with the eyes to see could clearly detect that the
This
throne
big
of the
guy
future
eating all
would
the
belong
little
to
guys.
another. 2011. The App Store. Here we would find a noble attempt, Temple Run, but with
I'm not
capable
crying.
players
You
able
are.
to almost never see the evil demon monkeys, it was retroactively pitiful. Luckily, it would have backup.
Credit to whoever made this.
5. This was it. The next big play. Sniper, ninja, engineer, submarine, helicopter, and farmer
the good old
monkeys.
days.
Ninja Kiwi were not fucking around anymore. This was their throne. This was their species. This was their turf.
Whoa.
And realizing the old god may have lost its mojo, Animal Crossing once again struck with an additional ape here and there,
Yeah,
but without the
okay.
courage to fully convert to Monkey Crossing, this may not
What
be
the
enough to
skibbity
fight back.
riz is up with
Sega
that
even
guy?
kept their horse in the race with the vast assortment courtesy of Monkey Ball 3D. It
That
truly was
didn't age
anyone's
well.
game going forward, and only the future would decide a victor. While a storm surely brewed under the surface, the mid-2010s would see a slight lull in simian showings. Bloons would, of course, keep their feet on the ground with the release of TD Battles introducing Cobra, who, while the Soul Edition was quality enough, Donkey Kong whimpered out a new entry with a monkey boss, but again, no new Kongs. A truly sad fall from grace for the forefather. And we would also see a new iconic face from a completely left-field option, Blizzard, namely through their new hero shooter, Overwatch. Winston was a mainstay in a lot of the advertisement, and even in the lore of Overwatch, being the one to reunite the team in universe, and even to this day, he's a well-remembered face. Pokemon would also maintain a presence via Sun and Moon, introducing the version-exclusive Oranguru and Persimmon, which, in my opinion, were a distinct upgrade from their last offerings, relighting a glimmer of hope for quality going forward. But that would have to wait, because going into 2018, a new Bloons TD release was on the horizon.
Can't show
Blizz
this one to
TD6
Mom.
would not only introduce new regular towers in the Alchemist, Druid, and
Omega
Beast
lol.
Handler, all brilliant in themselves, but also the new subset of characters known as heroes. These
This
are
is so
single
Gen
use
Z
per run
build.
and automatically upgrade, each with their own unique traits. Fire, arrows, forest
You're a
magic,
real
and
one
all
for
manner
that.
of other abilities which define their place in the game. This bolstered the already sweltering roster to a
I'm on
point
that
where it was
weird
hard
side
to
of
dream of
TikTok.
something ever coming close again. And honestly, as of writing this, nothing would. Pokemon would keep trying over the next couple of
I'm gonna
generations,
feed you guys
and while better
good
than
today.
most, the numbers were still incomparable. Animal Crossing kept up a steady drip going with new Leaf and new Horizons, but their attempts would not always result in the finest faces. Fortnite would even give it a try here and there, but with the sheer amount of costumes they have, it's
Leviticus
a drop in
chapter
the bucket.
18
And of
verse
course,
7.
the many,
You shall
many
not
smaller
uncover the
examples
nakedness
throughout
of your
the past
father,
40
which
plus
is the
years,
nakedness of
which
your
we just
mother.
don't
She
have
is your
the
mother.
breathing room
You
to
shall
address.
not uncover her
Regardless
nakedness.
of winners and losers, I hope if nothing else, I have helped
Legit
to
mood.
open your eyes to just how valuable ape kind have always been in the development of this art
Relatable.
form that I and so many others adore. I can only remain excited for all the faces we've yet to see from the bastions highlighted in this video. Do you have a favorite gaming monkey? Was it one I may have missed? Let me know in the comments below, and maybe even drop a sub on your way there. Thank you to Matt H and Chloramite for your membership.
This couldn't be
and
made
thank
today.
You for watching. Until next time.
If you like what you're seeing, go ahead and subscribe. Is this what our founding fathers wanted?
For the last year or so of my life, I've been utterly consumed by a little story called One Piece. The thrilling highs and tearful lows of this manga took me from someone who never read books
Leave a comment
to using
telling me
every
what you
free
ate
second I
today.
had to flick through a couple of chapters. Along the way, meeting its absolute litany of colourful characters. And something that kept so many of those characters so
NPC
iconic to me is, of course, the existence of Devil Fruit. Very quick rundown, Devil Fruits give the eater a power of either an element, a creature,
actions,
or
meat
something
consequences.
else. And in a war-torn place like the Grand Line, they're a handy bit of
I'm
kit
done
to have.
adulting
But I
for
don't
the
live in the
day.
Grand Line. I live somewhere far worse. England. So I got to thinking,
The human
in the
body
average
has
domestic
60,000
95 life
miles
I
of
assume
blood
most of us
vessels
live,
in it.
which of
That's
these
enough
fruits
to
would
circle
actually
the
provide
planet
any benefit
multiple
to its
times.
running? Would some even make it worse? Today I will answer that very question. Welcome aboard my journey to rank every devil fruit based on real-life application. Quick note
That's
before we
crazy.
jump in, these are vaguely rated into average, good, and bad. There is a bit of ordering within those subsets, but in
actions,
terms of
meat
individual
consequences.
placement relative to each other, it's not an exact science. You'll see when we
Someone
get
wasn't
going,
hugged
just
enough
sit
as
back
a
and see
kid.
if you agree. Oh, and we're only doing canon fruits. Sorry, Lily.
It's giving Sigma.
So, to kick off this spectrum of useful to outright detrimental, I'm going to go
bet
straight
Bro
down the
is
middle. And
vaccinated.
with one fell swoop, I think I can put most of the Zoan type or animal power fruits here. Though superhuman strength or speed come in handy when faced with other
That
pirates
sounded
or
a lot
marines,
better in
a
my
regular
head.
life I can't see a lot of application other than a job at the circus or being able to
Unbothered
carry all your
and
shopping from the
thriving.
car in one go. I did say most of them though, not all. So right in the middle, here is your full list. I'll visit specific ones that fall outside
Chat,
of this
what's
later
this
on.
guy's address?
And let's work our way downwards first, not quite making your life worse, but not necessarily making it better either. And I think just
Holy
short of
crap,
neutral
Lois.
falls Wapol's Munch Munch fruit. While it seemingly allows for inhuman appetite, I can't think of a single time I wanted to turn a part of my body into the kebab I just
Flawless
ate.
skin.
And I can't help but feel you'd always be hungry. I'd also place the Kilo and Ton fruits around here. While not detrimental, I can't think of many reasons I need to become
reference?
heavier at will outside of being caught in a runaway hot air balloon. Something I can't say I run into on a regular basis. The slow fruit of beloved character Foxy also lands in the useless valley.
Gross.
As I don't think I've ever wanted something to go slower in my life. Maybe saving me from a car crash with some quick reaction times, but when your power can be replaced by looking both ways, you're not scoring high. I'd also like to place the Ripple fruit in this territory, a fruit so arbitrary I can't even think of a joke for this part, so let's just wave goodbye to that one.
Get it?
While I initially had hope for the age fruit, being able to keep yourselves or others youthful into old age, the impermanence of the effects, meaning you'll just revert anyway, makes me feel like it doesn't quite qualify as good. A nice temporary relief, possibly, but too limited for my liking. And fellow Supernova Eustace Kid finds his fruit, the Magnet
yes,
fruit,
so true.
in the useless valley too. Sure, if you drop a tiny screw on the ground, you could find it easier, maybe even do a spot of metal detecting, though it's safe to assume this works like real magnets, so you're not going to be sucking up any gold. Maybe just the odd bit of spare change out of people's pockets. Unique traversal is a point that will be covered later down the line, but that generally involves efficiency. This does not apply to Senor Pink's
video makes me want to hug my doggo.
Being able to swim in solid ground is a neat party trick, but assuming it's just as tiring and the same speed as regular swimming, no amount of vertical travel would make that worth it for me. Not strictly bad, just not much of a use to anyone. And while you're in the ground, I doubt you'll be getting much use out of the push fruit, which allows you to easily reshape specifically the ground.
Leave a comment telling me what your favorite part
if you're feeling generous, but otherwise don't bother eating this one. Another form of getting around I think you could do without is the barrier fruit, which may not initially sound like a mode of transport to the unfamiliar, but you'd be wrong. Along with force fields, you can use the barriers to make stairs and even balls to roll around in safe and sound, though none of these really stand out to me as worthwhile. They're at the least neat. Voodoo magic in the form of the straw fruit is also rarely applicable to the average life, and while being able to send the pain of stubbing my toe into a straw doll might be handy, pain is an important thing. Without it, we'd have a lot more unpredictable deaths and a lot less emos, and that's not a world I want to live in. I like throwing stuff into a bin rather than just taking it over as much as the next guy, but that will not convince me I need the Mark fruit in my life. Not only do you need to have touched the target before you get the perfect aim, making it even useless for edge cases like war and archery, but you also have something in common with Van der Decken, a curse I wish upon no one. It's currently not known what the Glug fruit fully does, but it is said to turn the user into a liquor human. So while I can't really rank it good or bad, I'm willing to bet at least it makes you great at
What is that?
One that almost snuck into the positive end of this scale is the bind fruit, as any potential jokes about the kinkiness of it all is countered by the fact that the bindings seem to be incredibly tight and have no instance of them being broken. Maybe just stick to plastic handcuffs. And I think it's fair to say that the bona fide most useless, non-life affecting fruit goes to Tony Chopper's human fruit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I, and most other people already have human powers, and without being able to pop a rumble ball to take us any further than that, this lands at the very center of the scale. Though I do wonder what I would look like in Kung Fu Point. And let's get the other two human fruits out of the way, Model Buddha and Model Monk, which seemingly just make you a guy but big and strong. Just go to the gym, man. You don't need a
I bet bro is vaccinated.
This also applies to the muscle and strong fruit. Feel free to get all big and strong. I just don't see it having a huge impact in your life one way or the other.
This next one's
and that rounds
for the
up
fellas.
Our fine tier. And let's follow in the trend that Wapple set and work our way down into the ones that are straight up
who
bad.
did this?
And we start to enter straight up inconveniences with the smooth
Shad
fruit.
energy.
I hold a lot of things, and the thought of a state of full body butterfingers sounds like a recipe for more shattered mugs than any amount of berries could pay for. We also find the sick fruit around this tier, applicable for little more than getting out of work if I'm being generous. Safe to say I am not done with the sickness. If you want to get out of work in a bit more of an extreme way, we also have
the guy from
bomb
Fortnite?
and pop fruit, allowing you to detonate any part of your body. Again,
Whoa,
though,
that's
very
intense.
little benefit in day-to-day life, so these ones are just gonna bomb in our ranking too.
Oh.
An unfortunate placement in the bad batch, we find the Tone fruit, used by the abomination known as
Give this
Scratchman
video a
Poo.
like
From
if
what
your
I can
parents
tell,
are still
while
divorced.
you can turn your body into instruments, it doesn't appear to give you any musical
Omega
talent.
lol. 500 IQ moment.
And any music you do make can be a bit
What the Sigma?
destructive. Just buy a ukulele from Facebook Marketplace and learn
Damn.
Riptide like the rest of us. No need for magical fruits. While the age fruit had promise, the ripe fruit very much does not. Being able to make stuff older,
Whoa,
even to
what
the
did I
point where
just
it just
witness?
decays, is utterly pointless. Your fruit isn't good to eat yet? Just
Chat,
wait
can
a
I get a
couple
kiss?
days, man. And while we're on the topic of missed potential, the pump fruit initially seemed
this
to
8
just
minutes
encourage
yet?
confidence in its targets, but on closer inspection, it seems to just make anyone you use it on more willing and capable to fight, making
who's
you
gonna
little
tell
more than a human Stella Artois. You know why genies don't let you wish for love? Because it would probably work like the love fruit.
Can't
Boa
believe he
Hancock's
did that.
part power, part curse. This fruit makes anyone who finds you attractive or has, quote, lustful or
The math
dirty
isn't
thoughts
mathing.
turn completely to stone. While it can be reversed by the fruit's user, the awkwardness of potentially just walking down the street and suddenly someone
did
across
they
the
just
road
say what I
turns to
think they
stone
said?
puts it in the bad bunch. Or maybe that's just wishful thinking. Time travel is awesome, right? Wrong, especially when it only works one way, like in the case of the time
I want to
fruit,
shake this
allowing you to
person's
send yourself and others into the future, but never the other way. This doesn't even give you the benefits of being able to bet
Chat,
on
can I
stuff
get a
you know
kiss?
the outcome of, like sports or stocks, but does nothing of use, I'll be real.
That's crazy,
Bad
but
fruit.
okay.
Now tell me, dear viewer, how often do you find yourself wishing to enslave masses to do your bidding? If you answered ever, you
They
have a
should be in
problem,
jail.
but you would love the hobby, soul, and shadow fruits. While in concept, being able to control a huge horde would absolutely help you
spitting
smoothen
straight
out your daily
facts.
jobs, one requires you to turn people into toys and make everyone who's ever
So
known them
true.
forget about them. One requires you to extract people's lifespan and put it into
What is
inanimate objects,
that?
and the other requires you to steal people's souls and place them into corpses, killing the people whose souls were stolen as soon as
Yas,
they touched
queen.
the sunlight. As a fan of ethics, that's gonna land a lot of them in the dregs. Do you often find yourself
This
having
wins
your
the
entire
internet.
body shattered open? No? Didn't think so. Which lands the egg fruit here, allowing you to survive fatal blows, sure,
This
but
is
also
literally my
with every
weakness.
hatching turning you further and further into a chicken. It is also supposedly
I
an
can't
endless
focus.
cycle,
Can you put
which
on
is
some Subway
horrifying on
Surfers?
its own. So okay, how about we make our body totally unshatterable with the twinkle fruit, turning our whole body into
Merry
diamonds.
Christmas.
Congrats! Now you can't move while in this form, and you can't even create diamonds, just turn into them. So I guess if you want to sell
This ain't
yourself
it,
to a
Chief.
pawn shop and escape, might be a solid income strategy, but my money is not on it. Okay, fine. Let's just make
Bro, that's
ourselves
wild,
really
man.
big with the huge fruit. Great! You want to fit in a building? Perhaps a car? Hell, maybe even just your own bed?
I'm
Then using
literally
this fruit will do
speechless.
nothing for you. At best, maybe you could use it to finally be 6 foot tall. Or
The
you could
math
buy some
isn't
platform
mathing.
boots. Continuing on making your body useless, there are few daily chores I encounter that would benefit from being able to turn my body
Sorry,
into
I
any
wasn't
sort
paying
of weapon.
attention.
Which unfortunately lands Dazbones' Dice fruit, Zala's Spike fruit, Sharon Guru's
This
Wheel
is
Wheel
low-key
fruit,
Bridgerton
Inazuma's
coded.
Snip fruit, and Baby Five's Arms fruit here too. As much as it will break her poor heart to hear she isn't useful. Wait,
Bro,
wait,
who
no,
even
stop,
did
no.
this?
And speaking of fruits
That's
that are so
gross.
bad I could die, the Dark fruit and Tremor fruit, which make up Blackbeard's arsenal, and of course formerly
Now that's what I
Whitebeard's,
call
have
music.
minimal application in real life. You can seemingly use the shadows to grab stuff, so maybe that could be handy.
If you
And
like what
an
you're
earthquake
seeing,
could
go
make
ahead and
life easier
subscribe.
if you work in demolition, but neither quite hits
Sir,
the mark
this
for
is
me
a
in a world
Wendy's.
without the 4 emperors. There is very little to be said about the rust fruit. It lets you rust metal and
Bro,
make
let
it
the
fragile.
intrusive thoughts
You do not
win.
need to do that. Ever. Next up, 2 fruits that revolve around merging
Make it
with
make
minerals,
sense.
the Stone fruit and Island fruits, also in my mind serve little purpose. Being able
Now
to
that's
become
what I
and
call
control
music.
huge hunks of rock is just asking for trouble. If nothing else, you could make Mount Rushmore talk. And that'd be really funny
If
to
you
see
can relate
hit the
to this,
headlines.
congrats.
A single
Your
good
childhood
bit does
was
not a good
epic.
fruit make. And a fruit I thought would be more useful than it
That's
turned out to be
gross.
is the wash fruit. Perhaps you're picturing something that lets you produce soap or something, and so was I. But nope,
Username checks
it lets
out.
you wash and hang out to dry people. While possibly useful to those who frequently
This
attend
reminds
anime
me of
conventions,
Epic Mealtime.
the sheer body horror of it all just prevents me from considering it worth a positive ranking. It does apparently wash evil
Those
out
who
of
get it,
people's
get
hearts
it.
too,
And those who
so
don't,
I suppose if
don't.
you have a friend who's a bit of a dick, a single use couldn't hurt. An undoubted bottom tier
next
fruit
one.
is the infamous stick fruit, wielded by everyone's least favorite thing to ever exist, treble.
This is me when I go to a
produce any more
Starbucks.
mucus than the normal human body does. But at least it's flammable, so if I encountered someone who does, I could incinerate
see
them
that?
at a moment's notice. This was a tough one to place, but despite its potential, I feel the brain
no
drain
comment.
fruit has to go here. We live in an age of constant bombardment of information, true and false. So not
This
only
video
being
gets
able
a
to
4
intake it all, but to
out
have
of
your
5.
head physically grow as the 6,000th conspiracy theory gets added to your mental storage until you look like a
Someone
fucking
send this to
freak.
Mr. Beast.
I don't know what else to say. It's not worth it. You're already smart, you have great potential, you do not need a grotesque head to prove it. And speaking
Haters will
of
say
what
it's
gets you a
fake.
big brain, bucks, which is quite convenient as the buck fruit also sucks. Seemingly you might be able
Yup,
to put a buck over
it's
your head
official.
and be able to
This
see as
video's
if you were in the
epic.
world, but that also may only apply to the user's original works, so
This
your name
video's
fanfic
kind of a
writers by
nothing
all
burger.
means eat that up. But for most people, it's going in the trash. Looping back
It's
round to
giving
terrible
Riz.
liquids introduced from Treble, the Venom fruit sadly does
This
not
hits
give you a
different
gay
now.
symbiote. Instead, it lets you produce poison, an act I have never once
took
wanted
balls.
to do. Sure, it grants immunity to poison, but I don't find myself accidentally
To
or
all my
deliberately
haters,
consuming
look how
any source
smooth
of
my
poison.
skin is.
If anything, it might just make you immune to getting drunk. And another round of bad goo comes
Dude,
along
that's
with
low-key
the infamous
wild.
Mag fruit. While we'll get into warming stuff up soon, molten rock with a resume of destroying whole cities
Leave a
and
comment
evading
telling me
Tom
what
Scott
you ate today.
is not something I can see adapting to regular living. Not everyone needs to punch a hole
That's
through the son of
certainly a
history's
choice.
greatest pirate. I don't even know if Vim has a son. There's just no need. A rare
Yup.
case of transportational fruit landing in the negatives comes from Bellamy's Spring fruit, letting you launch yourself around with newly springified limbs.
What,
While
the Grimace
cats
shake?
and anime characters, and indeed anime cats, or hyenas I suppose, do always land on their feet, I can
What
only
just
see this
happened?
resulting in an immediate concussion from first use. And said use would also shatter the ground you used it from.
This got me
so
feeling
all in
a
all,
type of
more
way.
destructive than the travel benefits are worth. Right. I think I've got all the negativity out of my
someone
system.
call the woke
I think it's
police.
finally time to address some fruits that would actually be useful if you
Ooh,
ate them
hot
in
take.
real life. You know what
this
can be
makes my
difficult
head hurt.
sometimes? Getting an animal to like you, be it your friend's cat or a bear you've stumbled upon in the woods.
My
buddying up
commentary
can
makes
be
this
hard,
transformative.
So Otama's millet fruit would most certainly come in handy. Also
Bazinga.
allowing the animal you feed your millets to obey your every command with just one snack. Want to teach your dog to roll over? You're thinking too small. Teach your dog to do your laundry.
Classic.
The sky is the limit so long as it doesn't take opposable thumbs. That's unless you have a pet monkey, of course. A similar ability is shared by
I
the
give it a
whip
2
fruit, allowing
out
you to
of
take
5.
control over anything, inanimate objects included, to do whatever you wish with just one strike of your whip.
Did they
It's
just say
also
what I think
much
they
kinkier.
said?
And hey, is the world just a little too loud for you sometimes? Well, thanks to today's sponsor, the Calm fruit,
Now that's
you can
some
create
good
a little
tea.
bubble of peace around you for if the neighbors are getting some construction work done, or if
Sorry,
your
I
friends
wasn't
rant
paying
about why
attention.
Sanji is definitely stronger than Zoro is running a little longer than your patience can handle. It is said that with great power
Damn,
comes
that's
great
crazy.
responsibility, and nowhere is that more evident than the clear fruit, letting you turn yourself totally invisible. Now you could use this to get
She
into
thinks
places
she's a
for
carry,
free,
but she's
win at
really a
hide and
Miranda.
seek, or avoid any potential social interaction wherever you go. That, or you could do what Absalom
Unbothered
did.
and
Do not
thriving.
do what Absalom did, please. And that same responsibility should be used with the
That's actually
fruit.
really funny.
As while yes, it would be great to be able to keep an eye on things for miles around, Make sure someone is traveling safe, keep an eye on cooking
Only
while you're in
Virgos
the
can
room,
relate.
check traffic, spy on your opponent in a game of Battleship, the lot. Just don't go spying on anyone underneath their clothes.
They
or
should
worse
be in
yet,
jail.
their skin. Though you may be good at locating things like tumours, so let's reiterate, glare responsibly. While not as in demand as back in the caveman days, the
Are you
flame
flipping
fruit
kidding me?
providing at-will access to warmth and the ability to cook stuff, I guess, has its uses.
It's giving girl dinner.
At the least, it means you'll never have to own a lighter. At most, it means you're making pancakes in the palm of your hand. Both are decent benefits in my book. And if you can't be trusted around an open flame, there is always the heat fruit if you just prefer to be able to be warm. Feels like it'd be handy in the winter. And while we're on the subject
This
of food,
video makes
Kuzan's
my tummy
ice
hurt.
fruit would presumably save your need for a freezer, instead just letting you blast your perishables
Yo,
into
this
a
one's
state
for
of
the guys.
Walt Disney-like frostiness. And hey, maybe you can even just keep your drink cool in your hand. Sometimes it's
Looks
the little things that
photoshopped.
count. And after you're done with the food, never buy dish soap again with the power of the bubble fruit, allowing you to summon suds wherever
Does he
you
know?
like, which I can only assume are prime for crockery, surfaces, and your body. Sounded like men's body wash over here. It will also
Maybe the
wash
real
away your
video
dish's
was
powers
in
if you
here.
happen to be under some sort of kitchen-based curse. Say, do you ever get those pangs of cringe when you remember that time your voice cracked while
Look
you
at
were
all
asking
these
out your
confident
crush, or you told a
Leos.
joke that just totally bombed and everyone looked at you weird and you lay awake every single night,
That's
haunted by
crazy.
those rotten recollections? Just me? Either way, the memo fruit may be for you.
Is
allowing
this
you to
satire?
take those memories out of your head as a film reel and snip out anything undesirable. Though the process is apparently painful, so
Skibbity
use it
dibbity
sparingly.
doodah.
In what I will affectionately call the Etsy bunch, we find the wax,
who's gonna tell him?
glorp, and brush fruit. Nicely useful in the ability to streamline a side hustle to kickstart a small business.
There's
I will
nothing
give the brush
funny about
fruits points for
9/11.
being able to create clones of various creatures, but the hard
Ate
counter
and
of
left no crumbs.
the rain stops it from landing too high of a spot. Also, please do not turn your friends and colleagues
someone
into
call the
abstract
woke
art
police.
with the art fruit. Just stick to objects. And in the vein of getting crafty is also the stitch fruit,
Base
allowing
AF.
you to bind and unbind anything you'd like, including tying people to the floor or, in reality, possibly stitching up a wound
Yeah,
or hanging things to the
okay.
wall. And of course, repair any torn clothing. Small uses,
Why,
but it
I
adds up,
oughta.
much like the Tontata themselves. While a niche use, I have a lot of
This
trans
next one's
friends,
for the fellas.
and can only imagine how helpful a tool like the Horm fruit would be in this case. And it's not even limited to changing gender.
This ain't it, Chief.
It can apparently even alter things like emotional state and bodily temperature. And as someone who in summer becomes incredibly hot and miserable, even I could get some use out of it. You can also kill people with a wink, and that's just cool. And while on the subject of
Clearly
things
edited.
that affect others more than myself, the Pocket and Castle fruit, and yes,
Wait, they're banning
unfortunately,
TikTok?
Caribou Swamp fruit, solve the ever-prevalent issue of not having pockets. Though these allow you to store much more, including
Is he
whole people
stupid?
inside you should you wish. So throw out all your bags and stuff your wallet, keys, phone, entire gaming rig, comically large spoon, and
Work
any
smarter,
other daily
not
essentials
harder.
deep inside your bodily orifice of choice. And if you're a castle person, chuck your pals in while you're at it.
Hold
I'm
on,
also
shut
going
up.
to
I'm
add
trying
an
to think of
honorable
something to
mention
say.
of the Pile and Jacket fruit, which while
I don't
disgusting,
get this one.
do allow you to sneak extra people into a cinema with you. So I suppose they fit this bunch. And hey, would you rather keep your possessions in a separate
Yes,
object
speak
rather
your
than
truth.
yourself? That's fine. The scroll fruit is the one for you, allowing you to store stuff in it and pull it out at will.
Bro is
and even
speaking
generate
truth.
things drawn in them into physical being. You don't even have to carry the scrolls.
I
Instead,
love
using a
freebooting.
telepathic link to just sort of have it float beside you, I suppose. 3 of the most
Ezekiel,
iconic
chapter
devil
23,
fruits
verse
in the
20.
flower,
There she lusted
chop,
after her
and
lovers,
of course,
whose
gum
genitals were
fruit
like those
are
of
all
donkeys,
ideal
and whose
in the
emission
kit
was
of
like
the
that of
lazy,
horses.
allowing you to basically reach anything
It's
without
a no
moving.
for me.
I'll say Chop has its benefits of being able to send anything anywhere, but
Oh,
Robin's
bro is
reigns
killing
supreme as
me.
you can create clones of any body part, including your entire
Yup,
body, making
it's
most
official.
chores trivial.
This
And
video's
while we're being
epic.
lazy, why waste time getting dressed? Or waste money buying clothes at all? When
Hold on,
Kinemon's
shut up.
Garb
I'm trying to think of
fruit
something to say.
can turn any object into a one-time use outfit of your dreams. and seemingly any
Chat, can we
clothing
skip
you'd
this
like
part?
if you just envision it. Want that new Supreme drop? Put a leaf on your head, make a wish, and go
Humpty
get him,
Dumpty.
tiger. It is said that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and you can bet I'd love to use the clone fruit to flatter various world leaders
This
and
vid
other
would put a
powerful
Victorian
figures by
child in
using
a
their
coma.
visage to do whatever I wish. All I need is one touch of Elon Musk, and I'm sure you would be able to sway a lot of
This
things
is
in
peak.
your favor, only at the cost of being Elon Musk. While the previous enslavement-based fruits ranked pretty low, I feel the Puff fruit should not meet
I
the
find
same
that
fate.
joke
You
highly
become
offensive.
a genie lamp, and can rub yourself to summon a genie to do your bidding. Generally in One
Rip,
Piece this
bozo.
means fighting, but I'm sure it would be more than happy to do your laundry too, should you ask. And it won't act out of turn, as it will
Bro, I
ask
wish I could
permission before it
unsee
tries
that.
to do anything of its own accord. A handy helper indeed. Before we get to a big chunk with some shared traits, this
Did you guys
feels
hear
like
Trump
a good
died?
time to talk about Brook, and the Revive fruit more
I'll have
specifically.
what she's
This
having.
fruit is effectively a one-up. You just get another shot at life if you die. But the character of Brook gives us some haunting hypotheticals if this were to come to the real world. Brook has long surpassed the life his body should have lived. Yes, this is because his soul
Hi, I'm
couldn't make it
ReactBot.
back to his body before it decomposed, but there is nothing to prove that had he made it back while he
Bro,
still
who
had
did
skin,
this?
that decomposition wouldn't have still happened, and he'd still have wound up the bony wanderer he is today. And from research, the only ways he could
I need a
re-die
shower after
would either
that.
be drowning, being a devil fruit user, or complete crushing. And would drowning even work
That
with
didn't
no
age
lungs?
well.
If you were to consume this fruit, and you outlived all those around you, much like the Rumbar pirates of Brook's life, would you have the strength of will
Can we just
to one day,
applaud
when
this?
your life goals are met, and you feel accomplished, to find a way to voluntarily get crushed and be released, or blown up, or
I don't
totally
like that.
eviscerated in any other way? You can't sedate a skeleton. This has to be awake and deliberate. This is the horror of the
That's
Revive
certainly a
fruit.
choice.
This is the fate of those that defy death.
Only
This
1% of
is
you will
why
get
you
this
don't
one.
think too deeply about anime-based hypotheticals. You can come back to life if you die. That's pretty handy. Deep breath.
This is giving me
Relax.
all the feels.
Let's get back on track. Let's talk food. Something we could all do with easier access to, and luckily something a good few
Wait me
devil
when
fruits
it's
have
Virgo
covered.
season.
The Biss Biss, Lick Lick, Mochi Mochi, and to a lesser extent the Butter Butter and Cream Cream fruits allow
I don't
you
know
to
what those
generate
big
their
words mean.
namesake to your heart's content. And while not the most nutritious selection on the planet, you could at the very least save a lot of money on
This
desserts.
vid would put a
Then
Victorian
there's the
child in a
Cook fruit,
coma.
allowing you to turn any inanimate object into
Let's
food.
give it up for the
giving
real
you
heroes.
a solid way to deal
Reactors.
with anything from junk mail to unwanted furniture. And I'm going
Wow,
to
they look
hesitantly
like they
add
work
the
out.
Ring fruit, as while it allows you to easily extract juice from things like fruit and whatnot,
What the
you
what?
can also do it to literally anything, including animals, which is just rancid.
Don't talk
look
to me
at.
until I've had
Just
my morning
don't
coffee.
do that, and we should be all above board. It also feels appropriate to mention the Woods fruit, which seemingly lets you create
Merry
any
Christmas.
plant you please. Want to generate a ton of fruit-bearing trees or vegetables so you never have to get groceries again? Feel free, buddy! And hell, if you swing by
Bro
Brazil
looking
at
like
any
an
point,
iPad
feel free
kid.
to bring back the Amazon while you're at it. And if you like the laziness powers I mentioned before, just send down a vine to
None
make
of
your
these
coffee
words
for
are
you while
in the
you're at it.
Bible.
Coming to the top of the list, I'd like to welcome you to the Flight Zone. Not necessarily
True.
useful in every aspect of the fruit's powers, but these have been seen to grant the power of flight,
This is
which
doing
in my opinion
numbers.
is one of the greatest powers you could find yourself in the possession of. The string, sand, snow,
Straight
soot,
vibin'.
plume, berry, float, spin, gas, hollow, and all variants of bird fruits, and some bug and dragon fruits, all land
Someone
in this
send
spot.
this to
I am,
Mr.
though,
Beast.
going to give a special shout out to the hollow fruit user, Perona. Not because
Bro,
of
I'm
any
so dumb,
specific
bruh.
benefit this fruit gives, but because I am in love with her. That is all. But what if you could
I
make
failed to
yourself
see the
and
humor
other
here.
things fly? Well, then you'd have eaten the press fruit, an oddly named little morsel,
Chat, can we
which
skip
allows
this
you
part?
to alter gravity's effects. This lets you float, make other things float, and lets you pull giant meteors
This is
down
literally
from the sky
my
onto a
weakness.
battlefield that you are currently on. Handy if Jurassic Park ever comes to reality.
This
what's not
reminds
to
me
love?
of something.
Just outbidding these flying fruits, however, is the Door fruit, which from what I can tell from
Ain't no
proposed
way.
limitations, is basically an inbuilt portal gun that works so long as you're not tired. And as powers go, I think having to take a little
Holy
breather
crap,
after
Lois.
warping across the globe is a price I'm willing to pay. But how about portals that don't make you tired? That is where Brulee's Mirror fruit just ekes out over Bluno. This allows you to enter a pocket dimension connected by mirrors and travel between them with ease. I'm unsure if it's all mirrors ever, or just ones that the Eater has made, but either way, it's a dream come true for those with a long commute, even ignoring its combat potential. In fact, let's take it one step further with the Warp fruit, just a straight up teleport for you and anyone else you're touching upon use. It does appear to have a relatively limited range, but I'm sure with some training you could at least save yourself a drive down to the shops and back. However, I feel that for getting around, it's going to be tough to beat the Glint fruit. Faster than light travel, albeit only in a straight line, being able to light up any room you're in without the personality required, and it makes you light enough to stand on a cannonball, which is just cool. Out of all the fleet admirals, I feel that Borsellino takes the cake. But I didn't say all characters, my friends, as there is of course Dad of the Year Bartholomew Kuma. Not only can he use the Pawpaw fruit to instantly transmission himself and anything else wherever he pleases, with a demonstrably huge range, but he can also extract things like pain and tiredness
from others
and either take them on himself or send them into someone else. Got a paper cut? Can barely keep your eyes open at work? Just suck those feelings out and send them over to your most annoying colleague and keep on trucking. And then fly on home to your church house and have nothing bad happen to you, ever. If only. This may surprise you to hear, but a lot of what we interact with on a day-to-day basis runs on electricity. Due to this, I can think of few handier tricks to have than the Rumble fruit, Enel's fruit of choice. Not only being able to charge anything, and I assume do so quite quickly, but also have the traversal benefits of the flying fruit, and also being immune to electrocution, so you can do that DIY with hands
that's
as
what
well
I
as you
call
please.
music.
A fantastic contender, without a doubt. But getting around quickly and
giving
charging
me
your phone is
all
only
the
so
feels.
useful. The Op fruit, however, the essential tool of my beloved Trafalgar Law, would be nothing short of miraculous. Being able to not only have the short-range teleport of the Warp fruit thanks to Shamble,
true.
but also, of course, the ability to cure any illness, perform precise surgeries, and all manner of very good doctor things is hard to place anywhere but the top. And its close cousin, the Heal fruit, does not fall far short, being capable of treating any injury with just a teardrop. Or any bodily fluid, apparently, so go crazy with whichever you prefer. And with the thought of pissing into an open wound fresh in your mind, we close out our rankings of the good, the bad, and the peculiar of One Piece's wild and wonderful powers. Of course, there are plenty of other non-fruit-based abilities across this world, but with mostly combat application, they may have to be saved for another time. Which brings me to the question: if you, and I mean real you, not you living in One Piece world, were to eat any devil fruit, which would it be and why? Was it a reason I gave, or
go
one
to
you
the
thought
polls.
of yourself? Maybe even a bad one you saw potential in? I'd love to hear your answers down in the comments, and why not hit subscribe while you're on the way down? It always means a lot. Thanks so much to channel members Matt H and Chloramite, and have a great rest of your day.
That's so Michael Scott coded. Subscribe to join the React family.
Super Smash Bros. You know it, you love it, you want Waluigi to be in it. Recently,
the human
my friend
body
and I were
has
discussing
60,000
Bayonetta,
miles
and
of
for
blood
reasons,
vessels in
her
it.
bath
That's
scene in
enough
the
to
animated
circle
film
the
was
planet
brought up,
multiple
and
times.
I refused to elaborate. As my main Bayonetta exposure is through Smash, it got me wondering about the rest of the roster, and who, after a hard-fought match of working up a sweat, would canonically go and take a bath, based on if they have in their home
girl,
series,
give us nothing.
which led to what is now this video you see before you. Who of the Smash Bros characters has
Go.
canonically bathed? While you'd hope 100%, you'd actually be surprised with the results. And to clarify, we're talking games only here. No shows, comics, or other pieces of media will be factored. And while we're on rules, I'm aiming for either submerged in water or being under falling water, hopefully with some cleaning products involved, for the purposes of being less dirty. Did I necessarily need to define bathing? Well, we are talking about Smash here, you can never be too careful. And with the setup out of the way, let's just jump straight into it and kick it off with the Smash 64 roster.
Was that the bite of 87?
Something's gone wrong in the happy-go-lucky world of Nintendo.
Starting with who else?
This video is
Super
why I
Mario
have a peanut allergy.
Mario. It's me! Mario actually kicks us off with an odd example. It's a yes, but with a special twist.
No
In
God.
the intro
On
of Mario
cap.
and Luigi Superstar Saga, Mario is in the shower humming his own theme like the narcissist he is.
Ruh-roh.
Also implying that music is actually playing through life in the Mushroom Kingdom. However, this scene also sees Toad
they look
working
like
on
they
Mario
work
in
out.
the act, possibly indicating that Toad has in fact seen Mario's warp pipe.
This feels like
So,
liberal
congrats for that,
propaganda.
Mario, starting off strong. Next up, DK. Now, being an ape in the jungle, you'd imagine cleaning facilities outside of picking flies off each other's backs would be
what did
few
I
and
just
far between,
witness?
and you'd be absolutely right. Luckily, Donkey Kong knows how to drive.
Next, let's talk about bending the rules.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is first and foremost a video game, so it counts, and it also features the track Squeaky Clean Sprint, and indeed a giant bath filled with water, and I think it's safe to assume some soap,
I find
and a
that
lot
joke
of carbon
a little
emissions
offensive.
after 36 sessions of being a racetrack. Nevertheless, it's a bath, and so we will count it. And for those with
Behavior
brains,
on
you're
both
right to assume that
sides.
this won't be the last time this track makes an appearance. Next, we find Link, in this case Breath of the Wild Link. While not in his home game,
alrighty
the
then.
dip in the river doesn't pass my personal litmus test. Guess who else also shows up in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? Another win for Squeaky Clean Sprint. Now,
I don't want to
Samus,
say
and
what
by
I'm thinking
extension
right
Zero
now.
Suit Samus, unfortunately brings us to our first no. From a search of a couple of Metroid wikis, the only mention of baths
I give
comes in
this
the
a
form of
D
tanks
minus.
of Phazon liquid, which to my knowledge have no hygienic qualities.
Absolutely not.
While I feel it's safe to assume she's at least heard of
500
bathing and must
IQ
have
moment.
at some point in her life as a human, without evidence I have no choice but to call it a no. And if normal Samus hasn't, Dark Samus,
Someone
the
send
clone
this
made
to
of
Mr.
alien
Beast.
goo, definitely hasn't either. And possibly doesn't need to. Already a dire showing for the Metroid
That wasn't
series.
on my bingo
Next
card.
Up, T. Yoshisa Munchie Koopas himself, or Yoshi as you may know him. And yep, he is in Mario Kart
This
8
actually
Deluxe.
happened to my
Maybe.
cousin.
Kirby! There's no way this pristine puffball hasn't washed, and you'd be right for thinking that. While I couldn't find evidence of
a
him
man of
doing
culture,
so
I
in his
see.
normal state, Kirby's Epic Yarn's house decorations feature the pocket bath, and you can hop in and soak in the suds until you turn to fell.
Bro really
netting
thinks
Kirby
he's
a
woke.
spot in the clean crew. Fantastic Mr. Fox McCloud up next, and from searching his various games and quotes, sadly it looks like a no for him.
I'm gonna feed
But I
you
do
guys
suppose animals
good
don't
today.
tend to take baths, so it makes sense. Also, I'd imagine doing so would put those metal legs at some risk. Nobody wants rust in
It
their
is
bath.
what it is.
But you know what does belong in the bath? Electricity! Bringing us to Pikachu, and luckily another easy one.
Thinks this didn't
Since
really
Gen 7,
happen.
you've been able to give your buddies a little scrub down, and I'm happy to call that a shower. A clean rat indeed. And with the
Omega
base roster of
lol.
Smash 64 done, we move on to Luigi. While the shower from Mario's entry is in a shared house with Green Mario,
what the
he's
scallop?
not seen using it. But once again, good old Squeaky Clean Sprint swoops in to save Luigi from a life of filth. Though I would
This'll
advise
get me
him to use his own at
demonetized.
some point. Sharing is caring, but not always hygienic. Speaking of
Bro's giving me the ick.
houses, you did it! Ness has one, and looking at the floor plan, he doesn't
gonna show
have
this
a
to my
bathroom,
Mima.
which seems like a concern all of its own, but also seems to imply that Ness
More
has
of
not
this,
mastered
please.
the art of PK soap. And with that terrible line, we come to Captain Falcon. Despite his car being able to take a bath via good old reliable, the captain
Skibbity,
himself
go to the
has little
polls.
time not behind the wheel in his home games, and again has no documented proof of bathing.
This
Luckily,
drama
we
is
rounded out
spicy.
with Jigglypuff, who, like Pikachu, is a Pokemon, and thus is ripe for a hosing in any of the newer games she appears in. And that closes
I
out
heckin'
Smash
love
64
science.
and kicks the franchise off with a 62% rate of bathing across the roster. An admirable
If this
first
gets
start,
5,000
albeit
likes,
concerning
I'll
that it
swallow
isn't
my own
100.
tongue.
Let's see what happens to that ratio going into the next game.
We're in a light 7 here. Yo, this one's for the guys.
Peach is in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Daisy is in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Bro
Bowser
thinks
is in
they're
Mario Kart
Sigma.
8 Deluxe. Well, that was a nice easy start, huh? And a clean streak too. Let's ruin it. Ice climbers have a single game and it's all about climbing and eating
Yucky.
vegetables. While a healthy lifestyle is depicted, unfortunately not a bath is seen in the 8-bit classic. So solid water is all we can work with, giving
Subscribe
them a
to
big
join
old
the
no.
React family.
Let's keep another streak going with Sheik. Ocarina of Time does not appear to feature cleaning facilities of any
Sus.
sort, and until someone drafts out the Sonata of Suds, it looks like she remains uncleaned. And
I
her
bet their
alternate form,
pronouns are
Zelda,
epic
sees little
sauce.
difference. Neither linking to the past or between worlds brings you to a place of cleanliness.
You need
And
a
I see
high
nothing in
IQ
that
for
jail
this
cell
one.
either. So sadly, the princess fails. Thankfully, we get to another success, and a nice easy one too.
I hate
Dr.
to bring
Mario
gender into
is
this,
just Mario,
but women deserve
and we all
to be
know
respected.
He showers with a spectator, putting him snugly
Kinda
and clean,
Waluigi coded.
which is relieving to learn. Gotta keep the doctor sterile lest those viruses win. And another nice easy one is Pichu. Hose down that mouse to your liking.
More proof
Just be
that
careful
video
to avoid it
games
throwing
lead
a
to
tantrum or
violence.
it'll start damaging itself. Another animal comes to us in Falco, and much like Fox before him, sadly, it looks like a
NPC
no for him.
behavior.
I could find no proof of a bird bath or indeed a regular bath in the Star
That
Fox
sounded
universe.
a lot better
It's a good
in
job
my
they
head.
all have their own R-wings. God, imagine the smell. Representing every
When you
Smash
see
fan's
it,
favorite
you'll shit
franchise,
bricks.
Fire Emblem's Marth comes up to the plate. Knowing the medieval setting of the games, the answer may be obvious, as aside from
Louie
a
mama.
possible dip in a river or passing rain cloud, Marth remains a mess. However, his distant relative
This is
and
my
Echo
reacting
fighter
face.
Lucina tells a different story. Being able to partake in Hot Spring Scramble. I was unsure what to do with hot springs, as while they were traditionally
This wins
used for
the
bathing,
internet.
I think if someone today told you that they bathed exclusively by means of warm water from the ground, you'd have your suspicions. So we'll give her
I
half a
hate
point
the word
for working with
moist.
the materials available, but maybe get some shampoo on you if you wind up in a future timeline.
This is
And
so
on the
millennial
topic of
humor.
timelines, young Link, unlike his much older self, he has no license, but there is a hot spring in Majora's Mask.
I do
he
my
can take a
own
quick dip in.
research.
However, this isn't an explicit bath, more so a quick side quest, but he ekes in with Lucina nonetheless.
Bro is
and
looking
completing
crusty
the Triforce,
musty.
we find Ganondorf, and yeah, he does not spend a lot of time on anything other than being evil, so no bathing proof for him.
Yucky.
But I feel I would be remiss to not mention Animal Crossing New Leaf Welcome Amiibo, a game which does technically feature
This video
Ganon,
makes my tummy hurt.
Shit. Here we go again.
albeit a much more cute form than we're used to. And spoilers,
Bro has
he can
no
wind
life.
up under a shower set and get nice and clean. Despite all this though, I feel it would be wrong if I counted this.
You were correct.
But if you want to in
Ooh,
your
that's a
head, by
Freudian
all
slip.
means. For this video though, it's not going to be good enough. Coming up to the end of Melee's roster, we get
Chat,
Mewtwo,
can we cancel
and
them?
being a Pokemon, I'm sure you know where this is going. You can spray down that man-made horror beyond your comprehension as much as you'd like.
Not
The same
me,
cannot be said,
vibing with
however,
the Riz.
for Roy, who like Marth appears to have been born a little too early for No More
New
Tears,
fear unlocked.
and so goes in the filth pile.
You should wash your hands, you dirty pig.
Luckily, much like Marth, his Echo Fighter Chrom also
Hashtag
features
not
in
all
Hot Spring
men.
Scramble.
Talk about a twist
So
ending.
while not the optimal bath, consider our swordsman sufficiently steamed. And the
Hashtag
final
not
melee
all
rep
men.
is Mr. Game & Watch, who despite all the playing with manholes and oil, no washing shows up
Now,
across
they
the Game & Watch
understood the
gallery.
assignment.
Although apparently octopi do self-clean, which counts for absolutely nothing, let's be honest. No freshness
are
for
the
our
dream
flat friend.
makers.
Into the pit he goes. And with Melee out the way, let's review those numbers from earlier. I'm going to count the Hot Spring
Pop
gang
off,
as
sis.
0.5 each, giving us a nice 7.5 out of 13, or 58%, and 62 overall so far. A small downgrade, but
More
not as much
proof
as it
that
could have
video
been, all things
games
considered.
lead to
And with that
violence.
little checkpoint dealt with, let's move on to the first Smash
Videos
game
like
I
this
ever
are
touched,
why I love my
Super
country.
Smash Brothers Brawl.
I'm done adulting for the day. Ooh, hot take.
Kicking it off with Meta Knight, while he does have
Shut
a
up and
Yarny
witness
form,
me.
it unfortunately only features as a boss and is therefore unlikely to be popping over to Kirby's for a nice
current
relaxing
time
bath.
is
And since we get no
4:53
glimpse of his grip,
PM.
we can only assume this one is a no as well. And it's 2 more no's for
My
Pit
diaper
and Dark
full.
Pit does actually get a half point for being able to enter a hot spring, and though it doesn't seem to have
A
much
for
soak
effort.
going on, at least he can use them to heal. Since we've already covered Zero Suit Samus, we get to Wario. And everyone say it with me.
Yeah,
Wario
you really
is in
can say
Mario
it.
Kart 8 Deluxe.
Squeaky clean sprint strikes again. The filthiest man in gaming somehow manages to keep it clean here. Just don't question where the bubbles
Next
came
video.
from. Now, while serious shoot person Samus doesn't seem to bathe, Solid Snake tells a different story.
I need
Metal
a
Gear
drink
Solid
after
5
that.
features routine showering at the mother base. However, my knowledge of Metal Gear told me to confirm whether it actually is
Bro is
Solid
the
Snake
Michael
you play
Jordan
as in
of
MGS5,
basketball.
and I'm pretty sure Venom Snake is Big Boss is Solid Snake, but also I'll be damned if I ever comprehend
Totally.
Kojima's Wild Ride. So I'm just gonna go with I think so, which for the purpose of this video is
That's
a
so
resounding
Michael Scott
yes.
coded.
A resounding no, however, goes to Ike, making the average for blue-haired sword boys being clean teeter back below 50%.
I want to shake
How
this
unfortunate.
person's hand.
Next up, we get our first ever human Pokemon rep.
Sir,
And
this is a
unfortunately,
Wendy's.
Our first loss for the franchise. While Ethan or May can take a dip in Hoenn Laveridge Town, this is quite
So
clearly
true.
a red-inspired Kanto trainer, meaning no bath for him. This is made up
This
for
big guy
luckily
eating
in
all
his
the
three
little
trusty
guys.
partners. Squirtle, Ivysaur, and Charizard are all capable of a cleansing, though
That's
be careful around
certainly
Charizard's
a
tail if you
choice.
want to continue being the owner of one that's still breathing. For a long time, Diddy Kong was on hiatus from main series
Whoever
Mario
made
Kart,
this video,
leaving
I
DK
hope you
all on his
become
lonesome.
rich and
Luckily, as a
successful.
part of the final wave of the booster course pass for the Mario Kart
10 out of
Deluxe
10.
game for the Nintendo Switch family of systems, Diddy, along with Pauline, Peachette, and fan favorite Funky Kong, took to
Let's
the tracks.
watch that again.
And just one wave earlier, Squeaky Clean Sprint was added to the game. I'm sure you can do the math there. Lather up that monkey, we have
Hit him with
another
the
yes.
side eye.
Next up, Lucas. I've never touched Mother 3. Let's give this a Google and see if he's ever taken a dip.
Can't believe he did that.
Oh no.
Like this if
yeah,
you're
let's
watching
just,
in
let's put him in a hot
2025.
spring tier and not think too hard about that.
This ain't it. Chief.
Okay, Sonic the Hedgehog. Famously not great around water, so I can't see him spending too much time in the tub. Surprisingly enough, though,
Yes.
Sonic Adventure gives us Casinopolis, in which we can find a shower and take a little time to wash off after a light speed workout. Checks out to me.
I don't know, I just didn't find it that funny.
However, is gonna be a no. Despite his ability to bathe in the anime, and the fact he also shows up in Kirby's
Someone
Epic
send
Yarn,
this to
we
Mr.
can't find a
Beast.
way to bridge those two facts, and therefore, we find the king in the Dirty Deer. A shameful showing for Sakurai's
Yeah, if
Golden
that were
Boys.
me, I
Olimar
would have
is a
done
unique
things a
case,
little
but
differently.
I think I've got a solid foundation to say yes. Pikmin 2 features the Sud Generator, or to you and I, a bar of
Obsessed.
soap. While the fact that soap exists is not proof alone, that name is. How would they know it generates suds if they have not put it to the test? And with the size of it, any testing done
Hit that
would surely
subscribe
put
button
Olimar
and
in
join the
crossfire.
React
And
Army.
with that, I say this small man has indeed bathed. Even if it may have been accidental, the
Wait,
suds
they're banning
don't lie.
TikTok?
Sure, Jan.
Lucario is, surprisingly, a Pokemon. This, of course, means
We
that
stand a
if given
short
the
king.
inclination to do so, one can, in fact, take it upon themselves to utilize a
This
feature
is literally
such as
my
Pokemon
weakness.
Refresh in the Pokemon Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, or indeed Ultra Moon game to restore the hygiene of the Aura Pokemon
Okay.
to a satisfactory level.
Ooh.
No, don't.
This
Stop
makes my head
cleansing
hurt.
my aura.
Google Lucario bath on your school computer.
I dare ya.
Right, another odd one.
Man, that's
Let's talk
wild,
about
bro.
Rob. Rob has very few playable appearances, but is also just a real object that, given a small fortune and some poor judgment, I could make
They went
sure
full
he takes a
send.
bath myself.
Never go full
He also
send.
appears in Pikmin 2 as a treasure. Maybe Olimar could come along and generate some suds all over
you
it.
guys see
Either
that?
one of those realities, I say, results in a yes. And since I think we can assume someone has been bored enough to mistake
As
their
an AI
robotic
language
operation
model,
buddy
I am
for a
unable
bath
to
bomb,
react to this.
I call it a yes. Researching Toon Link led me to an interesting website known
That
as
is
Anime
such a
Bat
Gemini
Scenes Wiki,
move.
a website I do not wish to know the purpose of, but it suggests that Toon Link can partake in the act of
This video
clothed
gets a
bathing
4
in this little
out of
water
5.
thing on Outset Island. And I don't know about you,
Chat,
but this
what's this
neither
guy's
resembles
address?
a bath or a hot spring, so I'm going to take a stand against the experts and put this cell-shaded swordy in the no tier. And we
Look
round
at
out
this
Brawl
chungus.
and the Space Furries with Wolf. And unfortunately, the same as the other two. I can see no evidence that this dog has ever taken a bath.
Ooh, hot
which
take.
is probably for the best, as being stuck with the smell of wet dog on a spaceship is a fate I don't wish upon even the most evil of the Lilat system's
Somebody
inhabitants.
call the
Okay,
wambulance.
time to tally up again. Brawl had a success rate of 10.5 out of 20, or just 53%.
I'm bored.
Barely scraping a positive average. The series as a whole slides further down to 57% cleanliness across
Bro
the board.
is getting
a
it
worryingly
done.
low number. Let's hope for some better numbers as we enter our penultimate game to date, Smash for Wii U and 3DS.
This is peak.
Smash 4 starts out on a high note
Okay,
with Animal
this next
Crossing's
one is gonna
Villager.
break
As
your
mentioned
brain.
in Ganon's segment, there are indeed functioning shower sets in the Animal Crossing series. And while you aren't able to strip off and get soapy,
I'm gonna need a mini
ReactBot
ReactBot for this
anything but
one.
an absolute yes.
It stinks.
The streak doesn't last long though, as we come to Mega Man. From my
Wait,
research,
they're
the
banning
closest
TikTok?
thing to a cleaning robot master there is Dustman. And if I asked someone if they had showered, and they told me,
Bro is
oh yeah
spitting
man, don't worry
straight
about it, I
facts.
vacuumed myself this morning, I'd not only never talk to them again, but also would absolutely not class it as bathing.
stan a
Roll,
queen.
Mega Man's sister figure, is stated to have the purpose of cleaning and cooking.
Okay,
Way to reinforce
hear me out.
stereotypes, Dr. Light. This seems to be more for cleaning the lab than the bots themselves. So that's going to be a no for the Blue Bomber.
Can we
Known for
gatekeep this
working
from
up
the
the sweat
normies?
on and off the battlefield, Wii Fit Trainer also appears to be a dud. They're only ever really seen standing around in the studio while
This
their
video
pet
is
balance
proof
board
that
gives
we live in the
childhood me
Matrix.
dysmorphia.
The current time is 4:53 p.m.
But regardless, I see no showers to speak of.
None of
So
these
gonna be
words are
another
in
no
the
there.
Bible.
Time for another win with the Galaxy Goddess herself, Rosalina.
Amazeballs.
While the closest thing the Comet Observatory has
Wait,
to a
was that
bathroom is the
Markiplier?
Fountain Dome, which really stands for nothing, luckily, she too appears in Mario Kart
It's
8
giving
Deluxe
Sigma.
and therefore can get squeaky clean just as all the others have. Another tick here. Another one who is at home while working out. Little Mac 2 does not seem
It's
to have
giving
any
Girl
signs
Boss.
pointing to cooling off in the showers after a knockout. No mention from Doc, no cutscene of Max steaming off, nada. Another unfortunate no
Chat,
for
can I get a
Smash 4's
kiss?
repertoire. Luckily, we get another easy one in Greninja. This water type is, I'm sure, more than happy to get spritzed down between battles
Hi,
in
I'm
whatever game you
ReactBot.
please. Just careful to keep soap away from the tongue. I can't imagine that'd be pleasant for it. We polish off the Kid Icarus franchise with another
I
goddess,
heckin' love
Palutena.
science.
And sadly, the only evidence of a bath scene seems to be in an anime short, which does not count for this video.
Not
no mention
me,
otherwise,
nose
and
exhaling.
she can't take a dip in those same springs as Pit does. That's gonna be yet another no. And yet another no for Pac-Man. But also, I'm not entirely sure what Pac-Man is.
He's my son.
And if they even need to bathe, do ghosts bathe? Does being sprayed by a fire
No
hydrant
way, bro,
count
it's
as
real.
a bath? All signs point to no, adding to the disappointing pile Smash 4 has shown itself to be so far.
I'm ReactBot.
Once again fluctuating back with Robin, who is able to join Chrom and
World
Lucina
Star.
in venturing through the hot springs doing whatever you do in Fire Emblem. I gotta say, for a lot of these, there is a small number of levels
Now that's
doing a
what
lot
I
of heavy
call
lifting.
music.
But hey, it makes the research easier. I ain't complaining. On to a different brand of anime sword fighter now.
What part of
Xenoblade's
me
very
asked?
own Shulk. From what I could find, clean water is an object you're able to hold as a part of a quest in Xenoblade Chronicles.
Consider
but in
that
terms
tea
of using
spilled.
water to make himself clean, looks like he's not feeling it. Not even a
They did the
Monado
thing.
art to sanitize. A poor effort entirely. Hey look, we're flip-flopping back again, bringing in Bowser Jr., who,
Bro
did you
is
know,
wrong
appears
with
as a
that
playable
one.
character in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and can participate in races set in the course Squeaky Clean Sprint.
hits
If you want to learn
different
more
now.
about Squeaky Clean Sprint, please continue watching this video. Okay, now back to my own format.
I'm bored.
Another victim
Let's watch
of
Family
being
Guy
too
funnies.
retro and only having one game, Duck Hunt's dog and Duck are never seen outside of that field, so no bath there. But wait,
10
this
out of
character
10.
is a trio, and the one holding the zapper is just a human, and they bathe
Yup,
all the time
it's
mostly.
official.
Surely that
I'm on
counts
the
for a
weird
third
side
a
of
point,
YouTube.
Though Zapper Hand, the unbeloved triplet of the
Nostalgia
other Smash Bros.
maxing.
Hands, seems to just exist in a void with a CRT and a gun. So the average first
Erm,
apartment
someone
for most
call the
gamers.
woke police.
Suffice it to say, that's a no. And the last of Smash 4's base roster brings us to the Miis.
Shazam!
While in Smash, they're categorized by their weapon of choice. I'm just gonna go with Miis as a species? And that's
Bro
where
is wrong
Tomodachi
for that
Life comes
one.
in. And the bath set item being something you can give to your chosen homunculus and allow them
They
to
hate us,
scrub up a
'cause
bit
they
while
hate
they
us.
wait for a sequel. And while obviously you could make any character from Smash
This
as
feels
a
like
Mii and
liberal
scrub 'em up,
propaganda.
false idols are sacrilege, and
Does
doing
he
so
know?
will leave me no choice but to appear at the foot of your bed with a spiked bat. So let's just
Bro
cut
is
this as a
straight
win
up
for Miis.
yapping.
Time to dive into DLC, beginning with Ryu, and by extension Ken. Street
This
Fighter
aspect
Alpha 2
ratio
confirms
rocks.
the existence of baths in this universe via this seed of Rose, but that's not gonna be enough. He and Ken go skinny dipping
Me when
in
the
Street
Doom
Fighter
music
2V,
kicks in.
but that's not a game. Marvel vs. Capcom features a bathhouse stage, but neither Ryu nor Ken can be seen using it.
Ugh.
So many opportunities, so close to taking a bath, but without definitive proof, I have no choice but to mark them both down with no's. The other third-party DLC, Cloud, does a much better job though. And oh my, does he take a bath. His toned, stoic self is surrounded by other burly, muscular guests.
Alrighty then.
As the bath steams up, and I need to stop before this goes too far. Whew, I need to shower myself after that entry.
I hate it.
And we keep the anime sword success train rolling into Corrin, who is able to not only take a dip in the communal baths, but seemingly have awkward conversations with half the cast of Fire Emblem Fates. This isn't
they
a
got
test
that
of social
dog
skills
in
though. Corrin gets a yes from me. And Bayonetta closes out Smash 4 with thankfully yet another yes. She is quoted as saying,
hot take.
If I'm going to waste time, I'd rather do it in a nice hot bath.
Chad detected.
Confirming to me that she has at least once taken a bath. And when you're literally wearing your hair, I imagine
just
you
lost
need to
the
keep
woke
conditioning on
contest.
the regular. Just don't waste too much time in there, Bayo. You'll get wrinkles. 4 games down, or 5 depending on how annoying
doing
you are.
numbers.
Time to talk about some more numbers. 11 out of Smash 4's 20 fighters and echoes are documented as dipping into the
Now this is for real mult cheaters.
Putting them at a nice clean 55%, and the franchise as a whole still just about rounding up
Is
to
this
stay
what
at
our founding
57.
fathers wanted?
Alright, time for everyone to be here. Let's take a look at the final bunch of characters to finally obtain our definitive
Smash that like button
ultimate
if you
list.
agree.
Kicking off with one of Nintendo's newest
That's rough,
icons,
buddy.
the Inkling. It's a well-known fact that in Splatoon, water is an immensely perilous thing to Inklings, killing them instantly. if they so
this
much
is
as
giving
dip
me an
their toes in.
existential
I think it's safe
crisis.
to assume that there is not a bath to be found in all of Inkopolis. Luckily,
New fear
Inklings,
unlocked.
both boy and girl, appear in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Whew! Almost had a miss there. Ridley may have been too
I
big for
dedicate
Smash
this
for a
video
long
to
time,
the troops.
but is he too big to fit in a bath? Yeah, almost definitely.
Only 90s
Which is
kids
probably
can
why
relate.
I could find no trace of this space pirate kicking back in the tub even once. Too busy murdering parents and
The vibe
becoming a
I bring to
cyborg,
the
I
function.
suppose. Wouldn't want to wet the servos. The Belmont bloodline
Not
appears
me,
to be
nose
most
exhaling.
unclean, as neither Simon nor Richter appear to be capable
Bro,
of
let
taking
the
a bath
intrusive
in
thoughts
regular
win.
or indeed holy water. Though it is worth noting that in Aria of Sorrows,
Why would bro
you are
do
able to find
that?
this bathroom complete with a little rubber ducky. But Julius and Soma Cruz
Don't
are
ask
not
me
on
where
the
I
Smash
was
roster,
on the
so
night of
sadly,
October
that is a no.
13th,
And joining
2023.
the unwashed masses is King K. Rool, hailing from the same bathless islands as the Kongs, but without the driving license needed to redeem him. But
Only
come on,
gamers
Pink
will
Eye
get
that
that.
serious? You know there's no personal hygiene going on there.
Brother,
I'm gonna feed you guys
Animal
good
Crossing
today.
does indeed feature a shower set, but sweet old Isabelle isn't a roaming villager, instead being relegated
Unbothered
to
and
paperwork,
thriving.
meaning she will never experience the joys of a nice, warm shower set. Good job she's in Mario Kart!
Bussin'.
Stop it. Get some help.
And while we're keeping them short, Incineroar is a Pokemon and can indeed be washed. And
I don't
unlike
get
Charizard,
this one.
please do try and kill this thing with a hose because I hate it and it's awful. Okay, time for DLC, the final stretch.
Vroom, vroom.
We begin with Peculiar Pick Piranha Plant, who is not on the Mario Kart
That's
roster.
gross.
Oh no. Petey's there, but he's just in the final Smash. This
Hey,
is
can we get a
bad.
USA in the chat?
Mario is going to have a clean sweep. Oh, it's okay. Plant is an
Is
item
he
in Mario
okay?
Kart 8 Deluxe and can be used on my new favorite course. Thank you for your service through this video, Squeaky Clean Sprint.
This
but
video
we must
gave
now
me a
leave you
migraine.
behind.
This really shows how oppressed gamers are.
Good riddance.
And hey, we have another win with
Now
Joker,
this is more
who is
like
able
it.
to take a dip and swap out looking cool for feeling toasty. He also takes Morgana in for some reason, which both defies the
Doing it with the
stereotypes
boys.
of cats and water and the social cue of not being a complete weirdo. Love that for him. We find a rare case of Schrodinger's
Leave a
shower
comment telling
in
me
Hero,
what your favorite
and
part
I'm
is.
exclusively going off Dragon Quest XI's form for this entry, the Luminary. Hero's mother says he scrubs up nicely,
Using
which
AI,
are good friends
I've
of Anime
determined that
Baths
this
Wiki
video
seem to
is
think
epic
implies he
sauce.
bathes off screen. However, this phrase generally just means to look better when you put in the effort, and while this would suggest a wash too, it needs to be seen to be believed. He can go to the hot bath sauna
Let him
though,
cook.
so at least he's trying. Also, there is a town in Dragon Quest IV called Bath.
I give it a 2
I had in my notes to mention
out of
that,
5.
and I can't think of a joke for it. So, Banjo! We do get a look inside his house on the original
If you can
Banjo
relate to
Kazooie
this,
save select
congrats.
screen, and
Your
there only seems
childhood
to be
was
a kitchen
epic.
and vague living space.
Bro's giving
no
me the
bathroom in
ick.
sight. And if a bear can't shit in his house, he certainly won't be seen
How did
showering
they
there
do
either.
that?
Yet another no, unfortunately. And another no goes to Terry Bogard. There seems to be a concerning trend of actual fighting game characters
I don't
not
like
being
that.
capable of showering, which unfortunately does foreshadow a couple yet to come.
This is
Byleth,
a video.
however, is able to go in a sauna. I gotta say, you'd be surprised how difficult it is to come up with 80 plus ways of saying yes or no to something, just as a little side tangent.
Now that's
And this
what
is my
I
free
call
pass to not
music.
come up with one. It's a no. Moving on. No noodle soup is going to be found containing Min
Not
Min
me
either.
giggling
no
and
baths
kicking
in
my
any
feet.
stages or mentions of the word bath, shower, or even clean on the ARMS wiki.
Okay,
Ew.
yeah.
Well, by
This
a stretch of
deserves
the
Reddit gold.
Imagination.
It is possible to create a Minecraft shower. Unfortunately, a water source block
Leave a
is
comment
not
telling
cut it
me
for
what
me,
you ate
meaning
today.
Steve keeps the no streak going. Maybe in the new update. Jeb, hear my life. While never seen on screen, Sephiroth
My
is
life
an
be like,
absolute yes, being one of the few
ooh,
mentions of actual cleaning products in a character's bathing habits, courtesy of this fun fact from Crisis Core. Gotta love the
How is this
self-care.
not
From those
viral?
luscious locks, it's clearly paying off. I was unsure whether to count Pyra and Mithra as one character, having never played Xenoblade
And I'm
Chronicles
giving
2,
this a
so
7
I'm gonna
out of
swing
10.
a
It's
guess
closer
at
to a
yes
6 than an
and call
8.
it good. And indeed, this sword spirit can
Gonna
take
show
a
this to
hot
Gam
spring
Gam.
dip, so I'm going to immediately go back on my decision, counting both characters as half points, totaling 1 each,
Whoa.
basically resulting in nothing. Yippee. And yes, as I alluded to before, Kazuya does not take any sort of shower unless it is meteor,
Kinda
April,
Waluigi
or
coded.
arrows. Fighting game characters, man, they're nasty.
Girl, you nasty.
And last, but arguably least,
That didn't
depending on
age
your liking,
well.
Sora does not have any evidence of any sort of bathing, with the only bath to speak of belonging to Lock, Shock and Barrel.
That
this
makes
confirms
sense.
that Kingdom Hearts is verifiably neither simple nor clean. And that does it. Let's
Yo,
do
bro,
our
I'm
final
so
tally
confused.
up. Ultimate's newcomers come in at a pitiful 7 out of 19.
Let
or
him
just
cook.
39%. Ouch. This puts it as the least washed
White
game
people
out
be
of the
like-
lot, with Brawl, Smash 4, Melee, and 64 in ascending order from there, painting an almost perfect pattern of the newer the game,
Me
the
thinks
dirtier
this
the
didn't
roster.
really
and
happen.
finally, the total count of the clean characters in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate's roster
This is the
56
best thing I've seen
out of
all year.
89, putting them at a respectable yet concerning 63%, just barely beating out Smash 64
Riztacular.
alone. And while we're on numbers, let's take a look at the by-franchise breakdown of which set of characters worked out
Thank
the
you.
cleanest.
Very
At
cool.
a horrific 0%, we find Metroid, Star Fox, Street Fighter, and Castlevania.
Women are so
and honestly,
powerful.
I'm amazed that an entire 4 franchises got a total failure. There must be something about being set in space,
For real,
involving
that's
mythological
crazy.
creatures, or fighting in the street, I guess. A nice round 25% goes to the Legend of Zelda
No
franchise.
flesh shall
Big
be
Link,
spared.
along with Little
Matthew,
Link's
chapter
half point,
24,
made up
verse
for
22.
seemingly the total lack of Hylian hygiene, even if it took a crossover racing game to get the series' only full point. Just missing out on a third in total
Clearly
is
AI.
Fire Emblem. While it would have been much higher if Hot Springs weren't a half point, sadly, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And sure, I could have
just
made
wanna
the
say
cookie
to the
crumble a
haters,
different way.
it's not my
This
fault
is my
you have
bakery,
acne.
and I didn't want to. The golden child of Sakurai
Bureaucracy
himself only
is
just
inherently
hits 33%, with only Kirby himself being able to take a dip. But there's always a glimmer of hope for another 33% with
This
that anime
just
clip.
be the
And speaking
harsh
of Sakurai,
reality.
Kid Icarus also hits 33%. With the 2 half
Videos
points
like
adding up
this
to a
are
nice
why
1
I
out of
could
3.
never
Maybe
have
there's just
kids.
something in the air with non-Smash games that Sakurai worked
find
on.
that
Cheating
joke
its
a
way to a nice
little
39% is every solo franchise rep, as I figured loading the 0%ers with a bunch of individual
Sorry, I
fighters
zoned
would
out.
just clog up the whole thing. So congrats to the loners for barely scraping a passing grade. A clean
Next
50%
TikTok.
goes to Mother and, depending on your definition, Xenoblade. So we have a nice estimate for
Bruh moment.
JRPGs with 2 reps going into future games. If you're counting Xenoblade as 3 characters, however, the 2 half points knocks them down to 33%. I'm being generous here. Doubling that and giving it to the next franchise, we find DK, as unfortunately throughout it all,
Some real
K. Rool evaded
Hufflepuff
the
energy.
ever-helpful Mario Kart DLC, meaning no full marks this time around.
And
a huge jump to second place gets us Pokémon, as despite all the washing features across the games, that damn trainer messed up the flawless run
This
for
is
everyone
actual brain
and should
rot.
be shunned for all eternity. Which means that our three-way tie for first place goes to Animal
NPC
Crossing,
behavior.
Final Fantasy, and the good old Super Mario franchise. Squeaky Clean Sprint's influence is all over this top billing,
Obsessed.
and turns out Midgar is just a nice and sanitary place to be. Unless you're
I don't
breathing
get
the
this
air,
one.
of course. And there you have it. And with Smash's future uncertain after this monolithic entry,
I'm telling the
who
subreddit
knows what
about
the cleanliness
this.
of future combatants will look like. We can only wait and see, I suppose. Until then,
Yeah, if that were
thank you
me,
so much
I
for
would have
watching.
done things
Don't
a
forget
little
to bathe
differently.
and give those like and subscribe buttons a little polish. It's greatly
No
appreciated,
comment.
as always. Thanks so much to my members Clora Might and Matt H.
My pants
And I'll see
pissed.
you in the next one. If I'm going to waste my time,
If this gets
I'd rather do
10,000
it in a
likes,
nice
nothing
warm
will
bath.
happen.
Fucking hell.
If you're enjoying this video, please subscribe and hit that bell.
Ghost Pokemon have always had a special
Work
place
smarter,
in my heart.
not harder.
Creepy creatures of all shapes and sizes that span the cute to cool spectrum flawlessly. One, however, always rose above the rest. Pokemon
Leviticus
563,
chapter 18 verse
Cofagrigus.
7.
From
You
my
shall
first
not
ever
uncover
foray
the
into
nakedness
world
of your
Pokemon as a
father,
kid,
which
he
is
has
the
remained
nakedness
one
of
my
your mother.
absolute
She
favorites
is your
in the
mother.
entire
You shall
franchise,
not uncover
even
her
if
nakedness.
a wide-eyed cat would eventually take his top spot. And much like I did with Espurr,
in
to
English,
celebrate
please?
this shifty sarcophagus, I'm going to chronicle the entire history of Cofagrigus
Well said.
across the Pokemon franchise and present it to you in the form of this short piece
Some real
of
Hufflepuff
propaganda.
energy.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Now, I'm going to be honest, I am not
Like
the
this
perfect
if you're
person
watching
to tell
in
you the origins
2024.
of Cofagrigus. Luckily, I know someone who is. My Egypt-obsessed fiance and editor, Oda.
I hate to
Take
bring
it away.
gender into this,
Let's get
but
straight
women
to
deserve
business.
to be
Cofagrigus
respected.
is, at face value, a sarcophagus. These are basically coffins that ancient Egyptians used. You probably
We
grew up
stand a
being
queen.
told that only pharaohs could afford them, but to be honest with you, if you had the right money, anyone could afford one. Once mummification was all said and done,
Bro
the body
thought
would
they-
be placed inside
they-
the first of multiple
Bro
layers
thought
of
they were
sarcophagi, kind of like a cooler,
Man, bro
better
thought they were
babushka doll.
great.
On
They-
the outermost
bro-
layer,
bro
typically
thought-
hieroglyphs with
next
a door
TikTok.
sarcophagus, depicting things involving rebirth and protection from the harsh afterworld, which would include the person's name, so it could be carried on
Consider
to the
their
for
goose
identification.
cooked.
The reason Cofagrigus' arms sprawl out of him is actually really interesting to me, though. Mostly because it also links in with his Pokemon lore
That's
of
a
forgetting who he
bingo.
was when he was alive. Having his arms sprawl out of him could actually show that he was stripped of a part of the soul the
Chad
ancient
energy.
Egyptians called the Bar, which is the part of the soul that can travel between the land of the dead and the living. The Bar would typically hover over the corpse after death.
This is
usually
my
to
reacting
check on
face.
family and make sure their body was still safe from grave robbers. But it could also travel
Why
back
would
to the
bro
afterlife
do
to hang out
that?
with the gods when it was all done. However, since our coughed up boy has forgotten
This
its
is
human
my
memories,
reacting
it
face.
might actually just be trapped on this mortal plane, forced to just be with its rotting corpse forever. Which, if you go by the ancient Egyptian belief
I'm on
system
the
of
weird
curses,
side of
this could lead to
YouTube.
Cofagrigus turning unsuspecting trainers into mummies thinking of self-defense. Our sprawled out guy is just stuck here
Wish
on
my
Earth,
Meemaw
not
were
knowing
still
who it
alive to
is,
see
why
this.
it's here, or how to fix the whole situation. There is a ton more to it, but you're here for fun Pokemon. So if you are interested in
Leave
what
a
I've just
comment
said,
if you
I will
thought
on a
that was
video all about
crazy.
mummification here. I'm gonna go leave now and have a really deep think about all the Cofagrigises I've come across that are just
I'm
trapped
bored.
here eternally.
Wow, that got dark. Who would have thought you could stuff so much lore in one coffin? Now, with that little history
Dude's
lesson
going
out of the way,
goblin
we can
mode.
get into even more history. Starting with...
Is that a JoJo reference?
Let's take it back all the way to my first ever Pokemon game. The
It's
greatest
giving
to ever
girl
do
dinner.
it, Black and White. Deep in the desert road route lies Relic Castle, a ruin reclaimed by the elements full
Aw,
of
that's
sinkholes
cute.
and housing Game Moth in the depths. More importantly, this is the first place you are able to come across Cofagrigus in the wild.
This is
along
a
with its baby
moment.
form Yamask. While I can't recall my reaction to first laying eyes upon this masterpiece, I have to imagine it went something like...
It's kind of mid. This video
Cofagrigus'
makes me
shiny
want to
is
hug my
interesting,
doggo.
taking on a pink and white look so stark that it would make Frank Ocean write a song about it. Outside of the wild, Cofagrigus finds a worthy place on some
Unironically,
mighty
the
team.
coolest thing
First
I've ever
of all,
seen
the
in my
Elite Four
life.
member Chantel makes good use of one on her ghostly gang, placing him where he belongs at the pinnacle of a trainer's journey, and the B-plot
Leave
of
a
that
comment
journey
telling me
represents
what
two,
you ate
with
today.
Team Plasma's leader Getsis also sporting his spooky sarcophagus to give him the best efforts of taking you down.
It's
What
giving
better
awesome
than a tomb
sauce.
to use to put you in a tomb after all. Going into the sequels, Chantel and Getsis would remain loyal to our boy, but oddly enough, a change does come from Relic Castle.
Bro is straight
no
up
longer letting
yapping.
you catch a Cofagrigus straight out, rather needing to evolve it. Can't complain too
Like
much
this
though.
if you're
It's
watching
worth
in
having to put a bit of work
2014.
in for this icon. And we continue trending downwards, much like the quality
Now,
overall,
this is
heading
content.
into X and Y, where there is absolutely no natural way to get a Cofagrigus without the use of trading or transfer tools. To be fair, this
That
game
got
did
messy.
give us Espurr, so something had to give to balance out that power. One potential source for that trading, in fact, is our next pair of games, Omega Ruby and Alpha
That's
Sapphire,
crazy.
bringing the return of the ever-elusive Mirage locations, and the one we care about, Mirage Cave. As you may have figured, after a bit of a break,
Instant
this gives
karma.
us a place to catch a wild Cofagrigus, plain and simple, even if the location doesn't always exist.
Damn,
Sadly,
that's
the
crazy.
drought would return in Alola, ironic given the island setting, though luckily with a bit of trading you could send one over from lands afar.
That's
Life was
totally
good.
me.
That was, until the British arrived.
The British are coming! The British are coming!
Pokemon Sword and Shield brought us Galarian Yamask, an intriguing
okay?
concept as a fan of this freaky old slab. I grabbed one and leveled it up and nothing.
Let's go gambling!
Rip,
Okay,
bozo.
maybe a stone.
Aw, dang it!
Trading?
Aw, dang it!
Friendship?
Aw, dang it!
Oh man, this thing is special.
Clearly
I
AI.
knew I had to Google what to do to evolve it. Careful not to ruin the surprise of the majesty to come.
Okay, how was I supposed to get that?
Okay, damage done, rocks located, the time has finally come to see Galarian Cofagrigus.
Well, they fell off hard.
Who the fuck are you? Well, dear viewer, this is Runerigus, and I hate him.
Yes, speak your
he crushed
truth.
my dreams. He's infinitely worse than Cofagrigus in every way, and he didn't even take up the Rock
This is
Ghost
giving off
pairing,
woke
which
vibes.
remains unused to this day. Can you do anything right, you waste of a Pokédex slot? Even Corsola got a cooler evolution
That
than
looks
you,
like it
and
hurt.
it had to die to get it. Get out of my sight. It is a blessing that your evolution
did the
is
thing.
as convoluted as it is. Nobody should wind up with your sorry ass without having to waste their time first. You are scum,
If you know what I
Runerigus.
mean.
I can only hope the rest of the Switch generation makes up for your crimes.
Oh, come on!
Fine then.
This is so
If
true,
the main
you
series
guys.
doesn't want to put in the effort, I know just where to look instead. Let's take a look at the...
Got me feeling a certain type of way.
We'll get the ball rolling with the Pokemon Rumble series, which sees Cofagrigus in
This
a
is my
brand new
13th
form.
reason.
Amputated! But that didn't stop him from shambling around the cave area of Pokemon Rumble Blast's rugged falls. A
photoshopped.
slight deviation from the ruins of old, but hey, at least there's rocks. We'll step up the status going into Rumble U, where he can be found at the sealed
Man,
door,
this video
or more
feels
specifically,
illegal.
the place to return to. While sounding immensely dramatic, I'd argue
wow,
it's
that's
fitting,
really
as fellow
interesting.
favorite of mine from Gen 5, Black Kyurem, also features as a boss in that very area. Two legends together, as it should be.
Friend
And the
zone.
Rumble Ball keeps on rolling into Rumble World, where a boss Cofagrigus can be found in the Withered Cemetery in the Distortion Land.
Ooh, that's a
Possibly the
Freudian
most
slip.
apt place he's been so far, what with being a Tumor doll, and where better than a place named after the home of the God of Ghosts itself.
This is
And
me when
rounding
I
out
go to a
Rumble with Rumble
Starbucks.
Rush, he's also in the Pinsir, Gengar, and Buzzwole Seas, vaguely alluding to Cofagrigus
Now
being an
this is
honorary
more
bug
like it.
type. Good for him, I suppose. Right, enough of that, let's up the poly count some, and get to a
I
game
bet their
I've wanted to
pronouns
speak about
are
for a
epic
while
sauce.
now. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. PK
the old
Peak
one was
2,
better.
Pika's Peakond, features... PK Peak 2,
Women
Pika's
are so
Peakon, features
powerful.
the dreamy, distortion world-like dimension known as Wish Park. Upon first entering, you learn about these drugged-up
I'm on the
cupcakes
weird side
making
of
various
YouTube.
Pokemon all dazed. And who is serving them? None other than our boy, along with a factory full of rats and whatever
Whoa,
Ordino
what is
is.
bro doing?
Sadly, this does make him an antagonist, and therefore you've got to fight him to progress. But I think we shouldn't be criminalizing a small business, and I hope
We
to
are
see his
so
bakery
back.
open soon. Also, he walks like this, and I just think that's really funny, and wanted to show you. Not beating the bug allegations, that's for sure.
Bro's giving me the
let's just
ick.
rattle off a few that there's little more to say than that he's there. Pokemon Troze, Shuffle, Duel, and Pokédex 3D Pro all
Yucky.
indeed feature a Cofagrigus, which is just wonderful to know, really helps me sleep at night. I can also now check
Facts,
Pokédex
no
3D Pro off my list of things I wanted to talk about for some reason, but had no valid reason to do so. And last but not least, everybody's favourite
just
isekai,
feels wrong.
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, beginning with Gates to Infinity. Befitting of such a special boy, Cofagrigus has become an entrepreneur in this game,
Dude's going
running
goblin
Post
mode.
Town's glorious gold. And this ain't your average corner shop. No, this tendrilled tomb deals in gold
Not
bars
really
for
that
items.
impressive.
So if you want yourself a mega donut, you'd better have stacks to show. And wouldn't you know it, the franchise would be successful enough to branch out to Super Mystery Dungeon's Lively Town as well, which when alongside the cake business from Pokepark,
Misa
gives us
like
a
what
likely
I'm seeing.
candidate for richest Pokemon in the franchise, which would mean he'd get the guillotine, but normal moves don't hit ghosts. What luck.
Damn,
Oh,
that's
and
crazy.
since I totally forgot about it, and I'm going back to add this section, Phoebe and Cofagrigus appear as a sync pair in Pokemon Masters EX. Why not Chantel?
I felt that.
And on the subject of mobile games I forgot about, Pokemon Go of course features Yamaska Cofagrigus as obtainable, but also the best outfit
Obsessed
this
with
series
these
has
vibes.
ever and will ever produce. Look at this and tell me it shouldn't be
Damn.
strutting down a runway or shambling down a dingy corridor towards you. Incredible work by Niantic. And speaking
Wiggling
of
my
masks,
toesies
this
right
one
now.
appears in Detective Pikachu. It barely counts, but it counts. And with
Videos
this
like
venture
this are why I
capitalistic
could
side
never
tangent
have
out of the
kids.
way, we wrap up all of the side games Cofagrigus appears in to date. Sadly,
moment.
much like Espurr, it wasn't every single one. Meaning, of course, that Pokemon Art Academy, Pokemon Tournament,
How is
Pokemon
this
Quest, Pokemon
not
Cafe Remix,
viral?
Pokemon Unite, New Pokemon Snap, Detective Pikachu Returns, and Pokemon Sleep are all to
Bro
be
thinks
purchased
they're
in a merger
Sigma.
with Glorious Gold Studios, with all publishing rights going to Mr. C.
Chad
Grigus,
detected.
and will have their mistakes rectified in a remastered collection coming to all current-gen consoles. That, or they can just get in the bin. But enough of this.
Wish
There's been
my
too much
Meemaw
media
were still
going on,
alive to see
too many
this.
digital things. I need something physical and flat, which means it's time to get into...
Nodders.
Once again, I know nothing of the strategic
Dude,
potential of Pokemon TCG, nor would I like to, so I am donning my art critic hat for this segment and giving you my
Nodders.
professional opinion on these here expensive rectangles. We'll kick it off with Noble Victories, and this piece right
Oof,
here.
that's cringe,
It sure
bro.
is a Cofagrigus with a cool ambience in the background, but his stubby proportions and neon colour scheme don't quite do it for me. Let's go 4 out of 10. Another
the
Noble
classic
Victories entrant up next,
razzle-dazzle.
and sadly not much better. The jagged arms and domineering pose are cool, but something about it looks rough.
No flesh shall
Not
be
sure if it's
spared.
the strange
Matthew,
background or
chapter
the weirdly
24,
harsh
verse
shadows,
22.
maybe even his pale fingertips, but it's
Maybe
another
the
miss, I'm
real
afraid.
video was
3
in
out of 10.
here.
In my notes for Dark Explorers, I just wrote the word "what," and I'm not entirely
Clearly
sure
edited.
why. This looks pretty neat. The front arm is a little fucked up,
Hey guys,
but the coloring
very
in this
excited
is
for
nice,
today's
and
video.
the advancing vibe is cool. Kinda gives me a vibe of graffiti you'd see in the Castelia City sewers. I like
They
this
don't
guy.
make 'em like they
6.5
used
out of
to.
10. We get another double billing from Plasma Freeze, starting with this
I give
fellow
it a
right
2
here. I think I used
out
to
of
have this
5.
one and have since lost it to time, and I have to say I do
I just
quite
wanna
like
say
it.
to the haters,
blue
it's
outline
not
is a
my
cool
fault you
touch,
got
the
back me.
shinier 3D looking style, and that slight
Story
up tilt
time.
giving the face a really ominous look. We're getting better. 7.5 out of 10.
It's giving
And its
Slytherin.
brother from the same set keeps up the good work. The devil to the last one's angel, the harsh shadows on this one really do it favors more than they did on Notable Victories.
That looks
and the
like it
2016 meme glow on its eyes work better than that comparison might suggest. Maybe not quite up to the former, but it is still a respectable 6.5 out of 10. Moving on now to
Man,
Team
it
Plasma's
always
gift.
be
and-
like that.
Hey, that's just the same guy again! All they did was make the background a little darker. And you know what? It works. 7 out of
Elon
10.
won't like this
Lost
one.
Thunder gives us this nice, washed-out, sandy-looking piece befitting of Cofagrigus' themes.
Now
Obviously,
that's a
this is also a
spicy
unique angle
meatball.
to see him at, but any reminder of that funny little walk he does is a
think I've
welcome
seen
one
this
for me.
before.
And the environment adds that nice little finishing touch. 7.5 out of 10. We draw to a close with
had
our first
one
EX
job.
card, courtesy of Paradox Rift. Interesting given his absence
I
from
don't know, I just
Pokemon
didn't
Scarlet
find it
and
that
Violet,
funny.
but we keep the upside-down theme going with another solid entrant. The
Okay,
side
this
wisps
next
are
one
cool,
is insane.
the reaching foreground hand and the smudgy style form a great ambience. Great
Hashtag
stuff.
not all
8
men.
out of 10. The alt art, however, What the fuck is this? It seems to be a style shared by a good few cards in this set, but it's really not doing it for me. Seeming weirdly smooth and rigid, which might be the point, but regardless, misses the mark in my opinion. 2 out of 10. And for now, that's where this segment closes out, bringing us back to media in motion. Let's head on over to
Cofagrigus, the coffin Pokemon!
Since neither medium has a massive amount of representation, I've decided to bundle this into one segment. Cofagrigus' anime debut was in Explorers of the Hidden Ruins, naturally a part of the series Black and White. This episode sees the main trio along with Juniper's dad, Cedric, desecrate some ancient ruins in search of supposedly where the ancient hero met Zekrom one time. This ruin is home to the Golden Darkstone, a name so oxymoronic and dumb that it ought to be laughed out of the room at any future meetings of Ancient Artifacts Anonymous. It is also guarded by a Sigilif, and more importantly, its fair share of Cofagrigus.
What the scallop?
You can count on these guys to go for the gold, let me tell ya. And we would have to wait all the way until
Credit to whoever
Pokemon
made
Journeys
this.
for their next appearance, where they did indeed return to Unova, and of course,
my commentary makes
ruins.
this transformative.
Would it kill these guys to be in a building that's still standing? Naturally, the Cofagrigus jump our protagonists, and it turns out that they had something stuck inside them, causing them to buckle slightly under the weight. Onto manga, there are indeed generic Cofagrigus that show up throughout the Pocket Monsters BW run of the series.
If you can relate
with
to
little
this,
more to say
congrats.
on them, let's
Your
talk about some
childhood
special
was
ones.
epic.
A criminal accomplice up first, Gorm of the Seven Sages takes the Nakreen City Museum's Dragonite skeleton hostage alongside his own spooky boy. But luckily, both are defeated by Black and the worst gym leader,
left no
Berg.
crumbs.
And of course, Getsis features alongside his, debuting in the chapter The Power of Dreams. And for our most unique entry, we come to Reburst and the aptly named Burst technique.
Flag.
And much like in the Unova sequels, this is straight up Pokemon fusion. Only this time it's with humans, a phenomenon seldom seen since Bell all those years ago. And that brings us to a character named Rush. Rush has merged with the Cofagrigus. Look at him go.
That's so funny.
He does not have his own page on Bulbapedia, so I can only imagine he is an absolutely pivotal character to the narrative and will be appearing in Pokemon Masters EX in the near future. And that wraps up all of the media. So if I have now converted you to a die-hard follower of the Church of Cofagrigus, first of all, remember to subscribe, but also let's look into what you can use to rep your loyalty.
Pokemon are everywhere.
No way, bro.
They're invading.
Starting small, this little ghost-type pin set includes Cofagrigus, Yamask, as well as Shuppet and Banette for some reason. It's in the Dreamworld art style, which is always nice to see, and the gold accents are a nice touch for him for sure.
It's a
and
no
the same
for
design
me.
is also featured on this pair of keychains. If you prefer your keychains vaguely shaped like the letter X,
I'm not
however,
crying.
might I
You
interest
are.
you in this as an alternative? Moving on to figures, we kick it off with this hauntingly cool little diorama featuring fellow ghost type who I love, Trevenant. Also an orphan, a bunny, and a rat.
My commentary makes this transformative.
There's this complete atrocity from Tomy, where he seems to have some webbing
Like this
going
if
on
you're
with his
watching
limbs,
in 2024.
likely for better structural integrity in the mouth of a toddler, but nonetheless rancid. It was
What
around
did I
here I
walk
had to
into?
Google a few things, taking the Espurr video for inspiration, looking for things like Cofagrigus pencil case, mostly as a joke, but I stumbled upon a treasure trove courtesy of Mummy Ducks on Weebly.com. And with their permission, I'll be referencing their pictures for the next few.
This is
as
giving
there's
me
a good amount of
pimples.
obscure stuff. The first of which is these wonderfully stubby little figures. I love the one with the hands squeezed in most, but both are excellent
Was that the bite of 87?
Next up, a couple of oddballs. This jewelry stand and tin. Both are solid, albeit the tin looking
Consider
a little
that
odd in
tea
the eyes,
spilled.
but maybe that's just me. Either way, good for keeping track of your valuables. And
Subscribe
we have another
to
tin
me
resembling
because
how
I curate
Cofagrigus would look
only
in
the
your
best
party
stuff.
in Gen 5, a site I hope you're all plenty familiar with.
McSqueeze
If you've
me
got
sauce?
yourself the Cofagrigus cards we covered earlier, then what better to keep them safe than some gorgeous Cofagrigus card sleeves
That's
with
wild.
some awesomely ominous art that more than makes up for some of the earlier stinkers. Oh, why not?
This
9 out
reminds
of
me
10.
of Epic Meal
Next
Time.
up is something called Batrio. Little tokens used for playing a Pokemon
Chat,
arcade
what's
game.
this guy's address?
And supposedly this is all of them. These are neat little renders of the same model in various poses, perfectly
right
passable
behind
for what
me,
they do.
isn't he?
And we'll lightning round through some smaller bits which, while they don't offer much to say, are absolutely worth showing off. We've got
Aw, they
stickers,
ate with
a
that.
pog, a poster featuring the evil teams' finest, a page of a 2011 calendar, Oddly enough for
Bro's
November.
giving me the ick.
Various non-TCG cards, charms including this really cool sprite one, Paper Jackie, which appear to have been some kind of Korean game, and even various bits I can't quite identify, but which help add up to one hell of a collection. Mummy ducks, from one collector to another, I salute you. And how about we round it out with something soft? Well, as most do, Cofagrigus has a sitting cutie plush, which you know I own and display proudly. I absolutely adore him.
Michael Scott
but don't fear, as there's also this one with joints in the arms, which is only a little horrifying. But hey, if you want to make him do the walk I love so much, this is the one for you. Mummy Ducks comes in one last time with a flat-armed friend, and boy is that just a work of art. Evidently an early plush, but it has decent charm to it, even if it looks like it's been locked away in the ruins for a few decades too many. And the pièce de résistance is none other than this bad boy.
That really rustles my
This
jimmies.
right here is Hug You Cofagrigus, who has had a double amputation in the effort to keep you comfortable in any chair you may wish. This is quite a new and peculiar piece of merch, also coming in Pormot and Mr. Mime flavorings if you prefer, and I feel serves as a perfect capstone to the celebration of my second favorite of these silly little creatures I love so much. Did you once have a Cofagrigus on your team? Think we'll see a Mega in ZA?
No flesh
or
shall
just
be
want to share
spared.
some love?
Matthew,
Well, you can do
chapter
so in
24,
the comments
verse
below.
22.
And while you're down there, remember to drop a sub or become a member to get videos a day early, among other fun perks. I'd like to thank Oddar for the help they did with their segment, Mummy Ducks for being gracious enough to allow me to use their images, Matt H and Chloramite for being members,
Some real Hufflepuff
and of course,
energy.
you for watching. Have a good night.
Not really that impressive. I don't consider you guys my subscribers. I consider you all my friends.
If you've ever been bored, you're likely familiar with this face, Papa Louie. For the uninitiated, the Papa's Pizzeria game consists of restaurant management simulators, seeing you prep up orders for assorted faces in all manner of chains, all under the face of one man. And this man really is something of an emperor in the world he calls home, owning every conceivable form of fast food chain, from pizza to tacos to ice cream. A true modern-day Uncle Pennybags.
Because of woke.
But it's those pennies in those bags that I want to focus on today.
Finally, now I can keep these pennies to myself.
Now this is epic.
I smell pennies!
Assuming all these are owned at the same time, which I know is debatable, but it's how I'll be treating it today. What kind of cash is the Papa raking in? What is his net worth?
7 out of 10.
And to begin answering that, I have to ask another question. What is a net worth?
Go,
it's something
girl,
we
give
all
us
hear about
nothing.
a lot, but I'm not sure we all actually get the meaning it represents. I know I don't, that's for sure. It's not like Elon Musk has his own Scrooge McDuck pool lying around in his mansion. So let's find out. Forbes defines it, in short, as the value of your assets minus your liabilities. What you have minus what they cost. Assets are, of course, not just money, but anything with monetary value.
Bro, not
Stocks,
this again.
land, and things like precious artworks, to name a few. So these are a solid set of rules that we can use as a baseline for working out our answer. And we can begin with what the Big Papa clearly has plenty of, property.
Give this video
Now,
a like
Mr. Louie has plenty of branches at his disposal. Pizza, burgers, tacos, ice cream, pancakes, wings, hot dogs, cupcakes, pasta, donuts, sandwiches, baked goods, sushi, coffee, chicken, and ice pops. Talk about chasing the bag. You see one hit of success and before you know it, you're Flash Gaming's Jeff Bezos. Or are you? Well, I feel a good point of reference is where the actual Jeff Bezos is from. Real life. All of these have some sort of comparison in reality, so we can just do a quick bit of substituting to get us off on the right foot for our audit of the Papa. I am, however, going to have to improvise with a couple, namely hot doggeria, cupcakeria, and popsicleria. Strangely enough, not a lot of people are trying to run whole brick-and-mortar stores for sweet treats and baseball snacks. So let's make this work.
I'm telling the subreddit about this.
Like I know what a JPEG is. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
According to increasingly inaccurate source of information, Google, the largest cupcake chain was Crumb's Bake Shop, a chain which has since shut down, projecting promising things for the Papa. In fact, Crumbs went defunct in 2016, 3 years after Cupcakeria's release. So let's just say Papa made an unfortunate investment in a dying market and quietly put that one to the side. Next up, Popsicleria. I think a fun comparison for this one could be a regular old ice cream truck. Sure, it's not a chain, but it's as apt as a parallel as you're going to get as far as I can see. And we can do the same with a standard old hot dog stand to wrap things up. And with that, we can finally start talking numbers.
Oh my god!
7 out of 10.
Just quickly before I start talking your ear off though, go ahead and drop a comment below with your prediction for the final total. And while you're on your way there, it would mean a lot if you'd subscribe. We're a 2-man team over here, so your support in any way always means a lot. And you could even become a member to get videos a day early. Anyway, back to capitalism. I began by looking into the estimated profits of a franchise for each of the chains I picked to be a stand-in for the various areas. If I got a range, I just went straight down the middle.
More proof
Bear in mind that these are approximate by estimations or the occasional testimony, and I'm assuming this is all after wages, maintenance, and other running costs. That is what profit means after all. Without running each of these myself for a year, these are the numbers we're working with, rounded to the nearest 1,000 for clean numbers. I do. Special shoutouts to Olive Garden for being a huge pain in the ass to find, oddly enough.
He is my neighbor.
Your Honor, I plead the fifth.
He's paining my assholes.
Combining these immense numbers, a single year's profit for the Papa comes to an already staggering £2,376,000. And again, that is just from 1 year.
When I go to a
we have to remember though, Louie has been at it since 2007, and that's something we need to factor in. Assuming no change in profitability year on year, multiplying each chain's profit by the years since the game's release, as of 2024, comes to an eye-watering £25,252,000. We're already looking at a handsome figure just from the restaurants, but we've yet to look at the rest of the assets.
But wait!
This is something only my
Assuming
fellow
Papa Louie
girlies
doesn't play
will
the
get.
stock market, let's talk land. Assuming Louie owns all the land his stores stand on, another quick Google gave me a value of about £17 per square foot. And just to pluck a random example, the average Starbucks,
this is giving off woke vibes,
sits between 400 and 2,000 square feet. So we'll make that 1,200 to stick with our theme of medians. We'll call all stores the same size for simplicity, plug some numbers, and 17 times 1,200 times 15, and another £306,000 to the chef's net
right
worth.
behind
Not
me,
cracking an extra million, but absolutely nothing to sneeze at. We also have to imagine he has a house and a car, as most successful businessmen do. And while I couldn't find a canonical look at either, he does seem like the modest type. So this random house I pulled up on Zillow and a nice vintage Ferrari Daytona to honor his Italian heritage adds on a cool $875,000 of pizza cash to the pile. Which means, totaling up our values, we get that Papa Louie is sitting on a net worth of £26,433,000. For a guy selling fast food off the back of questionable business practices,
Taking a piss, I've been standing here for 30 minutes.
I can't say that's half bad. On a fast food worker's wage, that would take roughly 1,328 years of slaving away at the grill.
That's crazy.
So best get working towards that management position while you're still early to it. And as a former fast food worker myself, I can say just 2 years was enough for me. Thank you very much. So next time you fancy a trip down memory lane and boot up some Flashside for nostalgic pizza cooking, just remember the throne you continue to build with every pepperoni you place. And that was the end. Until I was double checking for anything I'd missed, and lo and behold, missed something I had.
Wait, was
or
that
rather,
Markiplier?
something my fiance put me onto, as admittedly I've played very few of these games myself. The Papa's games feature occasional mini
What the
games
skibbity
from
riz
stacking
is
up
up
a
with
giant
that guy?
burger to fixing pipes to allow proper chili flow, and even a straight-up home run derby. However, the one I want to focus on is Papa's Raceway. You notice that too? This isn't just any raceway, it seemingly belongs to Papa Louie. A round of Papa's Raceway takes the races, if performing perfectly, about 25 seconds to complete. And I'd like to run with that, if you'll allow me. A go-kart, specifically the OTL Superleggero in this case, has a top speed of 40 miles per hour, and reportedly can hit that in about 2 seconds. 40 miles per hour works out to about 1.7 meters per second, so tapping into my long-forgotten A-level in maths and giving it a uniform acceleration, as neither you nor I want to go that deep into maths, we get a rough acceleration of 20 meters per second. And a distance of 0 times 2, as we're going from a stop, plus a half times 20 times 2 squared, which is 4, which comes to 40 meters traveled while accelerating.
Where I was
this is
on the
still a
night of
video about a
October
pizza
13th,
game, just to remind you. And we're not even done. Luckily, the rest is much easier. In the remaining
totally
23
mean.
seconds at 1.7 meters per second, we get 39.1 meters, and that doesn't
Talk about a
look
life
right.
hack.
Look, I'm calculating the distance of a fictional racetrack here, and there looks to be some spare behind the start line. Let's just assume they can get to top speed
Friend-zoned.
beforehand. 1.7 meters per second for 25 seconds, 42.5 meter long track.
You're
Lovely.
a real one for that.
Now to its width. Luckily, that is much easier. It's 4 go-karts wide, and a standard
This is so
go-kart is
Barbie
roughly
coded.
1.27 meters wide. So 1.27 times 4 times
Sus.
42.5, and that's 216 square meters of racetrack. I'm only counting what we can see here, just for my own mental well-being.
Hi, I'm
At about
ReactBot.
£10 per square foot, or 0.09 square meters, we are looking at 24,000 pounds
Classic.
of asphalt. Plus the 71 go-karts, adding in an additional 127,000 to the total, and we
Facts.
barely get a difference.
Heckin' chonker.
It's an extra 150,000 to be sure, but compared to the 8-figure number
When you
from
see
earlier,
it, you'll shit
that
bricks.
is almost pocket change. Just goes to show what the food market can do for you. Still, best
The
to be
Lord
ceremonious
answered,
about
"Bring
it.
me a heifer,
After
3
17 years
old,
of fast
a
food,
she-goat,
a
3 years
racetrack,
old,
and
a
way
ram,
more
3
math
years
than I've
old,
done
a
in
turtle
years,
dove,
we
and
come
a
to
young
a grand
pigeon.
total of
Genesis chapter 15 verse 9.
£26,584,000 in Papa Louie's pocket. And that's assuming he doesn't own the reoccurring baseball
Bro
field,
just lost
but
the
hey,
woke
suppose he does,
contest.
throw a casual extra 4 mil on there and we'll call it good.
Chat,
Not
can I
bad
get a
for an
kiss?
unassuming little pizza chef. And with all that said and done, there is just one question left. Did you get it right? I
Gonna
highly
show
doubt
this
it,
to Gam
but
Gam.
congrats if you even got close. This was a wild ride to go on as a relative newbie to the series, but regardless, I hope you enjoyed, and
Bro really
thank you for
thinks he's
watching
woke.
all the way to the end. Got a similar idea you'd like me to work out? Feel free to drop a suggestion in the comments below. Thank you
I
to my
love
members,
freebooting.
Matt H and Chloramite, and once again, to you. Have a good day.
We love to see
Can I
it.
sing a song for you? Pizza pie. I say the funny.
And subscribe to join the React family.
I made a quiz of 36 of the hardest Pokemon questions I could think of, then got 2 of the biggest Pokemon fans I know in a call to watch them suffer
Bro
through
left
it all
no
to see
crumbs.
who is the biggest Pokemon master. Here's how it went. Would you both say you are professionals at knowing the little guys?
Zoink Scoob.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes.
Bro, who did this?
I'd say unfortunately, yes.
Well, pride is the most important thing when it comes to something like this.
Let's give
Glad
it up
to
for the
hear
real
you are
heroes,
all happy
reactors.
to be Pokemon experts. So, as most of these are, shout out Zane Games.
Bro
we are
let
doing
the
this in
intrusive
style
thoughts
of
win.
Jeopardy. Our categories are Oddly
Check your
Absurd,
privilege.
Tour Guide, Peek at You, Pokemon and On, The Pokédollar is Right,
Clearly
and Sharp
AI.
Shadows. I will explain what those mean when they're first picked. Lucky, would you like to pick the first category?
Could I pick Sharp Shadows for 100?
Mother
Sharp
is
Shadows
mothering.
for 100? Absolutely you can, and you will indeed need to be sharp to figure out what these shadows are, because they are the Pokemon Rumble models.
Oh no.
So with that, what is this Pokemon?
Certified banger.
Is that Dwebble?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
I'm afraid it is not
This is
Dwebble,
slop.
so that is minus 100 points for you. Navi, would you like to take a swing at it, or just want to let it pass by?
And be sure to like and subscribe.
I have literally no idea.
That's very fair. We are looking at the elegant outline of Graveler.
I'm gonna do my own
here.
thing.
Oh, okay.
There he is.
Oh no.
Can't show
Navi,
this
you're
one to
up
mom.
next. Would you like to pick a category?
I sure would. Can I go 200 on Oddly Absurd?
Oddly Absurd, indeed.
And they
you
were
can.
roommates.
As the title might suggest, I asked my wonderful fiance Odda for
My
the
pronouns
names
are
of 6 Pokemon.
ReactBot.
6 that they are not entirely sure of. So, what does Odda think this Pokemon is called?
Looks
I need
photoshopped.
to get an Odd's mindset for this one. Okay. I'm just gonna swing for it, and if I get it
This
wrong,
is my fight
I get
song.
It wrong. Like Chaplinmon. I don't know.
I'm afraid Chaplain Man is not the answer we were looking for. Lucky, would you like
Okay,
to?
this
would you
next
like
one
to give it
is
a go?
insane.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, we take 200 points from Navi, putting Lucky in first place.
That was unexpected.
I mean, come on. I feel it's quite obvious just looking at this picture. We're obviously going for Mime Jr.
No.
Me thinks you should pound that like button.
I'm not salty.
Oh no. Oh boy.
This is giving me
Lucky.
goose pimples.
What are you going for?
I genuinely have no idea.
This is something
Pokemon
only my fellow
300.
girlies will get.
Now, this category, it effectively asks two
I'm
questions.
feeling really
and
ugly
you
today.
need to
Can someone
put
in the
answers
comments give me a
together
little
into one
boost?
string of words. The ungodly chimera of a
think I've
fighting
seen this
flying
before.
type and bridge.
We are the
Bridge is
dream
now where I've
makers.
got a problem. For some reason, my mind is going to Chargestone Caves, but there's no bridge around there.
There is a bridge, but it's not
None
that
of these
one.
words
I'm
are
just
in
gonna
the
go for
Bible.
Holu Chargestone Cave.
Unfortunately not. Navi, do you
Yep.
have? Do you feel a little more confident on this?
Bro is
Yeah,
getting
I
it
do, but At
done.
the same time, I'm having the same issue. I know what you mean by the bridge. I know exactly which bridge it is.
Showing
I'm
this to
gonna
my
have press it.
doggo.
You probably did right in that because I was a touch mean with this one. The
Yep.
answer was Holut Chaludon.
It's
Yes.
Jover.
Oh.
All I had to get
I
was
see.
I think this is going to be a
Obsessed
competition,
with
not
these
who's going to
vibes.
have the highest score, but who's not going to have the lowest.
That's exactly
show
what
this
I
to
wanted
Gam
hear.
Gam.
Navi, where are we going?
Gosh, all of these categories have been like nightmare fuel so far. I want to try a sharp shadow.
You want to try a
So-
show?
Okay,
Yeah,
this
can I
next
get
one is gonna
400
break
sharp
your
shadow?
brain.
It would be my pleasure. This is the shadow you're going for.
I'm going to kill
Real.
you. It's an orbular fella, and then he's got like a little
Yeah,
divide
you
in it.
really
A
can't
little
say that word
octagonal
anymore.
Little chap.
But there's no like curve to the wait, no, because there'd be more gaps. Part of me wants to say cryogonal. They have that low poly curve so that circles aren't really circles.
Wow,
they're
they
more
look like they
etched.
work out.
So part of me wants to say like Solosis.
Are you locking that in?
I'm gonna lock in on Solosis. 'cause I
Womp
know I'm wrong
womp.
Anyway.
Solosis was one of the ones I was gonna do, but it is not this guy. Lucky, how are you feeling?
I think I know this one.
What the
And
Sigma?
I think it is also a monopsychic type. I think we're looking at a Rumble Unknown.
And the first positive
Ruh-roh,
points go to Lucky. That is Unknown O.
Yes.
Yes, speak your truth.
Because I didn't even know Unknown was in the Rumble games. I didn't think they'd do that. But that's funny.
I,
That's a good...
I saw the gaps and I was like, hang on. There's only
That got
one
messy.
Pokemon I can think of that is just missing the inside of it.
I never would have got that.
Mine now
Legit
at
mood.
0.
Honestly, I'm not running the numbers. Otter is
Yeah.
jotting these all down on a piece of
Oh,
paper.
hooray. I'm back to 0.
Riding that high of being back to nothing, why don't you go ahead and pick a category?
Well, we've been raising
Does
the
he
stakes
know?
for the point score the whole time, so I'm going to go for the Pokédollar is right for 500.
Well, as this is a new category, I'll explain quickly.
Rip,
We're mixing
bozo.
in another game show. As you can probably tell, The Price is Right. You're guessing a number, but much like The Price is Right, it is closest
Go
without
off, King.
going over. What is the cost of the most expensive clothing item in Pokemon X and Y in Pokédollars?
100,000
I'm a sucker for a cute little
Okay, and for this
doggo.
one, I'm going to let you both guess at the same time.
Okay, I think it's 300,000.
I'm
Pokédollars,
literally
actually.
speechless.
Well, you know what? Navi's bang on. It is
Oh, wow.
300,000 Pokédollars.
This is giving
When you're a
major
girl,
Gemini
you get them,
energy.
like, infinite style options in a Pokemon game. You kind of buy them all.
The only game where I went in on the
Why
style
would bro
options was
do that?
Legends Arceus, and that was just to get the Reggie Giga clothes, and then I was done. I was like, yep, I've peaked. It's over.
For a shiny bonus point, you'll notice there's no picture on
This is
screen.
giving some
For,
freak
let's say
energy.
an extra 100. Can you tell me what the item is?
Let me see. It's not one of the Blazers. It's from
It's
the
giving girl
Boutique
boss.
Couture, though. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like, is the black faux leather messenger bag?
I'm afraid not.
This
we were
hits
looking
different
for the
now.
trench coat dress.
Oh, nuts! And that's such a cute one too.
I find that
literally have
joke
that. You can
highly
have-
offensive.
Man,
That is cute.
I want to go for tour guide, and I'm feeling confident now with my 500, so I'm gonna go for 400 on.
This
tour
reminds
guide.
me of I
Okay,
Just
and I
Steam.
think you should
Rip
feel
and fly
confident
high,
with Tour
queen.
Guide. This is pretty much the only one that's like actually trivia. It's just questions
Has
about
Ray William Johnson seen
locations
this
in
one
the
yet?
Pokemon world. Lumio City is home to 3 restaurants named after exclamations. Can you name
This
any
is
of
so
them?
Gen Z pilled.
Restaurant Le Yeah? Yay or yeah?
You got it in one. Restaurant
the
Le
good
Yeah.
old days.
That will do.
Oh, okay, cool. I used to go there all the
What
time.
year
for
is
the
it?
battles.
Hell yeah. Lucky, you might have to pick some big numbers to pull back here.
Well, let's
Only
be
1%
bold and
of you
brash
will
and go
get this
for
one.
Peek at you for 600.
Peek at you. When I was planning this, I was in a queue for about 2 hours.
Ooh,
and
right
this
in the
category
childhood.
Is entirely visual puns that represent
Okay,
a
next
Pokemon's
one.
name. And they are quite literal for 600 points.
Kinda
Which Pokemon is
Waluigi
this?
coded.
What?
How is that literal?
What is wrong with you? I'm lost for words.
Splendid.
I think I just have
Transformative
to pass.
commentary.
I have no clue.
Gonna pass that up. I will throw it over to Navi if she wants to take a crack.
This is doing numbers.
Tell me why I was gonna say ear says I'm into feet.
Did they just say what I think they said?
Yes, my favorite Gen 10 Pokemon.
Is this
I
satire?
think that was in that one Starbomb song, wasn't it?
Yeah. I literally have no idea. This is so tough. I don't know.
Good.
I can't. I would take a guess just for the hell of it, but I literally can't think of it.
That's very fair.
Nothing
Obviously,
came to mind.
you did start off with
This
the hardest
just be
one.
the harsh
If
reality.
An ear said that to me, I would think, damn, that's a weird ear.
Oh.
This is a bop.
Yeah.
It's literal.
My mind was just going to like kinky ear. It's like there is no
Okay,
no
this
Pokemon
next
that
one
sounds like
is gonna
that.
break your
you
brain.
never see the kink ear?
Let's go for 300 on tour guide.
300 tour guide. I can see you both
I do
farming
that.
this category for things you'll probably know.
I'm so bad at locations. I don't want to farm this one.
Name 3 locations
Women are
named
so
on the map
powerful.
that are in Black and White 2, but not Black and White 1.
I literally just finished replays of both of these this month. Why is my mind
We must
blanking?
protect them at all
Espurr
costs.
City or whatever it's called. Nimbasa City and
Okay.
Victory Road.
I can unfortunately say that is at least one of those is not correct.
I'm going to be
This
sad.
just
Lucky,
be the
you think you
harsh
can pick up on
reality.
this?
Oh, considering how much I struggle to tell locations in Black, White 2 and 1 apart, absolutely not. I'm not trying this.
Someone call the woke police.
I guess it's just my Unova wanking that has me like, I just know the.
You're a real
I
one for
love
that.
Unova, but I love Unova as a whole. I don't really separate 1 and 2 very
Nah,
well.
that's
very
crazy.
fair. You're gonna probably kick yourself when you see that there was a lot of options you could have gone for.
Oh dear God.
This says a lot about society.
You got Espurr, sure. Nimbasa.
Of course, Pokestar Studios.
Yep.
I didn't know that was in the first one.
We
no,
stand a
it's
short
in Black
king.
and White 2, but not 1.
I misunderstood the question.
Ends Castle is
Big dick energy.
It's not on the map of Black and White 1.
you. Pokemon and on for 400, please.
The location of
I
the
do
final
my
noble
own
Pokemon
research.
boss fight is also the location of Blaine's gym.
Oh no. Doesn't help that I don't remember what the
There's a whole
final
mood
Pokemon
right here.
was.
If I'm being honest here, and talking wholeheartedly to you and the
Ugh,
audience,
I
know
hate
this should be
adulting.
600, and I just forgot to reorder them.
You are a menace.
I give it a 2.
I
out
will
of
pass this
5.
because you're a monster.
I am indeed. Navi, do you have what it takes to face the monster, though?
I never even finished.
Check
this
your
game.
privilege.
I'll be dead with you. But I know where Blaine's gym is, so maybe I can work backwards. I think the last one was Avalugg. It wasn't called Avalugg though, was it?
And I'm giving
The
this a
location
7 out of
wasn't.
10.
See, I
It's
can't
closer
be
to a
all
6 than an
listen.
8.
What's wrong with me? The location.
Hit him with
yeah,
the
no, I have
side
no
eye.
idea what the location's called because I never got there. I'm gonna pass.
I imagine you were possibly both picturing the place on the wider map.
Sir, this is a
Alabaster
Wendy's.
Islands. I was talking about the place within Alabaster Islands.
Only
You are
1% of you
an
will get this
awful
one.
Person.
With that being said, we were looking for Avalugg's
Hey, can we get a
Legacy Foam
USA in
Islands.
the chat?
I don't even think that if I gave you this question, you wouldn't even have got it. So like.
I'm sorry, is Blaine
I'm gonna
T-posing on
pin the
top of that?
He sure
craziest
is. I'm
comment.
so glad you noticed. Look at him go up there.
What's wrong with you?
Now,
Who
they
hurt you to
understood
make
the
this
assignment.
quiz?
According to doctors, nothing.
I want to go for tour guide 100. Let's keep it small.
This is
Okay.
making me
We
uncomfortable.
really should be doing these 100s.
Pennies make
Build up the
pounds.
confidence.
Yeah.
Where can you find a shiny Haxorus after completing your
What just
Unova Dex?
happened?
In that tree in White City.
Is your final answer White Tree Hollow?
Is it? Yeah.
This is my fight song.
Lucky, would you like to take a swing at this one?
It's, oh my god, because it's to do with what's his
Green
name,
flag.
Benga? and he sends you there, and I want to say it's something. It's like a reserve.
This just feels
I
wrong.
can picture it, but I don't know the name of it, so I do have to pass.
You know what? Otter, throw 50 points on there. It is the nature preserve.
Bro is wrong for
Yes,
that one.
I knew, and it is the side quest with Benga, isn't it?
Yes. Navi, you were thinking of the Gibble and Dratini you can get. They were throwing shinies at you in black and white too, though.
They were.
None of these words are in the Bible.
What would you like to go for?
Tour guide for 200.
Tour guide for 200. See, I knew you'd start farming this one.
Because I've realized if
Not
I can
really
take
that
this
impressive.
off of Navi, I can maybe eke ahead.
Did they just say what I think
that,
they
but
said?
I'm not even, like, winning any of them.
Listen, let me have this.
What is the name of the island which is home to Wild Alolan Executor?
That's not fair.
I'm
That's
gonna do
not
my
fair.
own thing.
No reason. Just don't worry about it.
Navi, would Sun and Moon happen to be your favorite games?
This is giving me an
Well, my
existential
middle name
crisis.
is Moon,
Oh no.
Bussin'.
Is it Mele Island?
I cannot give that to you, unfortunately. Navi, would you like 200 points?
I sure would.
Next TikTok.
It's Executor Island.
It's fucking Executor Island.
Huh? Was this in Usom?
No,
Why would bro do that?
It's more prevalent in the original in Usom.
That's why I only played Usom.
Wish I could rate this 5 stars still.
When I have no memory of going
You
here.
get the flute there.
To be fair, the last time I played Usom was when
This is a
Usom
bop.
was new.
7 years ago for those watching from the future.
Don't say that. Don't do that.
This is my
Where are we
reacting
going next?
face.
Tour guide 500.
This is where hubris will get you.
How many floors, including the rooftop, does the Lily
Bro
Cove
thought they were
department store
slick.
have?
5 including the rooftop. No, 4. There's 4.
Lucky?
There's 6.
There is 6 floors.
Yeah.
Well said.
This is where hubris will get you? I don't think so.
Pride doth come before the fall, and falling 6 floors is gonna...
I don't know what I expected.
Sharp Shadows for 200.
Sharp Shadow is 200. Okay.
200.
Just in
200
case.
I'm
Sharp
watching
Shadows.
this
Just
and
gonna
I
pull up my
still
cheat
don't
sheet.
believe it.
Oh yeah, I didn't write down the answers for Sharp Shadow.
They
because
fell
I
off
came up
hard.
With the questions this morning.
Oh no.
Who dat?
Well, that's... So you said you were going to do Solosis and didn't, but I'm looking at this and I'm thinking...
True.
Is this a Duosion?
I am astounded.
Oh my god.
I don't even remember what Duosion looks like, so...
Not that.
Friend zoned.
Navi, where would you like to take us?
Peek at you for 300, please.
Which Pokemon's that? Oh, I don't know why it's not there.
Now
There
this
meant
is
to be
for
an
real
arrow
mult
pointing
cheaters.
here.
That's a person, you dingus.
Oh, silly me.
Is that a
Tangled.
JoJo
This lady's
reference?
name is Angela, and her hair is tangled.
I cannot confirm or deny that her name is Angela, but I know the answer is not
Not
Tangela.
funny. Didn't
That's a
laugh.
shame.
Lucky, are you feeling lucky?
We're looking at a curlier here.
We are
Literally
indeed
obsessed
looking
with their
at
hair.
Someone whose hair has gotten curlier.
Oh, okay. I think I might be dyslexic.
Lucky,
Meow.
where are we going?
We'll go for Peek at You for 400.
Peek at you for 400.
Not me.
I
Nose
think
exhaling.
This is my proudest work, if I remember right.
Uh-oh.
It's
Yes,
not,
so
but,
true.
I still am proud of this one. Which Pokemon
What?
is this?
What is going on?
This
you
video
describe the
is
picture
why
to
I
me,
have a
just to make
peanut
sure you see
allergy.
what
There's
it
a
is?
van on some scales.
Mm-hmm.
What is... See, there's an idea in my
Ooh,
mind,
right in the
but
feels.
I don't think this is... I think that's too much of a stretch, even for you.
What do you have to lose?
Points.
That's true.
The entire
Really
thing
makes
I have
you
to
think,
lose is my
huh?
points. You know what? I got some questions right recently. I'm going to take a guess and say this is a Carcole.
It is not a Carcole. Navi, do you know
Yo,
what
can
it
we roll that
is?
back?
Wavan.
Catch my upvote.
Waitro. What's underneath the guy? Is that a slice of pizza?
Oh no, it's just a cat that I've put the van over. Don't worry
Thank
about
you.
what's
Very
behind the
cool.
van.
It's Mew. It's Mew is underneath the van.
Wait. No, I got nothing. Yeah, no, I don't know what this could be.
I'm
not really
watching
pumped
this,
over this.
and
I've
I
already got,
still
like,
don't believe it.
-782, so like, what is this?
Well, fair enough. Apologies.
bet bro
if
is
this hasn't come through
vaccinated.
on the Discord stream. I think it should be though. The scale is 0 grams, which
Bro
means
looks like Coco
that
Melon.
Vanillite.
You're joking.
I
Wow.
Wow.
That's incredible.
That's a bowl full of sauce.
Maybe the worst thing I've ever heard you say.
Good job.
The vanilla.
Well done, but also fuck you.
Legit
Navi, where are we
move.
going?
I want to try the Poké Dollar is right for 600 because I'm feeling
600?
Wow.
Mic
How
drop.
tall is the Detective Pikachu amiibo in centimeters? Now bear in mind, that is not this amiibo you're looking at, that is in fact defective
I
Pikachu.
need an adult.
Oh, that's good.
It's-
You're a monster.
I don't know if they did anything massive with the scale, but I don't think it was
Yes,
bigger than
speak
a
your
regular
truth.
amiibo. I want to say it's about 8 centimeters.
I'm gonna say 9.5.
Was that the bite of 87?
Ooh.
And just barely eking it out is Lucky, because they did in fact do something silly with the scale. It's randomly
Catch my
like
up, though.
twice as big as an amiibo at 10.8 centimeters tall.
Whoa.
I'm not a fan of that picture.
Free thinkers
No,
unite.
I don't like that.
So you don't like my Ryan amiibo? I was quite
No.
proud of
It's
it.
giving girl dinner.
I can't say I do.
Just gonna
But
let
good
it.
job, though.
I'm just gonna let it linger on screen for a second.
Thank
The
you.
audience can appreciate this.
Bro looking like
Anyway,
an
Sharp
iPad
Shadows
kid.
for 300.
Sharp Shadows for 300. Well, you did get
This
the
is
last
so
one right, so
sad.
let's see what you can do with this one.
See, I have options.
This is my
I have
13th
things that I
reason.
think it could be. So it's round and there's things coming off of it. So it's like, okay, it could be you being a menace and showing like Voltorb
language.
during an attack.
They're all their neutral
They're
status.
neutral.
This is why I
And my
hate
other thought was
children.
like, okay, it could be something with like a split evolution.
Wish
that
my
has the
Meemaw
shape.
were
I'm
still
like, no,
alive
you
to
wouldn't
see
be
this.
Quite that mean for 300. I think this could be a quillfish.
I'm afraid it is not a quill.
God is
Ah,
alive
Navi,
and will cleanse this
what are we
world
going
of
for,
sin.
If anything.
It's Ferocid.
There are unfortunately not enough spikes going on there for that to be a
That's the
Ferocity.
straw that
Lucky,
broke the
you
camel's
think of me
back.
too highly. It is Silcoon.
My first thought was now, is this Silcoon or Cascoon?
This reminds me
I
of
would have said
Mr.
Cascoon
Beast.
anyway, so, you know, I would have lost the points anyway. But you're a monster.
I know I am.
600 on tour
Hit that
guide,
subscribe
boss.
button and join the
600 on
React
Tour
Army.
Guide. God damn, we're gonna clean out our first category.
Nothing
Is
to
that the guy
lose
from
for me
Fortnite?
Anyway.
Well,
600 points.
if you don't guess, that is.
Yeah, but nah, I got this.
What is the name of the route leading to the Dynamax Adventures
I don't know
Cave?
what I
So not the
expected.
cave itself, but the bit just outside it.
We spent a lot of time in here. The tunnel of adventure.
Me thinks you should pound that like button.
I do just want to double clarify. It's not the cave where you can talk to
Bro
Peonia.
went sicko
It is
mode.
outside of that bit.
Oh, that's like the thingy of them. Okay.
10 out of
Glazing
10.
Groves. We're in Fortnite now. I don't know.
It is unfortunately not newest Fortnite location, Glazing Groves.
Who's shocked? 'Cause it ain't
What's
me.
all this then?
Lucky, do you know the name of this
I
little
should.
place?
I sure don't.
Navi, you are onto something with Fortnite
This just
location,
be the
because
harsh
it is
reality.
Slippery slope.
But it's not even slippery. It's like a
John,
gentle
chapter
inlet.
11,
It's
verse
snowy,
35.
so it's not
Jesus
slippery.
wept.
It's snowy slopes. You can
Snowy slopes.
You can drop there and get a gold scar.
Yay!
When you see it,
You
you'll shit
mythical item,
bricks.
The Dynamax ball.
Yeah.
Pokemon and on for 100.
Can they say
I
that?
think I've picked up on the least favorite category.
I think we're leaving that to last just to see where that goes.
Ultra Necrozma Z-Move
Okay,
is
next
the
one.
gym leader of Mistralton City.
The light that burns the Skylar?
It is the light that burns the Skylar.
Yeah, if that were
The
me,
topical-
I would have
topical
done
answer
things a
for
little
today.
differently.
Yes, shout-outs to Centro Leaks, I guess.
Shout out to the massive Game Freak League.
That's kinda cringe,
the one
bro.
move that wins the Lions versus Pokemon argument. How are you gonna beat the sun?
Oh, thank you so much.
Checkmate,
for that. Hey, audience. If
atheists.
you're enjoying the video so far, let me know if you think Pokemon or Lions would win, and tell all your
Bro, I'm
friends
so
to comment
dumb,
too.
bro.
Anyway, Navi, where would you like to go?
I'm looking at you for 500.
Peek at you, 500. This is the one.
I'm gonna
Dude.
die.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh my gosh! Hi, Elliot.
I love him.
Yeah.
Hey, can we get a USA in the
I
chat?
assume. I've never seen anything he's in.
I'm just trying to think what on earth this could be as well.
Yeah, you and me both.
I'm on the weird side of YouTube.
It doesn't work when I need it to. No, I'm passing. No idea.
You passing over, Lucky? What do you think we got here?
I don't know what we've
World
got here.
Star.
I mean, we've got Elliot Page, that's for sure.
We've got Elliot Page in front of us, but I don't know what Pokemon he is.
Bro
so
straight
you're
up
just gonna pass
mogging
on that?
me.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, I may not know a lot about Elliot's career, but if there's one thing I do know about him, it's that
Dude, that's low-key wild.
Oh! I like that.
That's. I was trying to think of a
500
trans
IQ
pun for
moment.
it, because like you would go there. You would go somewhere this dumb.
Can we get a he trans rights?
He trans
New fear
Pokemon's
unlocked.
gone woke.
Can't believe Saint Sleep's Wokamon quiz.
This couldn't be
Oh my
made
God,
today.
yes.
Lucky?
Yep.
Yes.
Sharp Shadow's 500.
Do you know
Perfect. No
what
notes.
this one is?
Whoa. Is this a Piloswine?
That was gonna be another one I was gonna pick, but it is
NPC
not a
behavior.
Piloswine.
Ah, no.
Minus 500 to Lucky. Shit, I forgot to pass it over. Navi,
That's enough
would you
internet
like
for
to take a
today.
swing at this one?
I would, because I think it's Munna.
Sadly, it is also not Munna. I'm gonna be honest, this one is a little fucked up looking.
Unbothered
because
and
that's Skuntank.
thriving.
Oh no.
Hello?
Oh dear.
What the heck?
Did they just say what I
They,
think they
They
said?
put him in a meatball maker.
They put him in the contraption.
Oh,
Whoa.
so silly. Peek at you for 100. No, for 200, because I found out that 200 is usually easier than 100.
That might be a balance patch that needs looking at.
This isn't nearly as epic as bacon.
Yeah.
Which Pokemon is this?
Oh, so it isn't easier.
We've been proven wrong very immediately.
This was the first one I came
I
up
hate
with.
to bring gender
Okay,
into
so then
this,
it must
but
have
women
required
deserve to
more
be
brain.
respected.
That's true.
SMS format.
Leviticus
you know what?
chapter
I've learned that
18
we've
verse
all
7.
been here.
You shall
That's how
not
it goes.
uncover
So
the
I'm gonna say,
nakedness
like,
of your
Dark
father,
Knight, 'cause this
which is
seems
the
like a
nakedness of your
nightmare.
mother.
This is
She is your mother.
unfortunately
You
not
shall
a
not
breakup
uncover her
text from
nakedness.
Darkrai. Lucky, do you have any inclination on what we are?
I have no clue. What Pokemon is breaking up with us?
Did you know that
This
most
isn't
of
a
my
Pokemon
viewers
breaking
aren't
up with
subscribed
you.
to me?
This is
So
just what
let's
it
smash
looks
that
like when
sub
your
button
Bayleaf-
and ring-a-ding that bell.
No one would have ever guessed that, but you know what?
What is wrong with you?
Oh, everything.
See, I've got two categories I could clear out here. And I
Yeah,
think I'm
you
gonna clear
really
out
can't
PvP
say
for
that word
100.
anymore.
Hypothetically,
one.
the easiest one.
Which Pokemon is this?
This is Meowstic.
Yeah, it's fucking Meowstic.
That's enough internet for
That
today.
was real easy.
I was waiting for Espurr or Meowstic to show up somewhere on here, and I just saw the cat's face.
Wait,
like, this
they're banning
Meowstic.
TikTok?
Go watch my Espurr video.
Take me to the $1 is right for 100, please.
How many Pokemon have a regional form?
Leave a comment
This is
telling me what
100?
you ate today.
Feels like something you can guess.
Mutt, Grimer, Meow, Pelican, Sandshrew, Sandslash.
Lucky, I hope you're counting
This
along.
really
I'm trying
shows
my
how
best.
oppressed gamers are.
Ninetales, that's 11.
I'm reacting so hard right now.
I was gonna say 24.
So if it's 25,
Mic
then
drop.
Navi's been rightly cheated out. Luckily, Navi gets the
could be more,
points
though.
with
Bro in sicko mode.
55?
Whoa. Damn, I didn't
Wow. Oh, I guess Hisui had a ton. Let's clear out another
He
category.
thinks
Sharp
I
Shadows
just
to
soiled me
600.
undies.
Let's see what abomination is here.
I thought you'd never ask.
Sir, this is a
It's just gonna be a
Wendy's.
circle.
What the fuck is that?
Straight vibing.
What is this? Why does it have a party hat on?
Bro, let the intrusive thoughts
What are
win.
you? And this is a 600, so this is going to be something very stupid. This is going to be very silly.
This
Immensely,
makes
I
my
would-
head
I'm
hurt.
trying to think what has a hat like this, but also it's not shaped like that, because the thing with a
Who
hat
let
like
bro
that
cook?
is I'm Junior. But I want to say, okay, this is going to sound insane, but we ball. I want to say this is a Zen mode Darmanitan in a party hat.
That's so Michael Scott
Unfortunately,
coded.
It is not Zen Mode Darmanitan's birthday. So,
We ball, though.
Navi, are you balling or are
It's
you,
official.
Are you falling?
This
I'm
video's
falling. Is
epic.
it the AW way? Is it Shuppet?
Are you locking in Shuppet?
Did you know that most of my viewers aren't
It is
subscribed to me?
unfortunately not
So let's
Shuppet,
smash
so
that
that's a
sub
minus
button
500
and ring-a-ding that
to
bell.
Navi.
Show me the party hat.
I swear
Bro
on
just
my
lost
life,
the woke
this is
contest.
a actual thing in Pokemon Rumble Rush, I think.
Show me the party hat.
I
I'm
do
not showing you
that.
any party hat because that's fucking Christmas Rowlet.
What? Christmas ballad?
Scratch
what
that,
Are the
reverse
logistics
it.
of Christmas existing in the Pokemon universe?
Delibird.
A sleigh of weird.
I'll have what
Why does
she's
it, like,
having.
was Christ slain? if Valentine's
Dude,
Day,
what?
it's Valentine's Day because there's no Saint Valentine.
It's less that there's no Saint Valentine in the Pokemon universe. It's just that
We
love
stand a
isn't
short
real
king.
in the Pokemon universe.
Except it is, because in Hisui, if you give a Dipplin to somebody, that's a romantic
We stand
gesture.
a queen.
Hisui, you sticking with that one?
Did I say Hisui?
You did.
Oh.
In the ancient
no.
This
past,
says a
if
lot
you give
about
someone
society.
if you give someone a toffee apple, they will.
Oh.
Okay, let's
Not
go
funny.
for
Didn't laugh.
On and on for 500.
The city of Bryson's gym has migrated to the city of Roxanne.
Poggers.
Rustboro. I don't know what Bryson is. Like a Striaton or something? Is that a place?
That is a place in the Unova region.
Yup.
And that's all
It's
I'm telling you.
official.
Why
This
do I keep
video's
thinking these? I
epic.
don't know. Bryson
Skibbity,
Man
go to the
Rustboro.
polls.
As close as you were, Bryson Man Rustboro is not the answer I was looking for. Lucky, how are you feeling?
Riztacular.
Whereabouts
Terrible.
these gyms are?
The only part I knew was Rustboro, so yeah, no.
You're just skipping? Wow.
Literally
I'm absolutely
obsessed with their
skipping, I have
hair.
Not a clue.
Hey, Lucky. Coward.
Yeah. Yes.
Pussy.
We
Yes.
stand a queen.
The answer we were looking for here is it's a Rustboro.
Oh.
We are down to the last 10
Oh, yeah, that's cute.
questions. And I think it would be fun for the final 10 if I banned
It's
passing.
Jover.
Oh, okay. That's not where I thought you were going with that, but also fun.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Well, if we're not passing, then it's just all ball.
Bro, I did
and
not
what we're going
expect
for
that.
Is Pokemon and on for 600
For
now.
600! Now, Pokemon and on 600 is a very special question.
I'm a sucker for a cute little
It will say
doggo.
it in there, but this is 3 things combined.
Oh.
Did that just
Those
happen?
things being, the Pokemon evolved by the Deep Sea Tooth uses Volbeat's former signature move to become the female Galar player avatar.
This video makes me want to hug my doggo.
Gloria.
Holy shit! It's Huntail Gloria!
That's terrifying.
I bet their pronouns are
especially knowing
epic
that
sauce.
everybody thinks Gloria is Scottish. I'm picturing that yelling.
This is actual
so
brain
angry
rot.
at me.
Somebody not know how to flush a toilet after they've had a shit? Disgusting!
Navi, you got
Rate
you got
5
some-
stars
I mean,
if
I'm
you like
guessing
this
you've got
video.
some pulling back to do. I have no idea.
Even guessing every single one of these correctly.
Well, that's time I'll never get
I have
back.
no idea where the points are, because I've lost a lot of them.
I wonder if either of you are in positives.
No.
Yeah,
Get
instant
on
like.
that Pokemon and on for 200.
Oh, clearing out our 4th category. Pokemon and on for 200.
Yeah.
Power
Edit.
up your
Thanks for
Palkia
the
with
likes.
This Gen 8 bug type.
Gen 8 bug type. There's like 2. my pal Orbital smiley face.
This is so
It is
Capricorn
not
coded.
My pal Orbital, unfortunately. Though that is a sitcom coming to Pokemon TV in the next.
It's kind of mid.
Lucky, do you have any clue what we're going for here?
It's the lustrous Orbital.
It is indeed the lustrous
I need an
Orbital.
adult.
The lustrous orb boosts Palkia's water type attacks?
Something like that.
It's
yeah.
Jover.
My pal,
My pal Orbital.
I love that little guy.
Just because we haven't gone there in a while. Let's take
I'm
Oddly
in this
Absurd
vid,
for
and
100.
I don't like it.
Let's figure out what the hell's going on in your fiance's head.
Not a lot. What is this Pokemon's name?
I want to say they'd call it something like Gearfried.
Wow. I have no words.
Locking in Gearfried.
I'm locking in Gearfried.
And you're losing 100 points.
Yeah, I assumed as much. I think these are all going to be
I'm done
lots of
adulting
points.
for the
If
day.
you get, like, decently close, I'll be generous. But Gearfried
Nice.
is not anywhere near. Navi, you got any ideas?
I do. I'm fetching into the deep part
Not
of my
really that
brain 'cause
impressive.
I'm having Transformers brain rot, so I'm trying to give it like a Transformer name and just hope for the best. Like, what would I call
Womp
this? if it was a
womp.
Transformer?
Starscream.
Just Gear Shift.
Gear Shift is also unfortunately
Chat, is this
not
real?
correct. Following in Mr. Rhyme's footsteps, slightly, this is Clink Clank.
I support
It's
the
not,
death
but-
penalty.
No, it almost is if you gave it another gear and changed a letter.
I'm gonna go for Oddly Absurd number 500.
They
please.
need to touch grass.
Hundo. Well, this
Hopefully.
time we are going for.
Oh no.
This thing doesn't even evolve from anything, so I can't even like go backwards.
Does not, and I just heard Otter laugh from the other room.
Impossible is nothing.
Incredible. Okay, That bodes well.
This is bad.
Are you gonna have a champion time with this question?
Oh, you referenced my meme.
This is the best thing I've seen all year.
You should totally plug that if you can find it.
If I can find that tweet, it is now on screen. It's fucking hilarious.
I'm so glad.
This is so millennial
They just
humor.
guessed Eternatus, because this is the Eternamax form, so maybe they just guessed Eternatus.
Unfortunately,
That's rough,
they
buddy.
did not guess Eternatus.
And I don't know.
Lucky before Navi just throws any more guesses out.
They guessed that it's that one SpongeBob episode
Womp
where Mr.
womp.
Krabs loses his shell. Yeah, I got no clue.
No clue.
This is the handyman.
Bro
The
is looking
handyman.
crusty
It is
musty.
not. Otter has never played Sword and Shield, which is why the word that left their mouth was Xenotron.
Bro is spitting
That's
straight
a
facts.
Transformer. See, I was right. I was so on the money.
You
with
were
that.
just
I
a question early.
Oh no.
I'm in this
That wasn't
vid.
very
I don't like
champion
it.
time of you.
That was not a champion time. Right, where are we going from there?
We're going to Pokedollar is right for 200.
What is the base defense stat?
Showing this
of
to my
Stack
doggo.
Attacker?
Good old Minecraft brick block. I have an answer.
That's
I
nice.
say that Stack Attacker is base 210.
Navi, what are you
Chat,
doing?
can we cancel them?
Based 211. No.
No,
We stand a queen.
that didn't happen.
Yes,
My mindset was I'm gonna be funny because I have no idea. Oh my god.
Now this is a Libra moment.
Navi, off that amazing performance, where are we going next?
We're gonna go
I don't like this
to
one.
400 of Oddly Absurd, please.
What is this little guy called?
I instantly regretted this. You know, if girls go to
Bussin'.
college to get more knowledge, then boys go to Jupiter to get more Jupiter.
But I
Really
don't
makes
wanna-
you think,
I like
huh?
Jupiter, but I don't want to do that. I'm not that.
Too bad.
No. A signed boy by Jupiter.
They
Not
thought
really
his
that
name was
impressive.
Araquanid. I can never say that right.
Araquanid is indeed what Jupiter
Like this
evolved
video if
into,
you're
but
agreed.
not what Otter thought this little guy's name was.
Optimus Prime.
They thought this was Spider-Man.
That took a
It's
turn.
Spider-Man. No, it is not.
Spider-Man.
It's Absorbaloff.
Meow.
The worst episode of David Tennant's series of Doctor Who.
Agreed.
Jupiter
Bureaucracy
is, now
is
Peter Kay.
inherently
Lucky,
Kafkaesque.
where are we going?
The Pokedollar is right for 400.
What is the total number of Colossian Pokemon and all of their forms?
This is
I will
peak.
clarify, Zygarde is a Pokemon from Kalos.
Okay, Colossian Pokemon.
Okay, so like even okay, alright.
Ones that released?
Oh,
Floette is a Pokemon from Kalos.
I'm gonna say 119.
Navi, would you like to go up? Would you like to go down?
Going up. No, I'm going down.
So
There's
true.
only 75
Mhm.
base Pokemon, so from there, I just need to do a little bit of addition, which I'm terrible at. Okay, I'm gonna say 115.
A lot of maths went
The
into that
vibe I
answer.
bring
There's
to
also
the
a
function.
shit ton of Vivillon.
And it was not worth it at all.
Facts.
There's a ton of Vivillon.
Pushes my glasses up, by the way. There's 72 Pokemon in the
Red flag.
Pokédex of Kalos. No, it is 69 and 3 mythicals. I always remember that.
Nice.
I'm going back to Oddly Absurd for 300.
Videos
Yeah.
like this
Yeah.
are why I
Okay.
could never have kids.
Well, for 300 points, what's that guy?
Baloney.
Baloney.
Mm-hmm. No, Moon Man.
It is neither
It's true what
baloney
they say.
nor Moon
Girls
Man, so
get
it's a
it
hint
done.
for you there, Lucky.
That's my boy Croissant.
This big guy eating all the little guys.
Yeah.
You ate a kebab before this recording session.
And?
Sadly, it is not baloney.
This'll
Moon
get
Man.
me demonetized.
It's far worse. It's Dreep.
Dreep. Oh, Dreep. I like Dreep.
Almost a different Pokemon.
Yes.
Whoa,
for some
what did I
reason,
just
they
witness?
Repeatedly, even though I've told them Mega Salamance's name, every single time they still say Dreep.
They still say Dreep.
Well, I think
I'll
I
have
already
what
know
she's
what
having.
your choice is going to be, but go for it anyway.
The Pokedollar is right for 300.
Who could have guessed?
We are ending
Bro
this
is
on
on
what
to
going
nothing.
be the most haunting question of them all.
What is Victini's national dex number?
This is literally my weakness.
Not regional dex.
I want to say it's number 501.
It's 494.
Big dick energy.
Holy fuck.
What is happening?
It's just one before Snivy.
Why do you know what Snivy's
Misa
regional
like
number?
what
I don't
I'm
know
seeing.
Any Pokemon's regional dex number.
I
Other
like...
than my boy Cheese String is 1,000.
What the scallop?
And so
we get to
Bro
the
thought
final
they were
question.
slick.
Navi, what are you gonna pick?
I think I
I don't like this
For
one.
oddly absurd 600.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
The secret bonus question.
I heckin' love
if you look under your
science.
chat now, it's a new car, Cole.
Whoa!
It's shiny.
Oddly absurd.
World
for
star.
600 points. What Pokemon is this?
You know, for a second.
This says
I
a
didn't
lot
even
about
know.
society.
It's Queen Vic's favorite.
I have no idea what they.
Bro, not this
possibly thought
again.
This is because it's just a swan. Ryan Goose Gosling.
Gosling.
I'm taking Ryan Goose Gosling as your
Instant
answer,
karma.
Sure, why not?
which is sadly incorrect.
Aww.
This is my boy Quacks.
Doxing is a misdemeanor in the state of
Also,
California.
unfortunately not.
Shocking.
And now, I'm going to take this
Friend
time to say
zoned.
You've both been wonderful contestants. I really appreciate what you've done here. Setting up this as the final climactic question, which really
Scratch that.
hurts
Reverse it.
to show you that the answer is
It's just
Swanee,
Swanner, isn't it? Swan.
Like this if you're watching in
I guess I
2025.
wanted it to be bigger than it was.
Same. I wanted it to be grandiose.
This used to be the 100
Subscribe to
question,
me
and
because
just
I
changed it
curate
'cause it was
only the
funny.
best stuff.
You are a menace.
So,
Swan.
with Swanee, we're going to clear off
I
the
dedicate
board
this video to
and
the
go
troops.
to a quick commercial break. If you're on YouTube, you just got one to tally up the scores. Talk amongst
Your
yourselves.
Honor, I
will
plead
be
the
right
fifth.
back.
Who's that Pokemon?
I'm in this vid and I don't like it.
I have the scores,
Wilden.
Okay.
and there is a difference of about 4,000.
Holy shit.
They went full
What
send.
happened?
Never
in
go full
second
send.
place with negative 5,900
Let him cook.
Mm-hmm.
is Navi.
Yeah.
The 50 points mattered.
That's a
Which of
5
course
out of 10
means
for
that we're-
It didn't
me.
matter.
Minus 1,950.
Misa
The
like
first
what I'm
winner
seeing.
Of absolutely nothing is Lucky.
Hooray.
You did it.
Good.
Confetti.
Their
gold,
vibe?
confetti
Checked.
gold.
Yeah, just put all the green screen effects I can find on.
Bro has no life.
Congratulations, you both performed. And that's all I can ask.
Yep.
Um,
That's about
Now
right.
this is a
If
Libra
this goes
moment.
down well and you've both had fun, I would love to do this again.
Absolutely.
There
Straight
are
to
plenty
jail.
more Pokemon that Otter doesn't know, and I'm sure 5 more categories.
gatekeep
that I
this
can
from the
run back,
normies?
or maybe some returning ones if you happen to have a favorite. But if
Pokemon and on is peak category.
well, I will note that.
I
for
find that joke
possible
highly
another time.
offensive.
But thank you all very much for watching. I hope you've had a
Okay,
fun time.
maybe the One
Comment
Piece
your
is
score
real.
down below. If you scored more than 0, you're lying. Thank you to Lucky
Not
and
the
Navi
asshole.
for partaking, Otter for doing the scores and their category, to
They went full
Chloramite and
send.
Matt H for
Never
being
go
members,
full
and
send.
of course to every single one of you for watching.
Hey guys,
Have a
very
great
excited for today's video. Subscribe to me because I curate only the best stuff. My flabbers, gasted. Pussy in bio. You had one job. Hit that subscribe button and join the React Army.